Well, according to my computer screen, we are live. So hope you guys can hear me. Hope everything's working well over there on your end. So far, so good over here. Yeah, cool. Okay, good. Good to see you guys. Hey, thank you all so much for being here. Appreciate you. Tamara, thanks for being here, my friend. Good to see everybody. I see Davina keeps digging. Kava, Melissa, Michelle, James, Daniel, Justin, X Swagger. Good to see y'all, man. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me for another evening of Where Is Your Mind? Call in with KJ, if you will. And I will. I'm here. I always love doing these. It's always a great opportunity to open up my my format here to you. And really it's your show. Whatever you want to talk about. You might be new here, and you'll see as the show progresses, but it's really anything you want to discuss. Oftentimes people like to share testimonies or interesting stories, things that have happened, whatever it may be. Oftentimes they're spiritual stories, encounters, spooky stuff. I like the spooky stuff. Always into some good spooky, scary stories, things like that. But really, I don't judge. I genuinely take every call or every person as they come, no matter what the subject, and I'm open to it all, and I just really enjoy it. I enjoy actually getting a chance to talk to you. So that's what this show's all about. You don't have to worry about being on camera. No one's going to be seeing you on camera. I always ask that you make sure the volume's down on your computer or however you're watching the show. Just make sure the volume's down in the background, because there'll be an echo, and so if you do it, I may have to correct you. It's okay, it's no problem. Just trying to keep everything smooth so that we can hear you really well. And what else? I think that's about it. So what happens is, here in a few moments, I'll give it a few minutes, I'll let more people kind of come in, but here in a few minutes I will put a link to join me in chat over here in live chat. So once you click that link, there's a private chat room you'll enter of 10 people. It maxes out at 10 people. You guys can all talk in there. Sometimes I'm able to jump in, but usually I'm on a call or chatting with somebody. But you'll have a 10-room private chat room. And then just one at a time, man, I just go through and I bring you on, and we just chat about whatever you want. I typically try to give everybody around 10 minutes. Sometimes the shows in the past have been really crazy. Like, we'll just get a lot of people coming in and it never ends. And I like that too. And then sometimes the shows are a little less than that. And if it's like that, then I may, judging the time and judging whatever we're talking about, I may give a few more minutes or so. And I'm not real hardcore about it, but I do try to keep that as a standard just so everybody has a chance. And that's about it, man. Otherwise, so we'll talk a little bit about just kind of things I want to cover real quick. So I dropped a new video today. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see it. Please go check it out on all of my platforms. Some of you may know that I had to cancel the Scariest Movie Ever.tv a few weeks ago. If you were subbed to me there, I hope you'll come sub to me over on Subscribestar. I definitely need the support. I'm sorry I had to do that. I don't know if you heard my explanation a few weeks ago, but I thought I was earning some kind of an income off that, and I never even kept track of it. I just kind of assumed, for the last few years. Then I noticed in my email, I have a couple emails, I went to an older email and they had sent me a receipt. I checked it out and it said $400 something, and I was like, cool, I just made $400 something. But no, it was actually in the negative. I owe them $400 something. I got in touch with them, and it turns out, I never knew this, that if you don't have enough subscribers on there or whatever, and I'm not mad at anybody, I didn't really promote it very much, but if you don't have enough subs on there, they can't cover the fees, so they take the fee from your card they have on file. So I was like, oh, so for the last 2 years y'all have just been deducting money from my account. Great. So that's how I had to end that relationship with them, which was fine, man. It's things happen. But yeah, please do, if you'd like to keep supporting the work, I could use it. Please come over to Subscribestar. There's links below if you'd like to. Thank you very, very much appreciated. Also, tomorrow, a lot of people ask for videos about chubs. I showed one maybe a month ago, but I think tomorrow morning I'm going to film a little bit something special of him, and then I'll share it on KJ's What Happened, because man, some of y'all are so sweet. You're sending things to the P.O. box for Chubbs. It's like, thank you, man. That always tickles me when I see that. And he loves all this stuff, so I'll film him tomorrow playing with some of his toys. Maybe I'll see what I can come up with. But it's so sweet of y'all. Thank you so much for keeping him in mind. He really means a lot to me. I'm not trying to be a dork. I'm a cat guy. You know, I love cats. And, you know, just in this crazy world as it is, and as close as we are to the end, just, you know, you guys have pets too. I see you talk about them all the time. These are great little friends, you know, not just companions, you know, they're great little life buddies, you know. So thank you so much for that. I just sent out 3 cards today, actually, for some packages I received from y'all. Thank you so much. And one of y'all didn't send a return address, so I'll mention you tomorrow on the show, because I imagine that's where most people are listening. And I guess that catches us up on that. Oh, my website, man. So I finally got started on the process of fixing everything on the website. It might even be down now. I'm not even sure, but it's going to be kind of a mess over there for a few days, because, you know, you got to pay these people to do this. And it took me, you know, a while to come up with it. I got it. I paid these people. What happens is, though, when you're dealing with a WordPress technician, that's what they're called, they only give you 30 minutes of their time at a time. Then you have to end the call, and then you got to call back and do another 30 minutes with somebody else, and they have to read that person's notes. It's a really whack system, because there's a lot I have to do. The whole format of the website's probably going to change too. But anyway, just so you know, I'm still working on it. I hate that it's been down. It's even cut into some of my numbers, because a lot of people were watching the live shows from the website also. So maybe those are people overseas or something, or I don't know, for whatever reason they choose to do that. So anyway, I'm working on it, and I'll have that up and running here soon. What else we got? So we got tomorrow's KJ's What Happened, and of course Uncensored on Monday. And there we go. We're all caught up, and we're getting people starting to file in. So once again, good to have you all here. I'm going to go ahead and grab that invite for you, and I'm going to go and put the invite into live chat. And like I said, just feel free. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid. The audio's skipping, someone said. Hopefully it's not my headset. How is everything with the audio, guys? Is it okay over there for y'all in live chat? Just making sure that audio is clear. Audio is coming in okay for y'all. Sounding good. One person said it was choppy. Okay, cool. Thanks. Keeps digging. LIV. All right, thanks, y'all. Just checking. Maybe it could be just the one individual computer. You know, sometimes that happens. Just want to make sure it's not too bad or anything over here. So, okay, cool. All right, good. So I put the link in. I'm already seeing some people come on in. Some people may be on the fence, like maybe you're scared. Like I say, man, don't be scared. There's nothing to be concerned about, nothing to be afraid of. Come on in. Yeah, come on in. Feel free. Please do. It's always good to chat to you all. I never know, who's going to be coming in. So please, like I said, feel free to jump in. Don't be afraid. I'll put the link back up here in just a little while also. No way, man. I got JB, Justin Bundy in the house. Good to see you. JC Mick, always a pleasure. Awakens here. Birdman, Indiana, also a friend. And Rich. So that's what I've got right now. And like I said, we'll see. I just go with how the show goes, man. For all I know tonight, we just get a few people, and that's okay too. We'll just kind of go with it as we do. And see how it plays out. So, all that being said, I'm going to change the background here. Get us something fresh for Mr. Rich. There we go. All right, Mr. Rich, I am bringing you on. Hello, how are you, man?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great. How's everything going?
It's pretty good. I called in a couple months ago, and I saw that you were streaming, so I thought I'd call in again.
I'm so glad you did. What did we talk about? Remind me.
Well, I rightly don't remember.
That's okay. All right, no problem. I was being honest. Sometimes I forget, but no, man, it's good to talk to you again. What's on your mind tonight?
Just a couple things, and hopefully they're not too controversial for the audience here, but wanted to talk about a couple things that are on my mind. The first is, going back, what we talked about was how I became a Christian.
Okay, cool.
We talked a little bit about that. So
okay,
that's kind of a lead-in to one of my beliefs is that we're very near to the rapture.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah, and for me, it's been an awakening process over the last 4 or 5 years. And as I learn more and more about the events surrounding the end times and dug into Christian eschatology and learning more and more about that, I've really been amazed at how world events seem to very strongly be pointing and in an accelerating manner to the beginning of the tribulation period. And I'm a big believer that the rapture happens just prior to the tribulation, whether that's a few days before the start of the tribulation or upwards of a year.
Yep, same.
Yeah, yeah. So big believer in that. I believe also that we're very, very close now, like any day. So one of the things I've learned is date setting is probably not a good thing to do.
No, I had to stop watching some people that were there's different channels, and I think they mean well, but they kept doing the whole thing, like, looking at constellations. Oh, this could be the day, and then a feast of trumpets or this or whatever, which is fine. But the thing I realized after watching some of these people for a few months is it's a bummer, because they keep kind of getting your hopes up and then it never happens. And that's why we're not supposed to even come close. Not saying they're necessarily doing that, but yeah, I'm with you, man. I don't do it at all. I live my life. Every morning I wake up, I say, "Good morning, Lord." Talk to him. Hope you're doing well. Just have my day by day, moment by moment. But still with that feeling of imminence that it could happen at any time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's kind of where I've transitioned to is the sense of eminence. And what I've learned is that we can know the season, but we can't really know the exact day. But the process of me searching for that exact day has been a blessing, because it's taught me an awful lot about scriptures and about, the end times and everything like that. So it was instructive from that perspective. So I don't regret the energy that I put into trying to decipher and understand a day. It taught me all about the feasts, the modim of the Lord's feasts with mankind, and how those are symbolic and important, etc.
Yeah, and there's if I don't misunderstand this, I believe there's even a crown for us watching and waiting for him, right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. And of course, it's our blessed hope as well, so it's something we have to encourage each other with. I'm always encouraged by it's one of the things that just keeps me hanging in, man. I mean, it just because it's been a long road. But go ahead.
Yeah. So so the first thing I said is that I had a couple of controversial things to say. So that the first one was that, I'm looking for the rapture. I think it's very near, and everybody's got a lot of opinions about that. If somebody is listening and they think, I don't want to hear about this stuff, if you ask the Lord to come into your heart, there's one prayer that is always answered, and that's the prayer that when you're aligned with the Lord's will, and the Lord's will always want you to be seeking his word. So if you reach out to the Lord, he'll reach back to you, and you can move forward that way. So
yeah, I like that, man. I do. I always, there's scriptures that are just in your heart, and you always recall them to mind. But I always keep in mind that the closer you draw to him, the closer he draws to you. And then, that convicts me also to make sure I stay in the word,
I think that's right. So if somebody's going through a hard time, and it doesn't make sense to your life, or you're confused by the world, draw towards the Lord, invite him into your heart, and do that on a consistent basis, and he will come into your heart, and the Holy Spirit will begin to descend. And it's not necessarily, for me, it hasn't been a big bright light, or it's been a process, and it's taken a long time.
I also think, isn't there a blessed is the man who hasn't seen Jesus? Like, there's a scripture on that as well, right? I don't know the actual scripture, but that still has faith, though. So, like, you're blessed if you have faith, but you haven't seen him. Something to that effect.
Yeah, I think it's something to the effect that blessed are those that believe, but blessed more are those that believe and see, but those that don't see and believe. And it's a real big obstacle, It's a difficult thing.
Well, I understand. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, that was my mistake. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's a tremendous challenge to overcome your own willfulness and the allure of the world, and that's the big obstacle. And sort of being right and setting your own law and your own moral compass, and all of that is separation from God, and it's very, very difficult, but if you invite God into your heart, he'll draw you will draw closer together.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I guess a big one for me most of my life was, even though I wasn't out there hooking up with a lot of women or anything like that, but it was just lust, man. And that was I can honestly say he really freed me from all that stuff, from looking at naughty stuff and everything that goes with that. It's been a long time, and but even with that, I still take it day by day. But man, I never thought, for years there, I thought that was just part of my life. And I know a lot of the men out there can probably relate. It's like you just feel, it's okay, at least I'm not being with somebody. But we already know that if you look upon somebody, you've already basically done it in your heart. So right, so yeah, I that was a big struggle for me, man. But just for anybody out there struggling with that particular thing, with lust, man, I'm telling you, he'll free you, but you got to fight. You got to really want it. You got to keep asking for it, and just eventually one day, man, it's like I woke up one day, it was just gone.
Yeah.
So, wow, thank you. But yeah,
well,
go ahead.
I've had almost the exact same experience, and what I found is that persistence, and going back to the Lord in your heart, saying, "Hey, I don't want to be here in my life. This isn't. I don't want to do this. Whatever that this is, I want to be different. I want you to change me." And it's kind of like working out or learning to play a musical instrument or whatever. Persistence really pays a huge dividend. And every time you fall back into a sin or a way of thinking or whatever it is the thing is, you get back up, you dust yourself off, you ask for forgiveness. The Lord is always willing to forgive when we return to him. And every time it's a step forward, because what happens in that process is you are reinforcing the spiritual muscle to reconnect with God, and that grows in strength. And then the other thing that happens in that process is you begin to ultimately understand, both spiritually and then even physically, how that sin is impacting you in a negative way. Because sin is not just, oh, we did a nasty thing. It causes separation between us and God. And the more we examine that, we don't want that anymore naturally, so it falls away. But not only does it create separation from God, but it hurts us physically.
Man,
right?
so true. Grieving the Holy Spirit. Go ahead.
That's exactly right. So when we do sin, if we carry anger in our hearts, not only are we separating ourselves from God, but we're damaging ourselves physically, right? Because of that negative vibe. And, pornography, it damages your brain,
Oh yeah.
So there's temporal reasons why you don't want to do these things, but there's also spiritual reasons. And what I'm saying is as your walk matures and you continue to go through that cycle of moving away from sin, you begin to see how it's hindering your spiritual connection, and it's also injuring you in your life on this planet.
So true, man. Well said. Yeah, I always keep in mind, because again, living your life day by day, being freed from some sins, we know that oftentimes people return, and there's periods I would go throughout my life doing that, returning back and then being off for a month and then going, all that. But finally, like I said, I know that it's gone. But that doesn't mean that you can't fall back. So there's times I'll feel triggered on something. Maybe I'll see something will flash on the TV, or I'll see something on a computer or something. But and then I immediately just remember, just resist the devil and he flees. So I'm like, no, in my mind, I'm like, no, not today, buddy. Just kind of move on and get away from whatever that is. But the point of that is just, I believe it's super important to stay conscious of this every moment in our lives, in our day. Just remember, there's spiritual warfare. These demons are real. They're ancient. They're super intelligent. They know us better than we know ourselves. I believe that because we forget things in our lives. These things remember. They watch. It's what they do. And they find ways to steal, kill, and destroy. And it's an active thing, and it's very real. And yeah, and we're in a beast system, and we're getting hit with all kinds of crap every which way but loose, especially these days. So just to stay conscious of it, there's no fear, of course, not to have any fear in it, but just to be aware of it. And also, man, I've been... he keeps, I don't want to say he's doing it, but I keep getting the word bold in my head all the time. And it's like, I just wonder if I'm, and I'm praying about it, just need to be more bold in something. And maybe that is even out in life. I've been wondering personally about more using our spiritual gifts we have through the Holy Spirit. Like if I see somebody I think's possessed by a demon, go put your hands on him, and in Jesus' name, so things like that. I've just been kind of talking to him on my own, just letting y'all in, but kind of that's something I've been talking to him about is there something we can do out there? And when I have money, like I give it to people. When I see people out there, there's people sitting outside of a restaurant, or whatever, poor people, walk over and just give it to them. God bless you. I do stuff like that all the time. I know a lot of you do too. I'm not saying we're not even supposed to really talk about it. I'm not trying to get accolades from anybody, but I'm just saying to keep that in mind, to be Christ-like in real life. I've been kind of working on that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but go ahead.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I'll tell you, and I know I'm running out of time here. I'll make one other story here.
Yeah, go ahead.
To say, but
hey, you're cool.
One is I've been doing the same thing as asking God to help me to be much more of an instrument in this world, because I haven't been my whole Christian walk. I mean, just being honest.
Oh yeah, I got you. I know him. Hey man, same. You know what, man? I've mentioned this a few weeks ago, but for a while I kept in my mind was day by day getting hit with all these like random sins I did in the past that I'd forgotten about. It's like I was being reminded of all this stupid bad stuff I've done throughout my life, man. It's like, no, you're not supposed to revisit it again. Just resist and try to get that out of your head. But yeah, definitely we try not to return back to that. It's no point. It's an anchor. It's just going to pull you down and hold you there. We're free. Christ freed us. We're forgiven. We're a spotless bride in his eyes. So, right? Try to keep that in mind.
I think that's right. But God worked in my heart. I saw a woman, an older lady, trying to rake her leaves up, and she was really old and was really struggling. And I just stopped my car and said, "Hey, can I give you a hand with that?" And I came home, got my blower, and went back to their house and blew off the rest of her leaves. It took me 10 minutes, but it was something that would have And she just had tears in her eyes and couldn't believe that somebody, a little lady by herself. So that was an example of the Holy Spirit that I asked him into my heart to have me try and. I didn't really witness or anything, but, I felt like really, really good that I'm getting to a point in my life where I can put my own selfish mind and troubles to the side and give somebody some help. And I was really moved by the Holy Spirit. And so I'm telling the story not to say, hey, I'm a great guy, because I'm not.
I know what you mean.
I tell a story that I asked the Lord to work in my heart more, because I haven't done that my whole life.
Man, that's great. Yeah, same. It's, sometimes it's hard for me to even say it to him, but it's like, help me to be less of me and more of you.
Yeah.
And it's hard because man, it's like we're in the flesh and there's things you want to hold on to. But yeah, I'm with you on that, man. I feel that.
So one other thing, and I know I'll get going after this, this is the second controversial thing I wanted to talk about here on your platform. We just had this election, and there's a lot of emotions going on around it. And as time has gone by, I've come to understand that we're involved in spiritual warfare. And so there may be those that are supporting of the Democrats. There may have been those that are supporting of Donald Trump and the Republicans. What I have learned in my walk here and my tremendous spiritual development that's happened in just the last 5 years is this spiritual war is very real, but we will not find our salvation in a presidential or a political leader or any kind of guru or anything. It's only found in our Lord Jesus Christ. Okay. And this is where it gets controversial. I think that there absolutely were aspects of the Biden administration that demonstrated antichrist and unholy. But I've begun to become convinced that there are signals and aspects of the alternative that we're facing that may be also not that good. And I warn people, and again, this may trigger somebody, and it's okay. But from my perspective, I'm very worried that we're being played by both sides of an evil coin. And so what I'm saying is we should be cautious. I'm not saying, Trump's a terrible guy or Biden's a good guy or vice versa. I'm saying the scriptures say in the end times, when the disciples asked Jesus, when will the end times be? The first thing he said, be careful that you are not deceived. And I think we should take that to heart and be independent here. as we're trying to, do the dark MAGA and all the things and the symbolism that's floating around here. I'm telling that because there's not a lot of people in my life that are Christians, but this audience might have some Christians in it. Let's just be careful here, and let's put our faith in the salvation in Christ, and not in a man. And so that's my message. And I know it's controversial. Folks might not want to hear that, but I'm planting a seed, not to say, oh, Donald Trump's horrible or Joe Biden's great or any of that. Just use your discernment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, man. I got a lot of thoughts on all that. Probably take too long, but I've got a lot of thoughts on, because I've been praying a lot about it, and it's weird. I'm almost getting to see how good the Lord is even during the tribulation, because it's not like he's just going to throw these children away. There's a lot of them are going to come to him during those days too. And so as far as Trump goes and Elon, I know, yeah, we've seen all the symbols. I mean, Trump Tower, black cube on top, 666 bushes. I mean, more and more, I get it. There's all that stuff. Trump in the 9/11 commercial. Maybe that means the next 9/11 happens on Trump, which his timing's perfect. So that could be what that commercial was. I don't know. But, man, I always do this lately for these people is pray for them big time. Even Elon, I have a bunch, and Trump, and pray that they really have a conversion and find Christ, I mean, because maybe the Lord allows that to happen. Maybe that is a thing that happens, and they can help, some of the people during those times, and they'll be battling against the Antichrist. I mean, no one's, ultimately really going to win against him, I guess, is kind of what I assume, but there's going to be, maybe there'll be some kind of a something there. Maybe Trump really will be a leader for the people. Maybe he'll find Christ. I believe he's religious in a way, right? But he definitely doesn't have Jesus, I don't believe, like in his heart. He hadn't had the conversion. Especially when I saw clips of him saying he never prays for forgiveness. It's like, oh boy, yeah, you need to know the Lord, man. But so that's where I've been with it. But I'm totally right with you. Is stay independent, keep our eyes focused on Jesus, because that's number one. When I start thinking of Elon and Trump, I'm just thinking for the tribulation people. I'm wondering what the Lord's plan will be and how that's gonna. And I think about it all the time. And maybe I'll come up with a revelation sometime, and I'll let y'all know. But that's where I've been. But yeah, I'm totally with you on, man. Keep our eyes focused on Christ. Nothing's changed. This could even be the peace and security, another element of that from the Bible, the peace and security that everyone's feeling, and all of a sudden, smash! Because they still have 2 months or almost 2 months until the inauguration, and he gets in. So God only knows what could happen, man. I hope everything goes good and there's a peaceful transition. I mostly just want to get out of here. But again, I have a heart for the people that are going to be here and that are going to be shocked and freaking out, man. But anyway, so that's kind of where I'm at with some of that. I'll talk more about some of those things on Trump and Elon another time. I've definitely been praying for him. It's been on my heart too, especially those two guys.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, hopefully they're, I don't know, man, but hopefully. Go ahead.
I agree 100% with what you said, and God has a plan, but I think what we should do is put our faith in. I'm repeating myself, but put our faith in Christ and try and be a little bit independent here and just see how it plays. Yeah.
I love it. I'm with you, Rich. Well, amen. Thank you. I appreciate the controversy, starting off the night with a little controversy. No, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Always a pleasure, man. Anything else you want to say?
No, those are the two items I wanted to cover tonight, and I really appreciate some time to talk to you. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Hey, same, man. Thanks for checking back in, and just good chatting with you again. And take care, man. All right, have a good night.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, man. Bye-bye. All right, Rich, that was a real pleasure. Thank you so much, man. And now we've got Mr. Birdman, Indiana. How you doing, sir?
Hey, KJ, can you hear me all right, buddy?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Well, I'm doing just fine. How about you?
Oh, good. Just doing the show.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. I had to finish the video earlier, and now we're doing this. But it's still something I look forward to doing these.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we're most glad to be here with you, KJ. Thanks again for opening these shows up for us. It's a great pleasure to talk with you as always, my brother in Christ.
Thanks, man. You too. What's on your mind lately? What's going on?
Thank you. First off, I wanted to tell you for the upcoming holiday, Happy Veterans Day, KJ. I know you're a Coast Guard veteran, and I wanted to thank you very much for all your service for this country.
Oh man, thanks so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, and thank you for all you did too. I know I've had family who, I know on both sides of my family, I had people in both world wars, Korea and Vietnam too. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with thanking veterans throughout my life, and I'm very glad to call you one of the friends I can thank for it as well.
Oh man, well hey, you're welcome. And just so you know what we're talking, I may mute sometimes while you're talking, okay? So
Sure.
it's just so it comes in more clear. But
Okay.
yeah, man, no, I really enjoyed the Coast Guard for the most part. It's one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. It really made me grow up a lot. So I was a little got in a little bit of trouble back in the day, and I was
Hmm.
looking for trouble a lot when I was younger. But yeah, it made me grow up and got to see a lot of cool places. Lived in Alaska and Hawaii, which is awesome, and Virginia was beautiful, and
Hmm.
just it was good and bad. It's like you learn to just eat a crap sandwich, if you will, when you're in the military. At least I learned that when I was in the military, and you learn
Hmm.
just to deal with all the crap and let it all happen and just keep doing your job and don't let it bother you. And that 2 years on that boat in Alaska, really, like that was my real boot camp. It was 2 years of the hardest labor I've ever done in my life, for sure. And had a fist
Hmm.
fight on that boat. There's a bunch of dudes, a bunch of testosterone running around over there, and real hardcore work out in the Bering Sea. And yeah, it was a bunch of tough guys. So yeah, it was pretty crazy. But I'm so glad I started off with that, man. That was my real introduction to growing up and being an adult.
Hmm. Oh
Anyway,
yeah. And did you ever come back into port very often, KJ, or do you guys just stay out to sea most of the time?
we would come back to port a lot. We would be out maybe 2 weeks on average, and then there were times we was out one time for 2 months. We went to
Oh.
San Diego for 3 months. We did a rough trade out there. It's where we do drills with the Navy. Coast Guard does drills in San Diego with the Navy for 3 months. It's a long time.
Hmm.
That was really cool. Got to go to British Columbia, Victoria, or yeah, is it British Columbia, Canada? But yeah, we got to go there on the way down. It was beautiful. So yeah, that was the longest. But yeah, we would go in and out, all the time over 2 years, different amounts, usually around 2 hours, or I'm sorry, 2 weeks. But man, it was just, man, I mean, I saw 40-foot waves out there. We saw, I mean, I was scared. There were some times you'd get scared because the Bering Sea is deadly, and we lose a lot of crabbers out there, actually, if y'all didn't know that. But there's a lot of death out there because there's also a lot of money. The halibut out there is a big deal. They're enormous, and I'm talking you can get like 6 feet long. These things are huge, and there's just a lot of money to be made in the Bering Sea, and been a lot of death out there. A lot of the fishing vessel workers and crabbers have died out there, but yeah, man, treacherous, like just really crazy. You really realize how small you are when you're in the middle of the ocean. You can't see anything, and 40-foot waves are hitting your boat. It's like, dang.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm sure it felt like it was going to sweep you right off the deck. I'm
Oh
sure.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It was. Well, we actually worked. We'd pull buoys up. A buoy out in the ocean has a huge chain on it. It goes down hundreds of feet, however long, and there's a huge concrete sinker on the bottom. So we would pull that chain, link at a time, or full links, and there's a chain stopper we used. We'd pull up the buoy. We'd get the sinker up there. We'd even get like the concrete block up there, and just worked on the chain, worked on the electronics on the buoy and stuff like that. And so yeah, man, it was very dangerous. We'd have the side doors open, and yeah, people could fall over. We had one death actually. There's a young guy named Sean. I can't remember his last name now, but he had just showed up to the boat. We went to Dutch Harbor, Alaska, which was one of our main ports. We'd picked up and a bunch of stuff there, dropped off things. We go to Dutch Harbor, which actually has one of the 10 toughest bars in America there. Okay, it's called the Elbow Room. Yeah, it's called the Elbow Room in Dutch Harbor, and you would have a mix of Asian sailors, Russian sailors, I mean, all over. Just a big mix of weird people out there doing real hard work and making a lot of money. And yeah, they had a bar there called the Elbow Room. They had a sign out front saying voted one of the, or something like one of the 10 toughest bars in America or something. And dirt floors and the whole thing, bunch of ruffians. When I was out there one time, I met a Russian sailor and his friend, me and my friends, and there was one Chinese restaurant out there. There's hardly anything out there. It's weird that there's a Chinese restaurant out there, but there's a Chinese restaurant with a room on top where they played poker. So me and these Russians and my buddies went and played poker for hours one day on top of this Chinese restaurant, and it was a blast. There was a lot of drinking involved. This is years ago. I was in the military, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. But yeah, we went there one time, and Sean had only been on the boat like a week, and he wanted to go hiking with one of the guys, but all he had was these slick tennis shoes. He didn't have any boots, but he went anyway with it. And he was like 19 years old, and they got real high up on one of these mountains out there in Dutch Harbor, and he slipped and fell and died. He fell to his death there. It was crazy. We were just getting to know him, and he was a good kid, But yeah, so anyway, I'm kind of rambling. What do you got on your mind?
No, it's no problem, KJ. I know you give us all the time to talk, and we need to reciprocate on that front whenever it's possible to. So, absolutely.
Sure.
Oh yeah, but then I was gonna say too, just to do some house checking things. I know you were telling us a few weeks ago that your mom was having some issues. KJ, is she any better at all? Do you think?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, man, I appreciate you bringing that up. Well, it's been back and forth. She keeps getting these little small fractures in her spine, like little hairline fractures, and they really cause her a lot of pain. But yeah, she has gotten better though. She had some kind of a procedure done recently, and now she's going back in next Friday for another one. So, but yeah, man, she's doing better. Has to use a walker, which is pretty weird, for her, and she's very independent and always said she always says to us, and I always tell her not to bring it up, but she's like, I'm never gonna come live with you and Kim. Shouldn't have said my sister, but you and my sister, because I'm just gonna go to a home. I don't want to, she's just one of those, and she means it. You know what I mean? So it's. But anyway, yeah, thanks for asking, man. She's doing better. People have been praying for her, and I appreciate that. I've been praying for her, and she's like 83 now. So yeah, it's like they get up there, and goodness gracious, everything starts falling apart on some of them.
And please count me among that list too, KJ. I prayed for her last night, as well as you and Tamara and all your cool crew as well. I always pray for you guys every time that I do.
Thanks, man. You know what? I'll share this one with you real quick too. Please pray for my dad, y'all, because he's losing his memory like really bad. In fact, the other day, he's done this twice now over the last week. He'll call me in the morning and talk about whatever. Sometimes he needs me to come help with the business or something. And then, so he did that once, and then he called me 4 hours later asking me the exact same question, and I didn't say, oh, you already did this. I'm always real cool about it. But then he did it again about a week ago. So I called and talked about something, called back a few hours later, talked about the same thing. And yeah, man, it's just rough to see. But I have hope, that we're really close and that we're leaving soon. I do have concern for my mom and dad, though, because they're more on the religious tip. I'm really grateful they raised me in church, at least, because I did learn a lot when I was little. But they're very religious. They're Church of Christ, and their pastor doesn't realize it's the end of days, it seems. I don't think that they don't even know about the rapture. I've talked to him about it, and so he's not telling them about that. And, then my dad specifically gets kind of bummed out every time I bring up, quote, my stuff, like my observations in life and kind of what time it is. And I have to, so that's why I've said before that when I go to my folks, I love them like more than anything. But when I go over there, I have to put on a mask. I have to play pretend world for a while, and put all my stuff aside and just kind of what sucks is, so it just turns into very basic conversations. How's these people? How's my aunt? How's my uncles doing? It's just always the same questions. Just very basic conversation. I never feel free to just kind of say, guys, I'm excited because of this, or guys, I just found this, or, I did a video on this and I discovered this thing, or whatever it is, man. I can't do that over there. You know what I mean? I just have to play pretend world, and still love them, not have any bitterness about it, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure not being able to share your take is very frustrating and difficult in many ways, I'm sure. It is,
but then what helped me is a long time ago I saw the scripture where it was about Jesus and it was saying that a prophet's not even welcome in his own home or whatever it is. I'm not the best at quoting off the top of my head, but the point is that Jesus, his family and friends were like, huh? When he was trying to, he was coming back and they were hearing all these stories about him, and they just couldn't believe it. It's like because they knew him as a child, as a little person, as a growing up.
Saw him grow up. He was Joseph's son, right?
Right, that's just Joseph's son, So anyway, and I think that a lot of us experience that. Obviously I'm not saying I'm Jesus, but I mean, we're his children, and we're going to experience, he told us, we're going to experience things like he did here too. And we'll even do amazing things here. But yeah, so that's kind of, that was years ago, so that one always kind of pops into my head, and it's just like, well, Jesus had to go through it, so he did okay. So all right, it'll be all right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I'm sure it's difficult. It's your family. It's special. I mean, it's at a different level. I'm sure I'm sure I can get where you're coming from. That's for certain.
Oh yeah. It's okay, man. I just, it's just another one of those things that reminds me that this isn't my home. I'm just passing through here, man. And so I've always had that feeling. It's good. But anyway, that's about it, though. What about you, Birdman? Anything else fresh in your life?
Well, just been working out. I've been trying to sweep up leaves off some trees beside our place. Oh man, there must be at least millions of leaves. I mean, I just try to sweep them off the little area where people drive through and get them into the side yard, but the wind blows them all around. And I tried to bag up some of them, and that was somewhat successful. But I'm just trying to pick up sticks too and try to keep the yard presentable. But yeah,
cool.
Did that today after my work day. So
there you go, man. Keep it tidy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Keep it presentable, right, KJ?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And have you heard anything back on your Grubhub side gig yet, too, KJ?
Man, no, they still have me on hold on that, and like I said, I prayed about it too. I mean, I don't want to have to do that. It seems ridiculous, but like I said, there's been times I had to do it, and it has been a rough several months too. So again, folks, I could definitely, if you're able, please do support the videos and shows. I really appreciate it. It's just been crazy, but again, it's like I'm also so blessed anyway just to be here from the people that do support, so I feel bad sometimes asking people to support. It's weird, but I do need it, man. It's like the last few months have been really crazy. So it's peaks and valleys. It'll get crazy, then something comes. It's just, I'm grateful to be living this life. I'm grateful I get to do what I do, because this is what I care about more than anything else in the world. So everybody who donates anything or supports in any way, man, that keeps me here. So thank you to you guys, man. Thank you, man, really. But anyway, man, Birdman, I feel like I've been talking about myself all this time. Is there anything else you wanted to share before we go?
It's all right, man. I just wanted to reach out to you again today. I was watching to make sure that you have another call-in show, and I wanted to try to reach in here and let you know that I've been praying for you throughout this time, and I'll keep up my prayers always for you and your family and Tamara and Blake and everyone else who is a part of all this great work.
Oh, Birdman, you're really just an amazing person and friend and family here. So, man, really, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know they all appreciate it, and you're always a blessing. So, but good, man, good chatting with you again, and I look forward to it again. We'll do another one of these in a few weeks or so, and hope you'll be there.
Excellent. I'm going to do my very best too, KJ. Thanks so much again and I wanted to tell you too, really quick, I was looking at my autographs today, pulled out your card, and I was checking it out.
Ah, shucks. You're welcome.
Thanks again for sending that stuff to me, man. It was always a blast to check it out, so it's always a pleasure. So, and I'm glad to have met you, my friend.
Hey, you too, man. You're welcome, and thanks again, and I'll talk to you next time, okay? Take care till then.
Thank you very much. God bless you, KJ, and bless you to all your fellow people as well.
Thanks. See you later.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye. You too. All right, man. Thank you, Birdman. All right, guys, next up, we got Awakened, JC Mick, Psalm 40, Carpe DM, Brad Olive, and Carrie Canary. So thank you all for waiting patiently. I'm going to go ahead and switch the background up here for Awakened. Let's find something cool. I like this one. This is a good one. And Awakened, welcome to the show. Thank you so much, man.
Hi. I love the background.
Oh, cool. Good.
How does my audio sound? I've been having issues with it ever since I came on today.
Sounds okay to me. Sounding good. No problem.
Great. Woo. Hey, I have been a long-time watcher of your show for probably about 7 years.
Oh, thank you.
Somewhere around there. Lots have changed for all of us since then, huh?
Yeah, I guess if you think, let's see. Well, yeah, because we had to deal with 4 years of the Biden, but then we had a few years of Trump there, which was interesting. But even the years of Trump, it's like all I can remember from that is how every mainstream media source ever was every day demonizing the guy. But besides that, yeah, and besides the political side of it all, we're seeing a quickening, aren't we? We really are moving fast towards the end. Matthew 24, we're definitely in that now.
Yes,
At the very
absolutely.
least, you know.
Yeah, and I was going to say that the whole election this year seems very surreal to me. Every part of it, it's like there was hardly any of the propaganda and the usual happenings that normally happens.
Yeah, it
It
was
doesn't seem
weird.
like it's kind of in voting time.
Yeah, and we didn't even see all the election commercials for
No.
several months before. Yeah, exactly. I'd mentioned that too. Yeah, there's none of that, and there was something really weird that happened. Did you see that thing where a squirrel ran across the stage before Kamala came out for her concession speech?
No.
So a squirrel came out there, and then apparently there is. So Kamala. Okay, this isn't the right time to bring this up. I need to get my thoughts together on this. I'll say it tomorrow on the show. But
Okay.
there's some weird stuff I started connecting with the squirrel and Kamala, and this would just be a crazy rabbit hole. I'll stop that. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Speaking of rabbit holes, though, I used to go down them all the time. I actually used to be the queen of it. I loved it. There's just so much out there if you just open your eyes. But then I got so into that I forgot about looking at what's going on in my life.
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Man, that's so true. Yeah, we can get swallowed up by all this information really quick, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Was I want to also be doing this in real life with people, and not telling anybody. And I already do some things out here, but just helping more, hands on, if I can somehow.
Yeah, we're actually pretty close to each other, I think, because I'm in central Oklahoma.
Oh, you are cool.
Boomer.
Where?
Oh, I said boomer.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um,
You know what? Of course, I'm from this state, and I'm over here in Norman, so I've mentioned the
oh yeah,
college.
we're really
Yeah.
close. The highway takes probably directly connects us.
There you go. Yeah. So but if I could, I'd move up to Tahlequah, though. We have a family property up there, and I go up there a lot. But man, that's where Oklahoma changes. I mean, that's where the mountains are and hills, and it's beautiful.
Oh
But
yeah, I lived in Poto at one time, and I think it's 1 foot away from being a mountain.
oh, cool. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, Oklahoma is just like everywhere though. We've got so many beautiful places.
Oh
Anywhere
yeah.
we're at can be beautiful, and also anywhere we're at can be horrible. Like for instance, I've been agoraphobic most of my life. That's what I was telling everybody in the chat in there. Like the last 6 years, pretty much, I have been a hermit. Maybe left the house, and that's mostly this last year 30 times.
Wow. Well, first off, first I'll say I'm basically a hermit, so you're in good company. But what
I knew that. You're in good company. I was good at that.
what brought it on for you? I mean, was there a triggering thing, or what do you think?
To be honest, I think it was a lot of everything. It was just life in general. There was so much that came at me at one time. The pandemic. My husband ended up getting cancer. My daughters were homeless, and I ended up losing one of them. She was murdered.
Wow.
There's just been a lot. Life has been, we've been tempered to be that weapon. And,
Yeah.
We were born for such a time as this, and the things that we have in our lives happening, we can either let them break us, which I almost did, or we can believe and we can hold tight and stand up and fight and do what we're supposed to be doing. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, some of you are applauding you awakened. That is the attitude. I hear it just in the way you're talking to. You're settled. You're good with it all. You understand. Your eyes are focused on Christ. You know that this whole world is just temporary, and we're out of here soon. So good for you for fighting and trusting in the Lord. Really, I hear it in you.
Yeah, it's not me. It's all 100%. It is God, and it is what I have been given. I still struggle personally with a lot. Of course, we've got the flesh, we've got us. But God don't make mistakes.
Right.
And that's something that I wish that more people would understand. We have this society that we hate each other. We hate ourselves.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
there's so many times people are like, I'm so stupid. Oh, and it's like, but we are who we are supposed to be.
Oh man, that's good. You know what I that's something even I have to work on. It's another thing is I do sometimes I get really discouraged and then I'll kind of curse this beast system, curse being here, curse my life, like my so-called life I'll say and stuff. It's like I'll even tell them like I hate this place. I don't want to be here. I hate my life and I really don't, but it's like when I get discouraged I'll start saying stuff like that. So, and I feel real convicted every time I do. So I'm working on it.
Yeah, we're human though, and that's a lot of it is just he put us here, and there is one giant picture, and whenever we do get to see everything, we're going to be in such awe. It's going to be so incredibly amazing how wonderful our God is that we don't even know right now. We have no way to know.
Yeah, I feel that too. It's really going to be beyond our imagination. It's probably one of the reasons why I'm just addicted to listening to dreams and visions, and I love hearing children's dreams about heaven.
Oh yeah, see, I've got mine. I've got my dreams.
Oh, do you? Do you want to share some?
Well, I kind of feel like I'm cheating because of the whole, if you've seen him and you haven't,
Oh,
is whenever I was very little, I had the conversations with him. I wanted to stay and didn't want to come back. And so that might have given me a little bit more reason for my purpose feeling. Um, but yeah, I've had several prophetic dreams, and like when the space shuttle blew up, I was 8 years old and I woke up. I had the dream. I told my mom about it, and I went to school like nothing. They were bringing in the TVs, and my mom was picking me up. She was so freaked out because it pretty much happened just like I told her. And those are blessings.
oh yeah. So you've been a believer then ever since you were a child.
My whole life, yeah, my whole entire life, I've just known he's there. He's beside me in everything, and even whenever I am horrible and I'm doing stupid things, he's still there. I'm the one that's changed. I'm the one that is putting a front and putting something separating. And that's the biggest thing that, for me is realizing that a sin is a sin regardless. The sin is taking us away from him.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I think that's spot on. That's the best way to do it. And but gosh darn, it's like what I've been dealing with kind of on that line is once you kind of have conquered one of these sins, through him. Oh yeah, it's like you realize the work's never done is really what I've found. The work's never done, because we're imperfect.
Exactly. And that's okay because in our weaknesses, he is made strong.
Oh yeah, yep, absolutely.
Christina, my daughter, she's the one she was healed, and that's still pretty new for me. We always used to tell her that, honey, your story, your testimony is going to save lives. And she used to say, I know, Mama. And I thought that she was going to be the one that was telling it.
Oh, I'm
But
sorry for your losses and your trials there.
I am too, but we're making it something that is going to be the example. It's going to show the light.
Yeah, there you go.
Me too.
And by the way, I want to stay awake. And again, I have to mention to some of y'all sometime, I'm going to mute some because on our particular call, you'll come in a little clearer when I mute. It's weird that happens. I don't know why. But I'm going to mute now and go ahead. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you telling me that, though, because it gets kind of unnerving with it. She was such a special person, and the things that she went through in her life, she didn't deserve. But she never gave up. She always, even the last night that I spoke with her, which was right before everything happened, she still believed, and she still knew that she had a purpose, she had a reason, she had a story, and she still believed. And so I know beyond the doubt that she's right there. She is
good.
She did the good fight, and it was a hard one. She was in a very horrible spot. She was being sex trafficked.
Oh wow.
And she was trying to leave, and
my goodness, wow.
It's been something, but out of that, I just try to show people that, even the people that are on the streets, even the people that you look at and you're like, well, and your automatic instinct is just to look down on them. She was the Puritan child in my life. Everything was good. And she was my princess. every single person that is out there is somebody's prince, somebody's princess, and we don't know what their story is. And so every single person that you meet, be kind. Act as we are supposed to. Be as we are instructed to. That's
Yeah.
We still have a little bit of time to do that. We still have a little bit of time to show and share. And this world
Yeah.
gets cleaner by the day.
Oh yeah, no, it's a beautiful message, and it's really freaky to see how that trafficking has really swallowed up so many people in this world, and specifically here in America, man. It is, I mean, obviously under Biden, under that, really under Obama, but they really broke it up in this last 4 years. So yeah, but we can rest in knowing, like you said, that she's already up there waiting on you, and that all these freaking demons doing this are going to have their day.
They are. And it's not for us. What it is for us is to just keep on fighting and believing and showing that our God is stronger than all of that. To not be in spiritual arrogance and start pushing people away from what we're supposed to be sharing.
I do.
We have a community right now, and we're building a village. And in that village, everybody's welcome, as long as they're not mean. If they're mean, they're gone, because there's no chance.
I love it.
Yeah. But in that, if you have a problem, you talk it out, you share, you show, and we take everybody as who they are, because we have messages that we need to share, and nobody's going to hear it if you're just being better than, or showing spiritual arrogance or something. We are in a club, granted, but that club is welcome and open to everybody if you just accept and are willing to learn and love.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I'm with you. It's like you said. Someone may have seen your daughter and be like, "Oh, there's a, she's no good." But I'm with you on that. Jesus wasn't like that. We know who he hung out with. Some of the worst people. So at least as far as the world was concerned, but he saw their heart. So I'm that way too. I don't. Yeah. I don't. I just try to feel. You feel people and let the Holy Spirit guide you. And we have these gifts and abilities, and many people are very empathic, and that's a gift from the Holy Spirit. But you can feel the energy on the people, no matter what they look like. This is why I say I don't like to talk about the deeds I do, because we're not looking for a pat on the back. But I do deeds, and it's for these people. So yeah, it's all kinds actually. But go ahead.
And if you're gonna have somebody look back on you when you're gone, what did she have that let her go through that and still have hope, still have love? And I want to be able to, the breadcrumbs, I want to be able to show that it wasn't me, that it was my God, it was my Jesus. That is why I was able to withstand and to be the weapon that we have been tempered to be. There's a reason that we have gone through the things that we're going through, and it hurts. It's miserable pain. But every single one of us, we are like a puzzle piece, and every single one of us have a spot in that giant picture. And we are all supposed to be here to go through it. And we just have to support each other and love each other and not give into the hate that we all feel so often.
Love it. Perfect message. Yes.
I'm so glad I got to actually get on here and speak with you.
Well, me too. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute that time. Me too. It's a pleasure. I appreciate that you've listened so long, and and you reached out, man. This is why I love this. The PO box, any way I can communicate with y'all in a different way. And I've even been praying for so long now about if I should do a meetup or something and try to figure out how to do that, and at least get some of y'all out here somewhere. And I don't know, man, but yeah, I love connecting with y'all too, so thank you. You're a beautiful spirit. You're a strong woman of the Lord, and it's been a pleasure. I love it.
I agree. Now, I do have a question.
Sure, of course, go ahead.
On the Subscribe Star?
Oh yes, Subscribe Star.
I tried to pull you up and I can't.
Weird. Well, there should be a link underneath the player here, down below, and that'd be the quickest way, but I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, thank you for everything that you have done, that you're going to continue to do, and I'm glad to stand beside you.
Oh, you're so welcome, and thank you. And like I said, you're just a beautiful spirit. Thanks for sharing your words with us tonight, and nice meeting you.
Same here.
All right. Well, take care and have a great weekend. Okay.
You too.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. Awakened, you're so sweet. Thank you. Oh, wait, get some more people coming in over here now, too. So great to see y'all. I'll put the link back up in just a little bit, as we got a pretty full house now. And JC Mick 84, I need to put up a new background for JC Mick. We try to keep it fresh around here. There we go, that's not too bad. Or maybe this one's that's too hazy. I don't think you'd like this one. You want that, JC Mick, as your background? Oh, all right, this is cool. All right. Hey.
Go back.
Good to see you. I got a bunch of those. Oh, I need to have you turn your volume down, please, JC Mick, in the background. Please.
Oh, let me put on my headset.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. The next 9/11 upon us. I think that's the one where you see a face. One of the faces are there. All right, that's gross. We'll stop that. So I'm still getting a little feedback.
That big skull that comes up, yeah.
Yeah. There. Oh, but you know what, man, JC Mick, I'm still getting some feedback. I can hear myself talking. Let me see if the audience can hear me. Can you guys hear me? Because if not, I'll just deal with it. So everyone in live, are y'all able to hear the echo of my voice? And I got to give them a moment. And we'll see. Okay, they say yes. Jennifer Lawson, yes. But can you hear the back? Can you hear the echo? Okay, you do. So JC Mick, can we try a different kind of an audio thing there? I don't know what we could do, but I'm hearing my echo.
I'm just using my phone here. You'll just have to skip me tonight. I'll talk to you next time. I don't know why it's echoing.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I don't know. It is echoing.
Yeah, this is the way we talked last time. I don't know what's up with that. My bad.
No, you're okay, man. These things happen sometimes in the live shows. Definitely, it's live and technical things happen. But
it was on speaker last time, Peacock. It was on speaker last time I talked to him. I don't know why it's echoing.
Weird. Yeah, I don't know why. They're saying to turn off your speaker. You have a speaker? Maybe.
Yeah, it was on last time. I don't know how to fix it. Just skip me and.
JC Mick.
Thanks for having me on, brother, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. I'm so sorry, man. We'll do it again next time. All right? These things happen. Thanks, man. Sorry, JC Mick. The echo would have been driving me nuts, though, but it's no offense to you because, like I said, man, these things happen on live shows. Weird technical things happen. I've had my share of live things happen, so no worries, but I would always love to talk to you, man. You're awesome, and we'll do it again next time, okay, for sure. So that being said, I'm going to go and bring in Carpe DM. No way, man. Are you, is this the Carpe DM? My old school YouTube friend? Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, you're coming in. How you doing?
You been all right?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Hey, are you the same Carpe DM that we've been friends on YouTube for years? The old channel?
I think I snapped one day and I started following Alex Jones, and then the very next night I found you.
No way. Cool. Well, yeah, I thought we'd known each other online for a while. I mean, do you put up content on your channel?
No, sir.
Okay, then this is a...
But it seems like a defeated fight. It's more of what you're doing and what we do is connecting with each other rather than putting out content. I used to try. But
yeah, no, that's okay. I understand. It ain't easy, is it?
No, sir. It's more of us just connecting and us gathering together, which is kind of reflective of, back in the day during the Bible times. Like, you couldn't just go out and show out. It gathered too much attention. So you would connect together and then spread the word from there with each other outside of social media or anything like that. It's kind of like old school going to a neighbor.
Yeah, certainly. Oh yeah, that's very important today. But I don't know, man. I guess my view is a little different, just because it's what I do. But I look at it like, this is more than, two gathering together, doing these live shows and bringing us all collectively together in a modern age like this. It's the closest we can get to it, really, unless we start doing meetups and things like that. I mean, there are people that can do that. I'm sure there are people that do. I've been praying about it myself, about maybe doing that. But yeah, man, I'm with you. There's nothing like being like together, and not in an organized religion sense either, or like a church building necessarily.
Yeah, well, there's a few things I could mention on that. Is one, you were pretty well established before the crackdown, so it was harder for people to get in after, and I think I got in a little after you. Well, I would say a few years after you, I guess. But instead of creating my own things, I started just listening to you, and you talk about your comments and everybody who's in there. Everybody's there. So there's no reason for me to say anything, because for one, you say a lot of the stuff, and then we say a lot of the stuff in the background in the comments. So we all know what's going on in the world. So I figured, yeah, it'd be fun through videos, but I just kind of do them in the background for myself and for my family and whatnot. But this is where I've been. This is where I've been, because there's no reason to try to fight all these social media and things like that when you're here, and then we can all just hang out in the background and talk to each other. And we share ideas in your comments, and we listen to what you have, and we listen to what you say, and it all bounces off each other. There's no reason to go to YouTube or any other platform that we can just be here,
Oh yeah, no, I totally get that, man, and I mean, I've said before, I definitely don't want there to be any misunderstanding that not everybody as a follower of Christ needs to have a social media, and that's the way we reach out. I mean, it's not that common, really, so a lot of the work's done in your home, in your office, with your neighbors, things like that. That's how, we're all trying to reach the world in different ways, and I don't ever look down on someone, oh, you don't have a YouTube channel, nothing like that. And it is a really hard thing, though. Like I said, you've seen what it's like. It's real difficult, man, doing it for years and years and years, and you just have to develop a thick skin. You've got to just really constantly running like a child to the Lord. I do that all the time. It's like, I don't know if I can keep doing it today, and so yeah, it's one of those things. But no, I feel where you're coming from, and I appreciate that. I've been so blessed with a really beautiful family in Christ here, in community, and great prayer warriors, really intelligent people, also critical thinkers. We don't all have to always, agree with each other on every topic. I like that. Like, people have their own thoughts on things sometimes, and it's okay, man. We still love each other in Christ, and yeah, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you've been checking it out, listening, and that you're a part of the community, man. Appreciate you. You there, buddy? Carpe? I may have lost him. There you are, a little bit. So you're kind of there. I hear a little bit. Go ahead and try again. Are you there? It's all right. Okay, there you are. All right, go ahead, man. I thought I lost you. So please continue.
I've mentioned multiple times. You say I'm rambling, or enough about me. We're here to hear you, man.
Thanks, man. I know I'm kind of half joking when I do stuff like that, but then the part that's a not joke when I start rambling is that when I'm doing that, that's what I do every day here in my life. Is like, I'm constantly just sitting here. I can't help myself. I'll just be plunging through rabbit holes and drawing connections to things, and even praying the Lord shows me things, and so it just becomes a whole. Huh?
And you're a storyteller.
Yeah, man, and I'm a storyteller, so I can just start going off. But I've been more and more, I try to just go with it, some, and then I'll stop and just try to return, because if I just keep doing it, you'll see how crazy it is in my head, because I'll just jump from topic to topic, but I'll find the weird connections to it. But like I said, man, it's really like, that's why I'm a hermit. I do my own thing, but the Lord made me this way. Although, if you met me, you wouldn't think I was an introvert or anything. It's the personality type. I've got an INFP, but I definitely enjoy, especially nowadays, the Lord has set a lot of us apart over the last few years from the world, and we're becoming more insulated, more isolated, and that's not a bad thing. I think it's literally like us being pulled from the world in a way, so that's why many of us are experiencing the same thing. I'm not the only one. Many of you out there are the same way, or maybe you're sticking more just with your family more than ever, and you're not going out to the bars anymore, or doing this, or rushing to the parties. It's like it's time to kind of pull it in.
Yes, sir. I used to be this very underdog, popular kid in school back in the day, and then things worked out for me here and there as I got older. I'm only 34, but at the same time, 34 used to seem like 80 when I was a kid. But
yeah,
I've been very humbled, not like circumstances so much, but more or less just reaching out, I guess, learning more about the world and how evil it could be or become, and the consequences. And what's weird to me is the more I get closer, and I would say the Lord, but then I usually say Jesus, and I usually think I'm praying and talking to Jesus. And I would like to ask you a question on that in a minute. And I know you're not a pastor or anything, all the things you say. But, I mean, Guy, I've been listening to you 10 plus years, 15 years, something.
Oh, man. Thanks for that, man. And just quickly, I'll say this, that I always pray to our Heavenly Father. That's the way I've always done it, or, the Most High, the Almighty, however you want to address Him. But I always say, thank you, Heavenly Father. I go that way personally. I don't go straight like to Jesus.
Sir, I say Lord, but
there you go.
Jesus.
And you know what? I don't even have a thing about that, honestly. I think the Lord He gets it. The way I see it, I think He understands, and He knows your heart. He knows your mind and intention. And I don't think He's up there shaking His head like, can't hear you. You're saying Jesus,
Yes,
So,
sir.
you know what I mean? I just try to look at it like we are His children, and His eyes were children, and we're little children. And I know as when you're Holy Spirit filled, you can feel that innocence in you. I have a child in me still in this world. That's why I don't feel a part of it. It's so gross and sexual and wicked and nasty, and it's like, I don't want any of this, man. It makes me feel like a little baby.
I do fight a lot of that. And then I do feel guilty, as people do. But so let me skip, and instead of stories, let me tell you a few things. One, so I kind of humble myself because I'm not doing the greatest thing in the world. And he said, you don't have to, you just need to believe in me, et cetera, So it's not by our skills, definitely not by our skills, but it's not even by our works, right? But I feel guilty that he did so much. I'm like, let me do it too, And then that's how I grew up. Like, no, you shouldn't have done that. Let me do it. I'll just die for my sins. I feel guilty,
Man, I kind of feel that too. Sometimes you don't feel like you're worthy of His blessings, right?
Yes, sir. And
I got you.
But then I'm thinking, even if you love me so much, look what I'm doing every day. Let me just fail. I don't want to be away from you, but I didn't want you to go through that. Why'd you do that? What? You didn't have to do it for me. I feel like, but you see that in the Bible. They come to him and say, I'm not worthy. And he says, you're more worthy than you know, et cetera, et cetera. Have you been watching, have you watched or have you been watching The Chosen? Because I just got into it.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to, but season 3 within 4 days.
See, right? Yeah, I think season 5's out now, right? So I need to do that one. But I've watched all of it, and I've seen so many people talking against it, and don't watch it and all that. But for me, man, it puts me in tears. I mean, almost every episode, I'm crying like a baby. So it moves me, and that's all I can say. I don't care about all the other whatever political this or that. I think it's just beautiful, man. That's me.
Funny. At this time of night, I don't get onto YouTube. I get onto, just something quick and, TikTok or anything. Attention span for 2024, all the children and now us. We don't have the attention span. I get on to YouTube and I said, KJ's on? And I said, wow, this is a good time to try to talk to him because
I'm glad you did, man.
This morning, I said, damn, I'm KJ. Because... And that's what I thought about today. When I've been binge watching this day after day, and it's right when he gets to his own church where he grew up with his old preacher, pastor. I don't know what you want to call him on that, and then he's with Leviticus and all them, and Leviticus is protecting him when he says, I made clear who I am, and they said, well, it's your death. And all that. And I know what's coming, but all day today, I work in a retail business, and I'm walking around just pouting, looking down real quick. And then there's times where I'm laughing my ass. Oh, I'm sorry. Laughing really loud because I wish I could quote it for you right now, but I'm just in my head, you know how people are talking to you right now.
Oh, yeah.
God, I wish I could do it. Oh, he said something around the about, and just so I'm not misquoting, I know I'm misquoting because I don't want to get in trouble with quoting anything. But he said, if you say who you say you are, you're breaking Moses' law. And he said, I am Moses' law. And I was like, yeah, boy. I screamed like a donkey after just like being heartbroken half the day, crying in front of people, hiding it.
Aw.
And I was like, I'm KJ. So you break out into the... I've heard it plenty of times, and sometimes I do it.
Oh, I mean, crying?
Just like, man, you could be in the middle of cooking.
Oh, all the time, man. Yeah.
You have something in the background, say something, and then you're like, oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's always related to him. That's what it is. Yeah, the crying isn't over, Martha got killed on, the TV show I'm watching or whatever. No, it's like always connected to him. It's over the years I've learned it's his presence. That's you're feeling his presence on you, and it's just like sometimes it's too much to take. So yeah, I try not to, but I can't. During the live shows, I have broken into crying, sometimes, and I just can't help it. But even that, even when I'm getting a show together, I'm kind of careful about what I'm putting out there because some stories will do that. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, look how funny it is, man. You bring a lot of us together by showing some of the wicked, some of the evil, some of the wild, some of the crazy. But we're all here, right? And so, one, I want to ask you, because I've believed in God my whole life. One time when I was like 7, my mom, I said, I pity the fool. And she said, fool is a bad word, and it's against the Bible. I didn't know what she meant, and I didn't know what she meant about the Bible. I've heard her talk about God. She's not religious. I've been in plenty of arguments where she's gone against me for speaking about God. And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you always talk about God. And I'm a bad person. I'm an asshole, to be honest. I'm if I was going to pick, I'm Simon in the Bible.
Well, that's okay. At least you know. You know what I mean?
People. Yes, sir. But so she gets agitated with me because I am kind of a hypocrite. I don't go around cussing people out. I'm very silent. Like I said, I humbled myself a few years ago. People think I'm crazy because I'm quiet and I just do my job and then I go home and then I just hang out with my daughter all day. And we have tons of fun because I'm thinking, what if this the last couple of years, or what if something bad happens? What if evil keeps ramping up? I need to teach her things. I need to play with her. I need her to have a childhood. One day I said, baby, God's going to come. And I hope at least till I'm 30. I said, why? She said, well, I want to be an adult. And it confused me. So, it's just been day and night. Hurry up to work, get home, be with your daughter. Teach her. One day you might not be there and she needs to know your heart, your feelings, etc., etc. So I think I rambled off from my point, but it doesn't.
That's okay. I'm listening.
You'll bring it back, but so
Well, you're talking about like how you're doing your life, but to me that sounds just like what a lot of us are doing. Again, it's like you're not in the world, you're working, you're coming home to what's most important, your family, and you're loving them and you're helping them, and that's perfect, man. Like that's a blessing, and yeah, I think it's a good thing. But what is it? What are you getting edgy? You feel like you need to be doing something else?
no, sir. Well, yes, I do. I feel like kind of like some of your circumstances to where I'm like, I want to walk up to somebody and say, here, and give them something or do something for them or talk to them, but I can't. And it kind of feels like, again, going back to the show, and I'm only referring to the show because I've been watching it the last couple days.
Yeah.
I'd like to not refer to the Bible. I tell my daughter this whole time when we're going to bed, I talk about, different stories from the Bible or something. I'm rambling and I'm like, don't hear me word for word because I don't want to steer you in the wrong way. Stuff like that. But so little James,
Yeah.
the guy that Jesus didn't heal, he said it'd be better if I didn't heal you because you'd have a greater story to tell everybody. I feel like that in some sorts of ways because it's like we're all in a lot of trouble. We're all hurting. But we want to go talk to somebody. You see your grandma every day when you go out. You see your mom every day when you go out. You see your dad. You see all of them. It's just you just don't recognize it as much, or you don't feel it as much. Like, I'm a white guy. You see an older black man riding by on a cart, and he's like a country old man, and you're like, I know how he sounds. I know how he talks. I know what he thinks about. Because he's just country bunking. He's rambling off about something. And you know how he sounds and how he talks and how he feels. And then you see an older white lady, and she's bent over the cart, and she's wearing, like a white shirt with little apple prints, and she has short hair, and she has the little red capris. We all go through the same path. Like, you never imagine you're going to wear New Balances. And then one day, you're an old man with socks pulled up to your knees. You got New Balances on.
Yeah.
All women cut their hair short at some point. We all think we're individuals and we have our own thing, but we all do the same path. And it's not always like social, I don't think. I think we just, I don't know. But you always see your grandma.
I just see it all as, everything in my life for the last few years has just been kind of saying goodbye to this world in a lot of ways. And I think that's kind of what we're all experiencing, in a way. It's just we're saying goodbye to it. It all feels normal to you, and it's just kind of average, and you feel like maybe there should be more or whatever, I don't know. And you pray about it. Maybe the Lord wants you to go give her a kiss on the cheek before you leave or something, whatever it is. But honestly, man, we're so close to this popping off and us leaving that, it's all going to be settled. And we're all going through different things now, but I do think there's a whole process spiritually, internally, in all of us with Christ, where we're separating from this world and kind of saying goodbye to it in different ways, But I hope that makes some sense to you.
Yes, sir. I'm just saying you have to see people's souls. As much as I get agitated being at work and people saying, "Hey, where's the bread?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, it says clearly on the sign 9, and we're on the bread aisle, and you can see it past me. As much as I can be agitated at that, sometimes I'm like, what if that's her? What if that's her? What if that's Jesus? What if, and we don't see that. We see random people, and we have impatience, and we get so agitated and angry. And let me sum up everything really quick so I can let you go, because I know you try to be patient.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. So I only have a question. Oh, I have 2 questions. Out of all the apostles, who do you would be the most?
Out of all of the apostles, and then you cut out, and so what was the rest of it?
Who would you think you would be the most if you were?
Oh gosh, let me think. Probably, maybe. See, I want to say John. I don't know, but no, I would say
You were pretty.
the Revelator. I would just say maybe the Revelator. The one who saw, just because I can kind of relate to that. In a way, not near on the level he was, but he really saw this dark future coming, and that's what my focus has been also. So it'll be cool to meet him and talk to him about it. But that's what I would probably have to say. And I don't even, I'm telling you, I don't even want to put myself on the level of those guys. But if I had to choose, that was it.
No, sir. No, I'm thinking. Yes, sir. I understand, but not on the level. Just like, he had to pick things like that to where we have to relate. I think. Well, one, I picked Simon the whole time because that he said, "I'd rather walk with you with Little James slowly rather than dealing with Simon's anger or stuff like that." And that's how I've always been, was angry. And I was breaking down today, listening to Jesus talk to Little James, and but I think he kind of picked all emotions. Like that kids movie that came out with the different emotions, anger and jealousy and all that.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of imprinting in that movie. But go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. It kind of came to me today when I was waiting to talk to you that I was wanting to ask you, who do you feel most like? What if the 12 apostles were all the feelings or all the sins or all the things we could overcome? And so if you look at them all, it is all a feeling or a disability or a greatness or...
Yeah, man, that's a good point. I like that. Yeah, so maybe that they all represent things that are being different, children of the Lord throughout the years, and it's something we can relate to that we all have to work on. I like that. That's deep. Thanks, man.
Yes, sir. I didn't take up too much of your time.
Yeah. No, we're okay. We're okay. Go ahead. Yeah, we have cut some time though, but go ahead, man. I don't want to cut you off. What were you gonna say?
No, sir. I just wanted to say I appreciate you and that you seem to have a feeling of, too many people come to you and say that you're not for God because you kind of show different stuff. But that's what got us all here.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's been throughout the years, always, constantly. But what's happened is over the years, I've realized the spirit I'm dealing with when I see that. So it doesn't get under my skin. But it is unfortunate because if they really want to know the Lord and really have that in their heart, but they're going after their brothers and sisters who are different than they are, it's not good, man. But yeah, I appreciate that, though. I always have to remind myself of that because the comments do come. But they did that to Jesus also when he was doing his miracles. They were saying he was using demons, for his power. So that's just, again, we can relate, we can relate to our Father in that way. But Carpe, it's been a pleasure, man. I thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. It's been nice meeting you too. Anything else you want to say here?
Yes, sir. Real quick. There should be a time, if you don't mind, that you should look at kind of we'll say the miracles of things instead. Just one time. I'm saying stick to what you're doing because we all love it. I'm saying like.
I know what you're saying.
At least. On a Friday, just like, damn, look at what.
Oh, I see.
What did go wrong?
I see. No, you know what, man? That's a good point. Actually, I could do that on a Catching Up with KJ show. That'd be perfect. So I'll spend some time.
Yes, sir.
And I'll just share a bunch of that, during one of the shows. Go ahead.
I love it now. I'm just saying, like, a flip or reverse to show them that,
Sure.
You know what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I got you, man. That's good. It's a good suggestion, man. I'm taking it to heart, and I'll let you know. I may pull that in a Catching Up with KJ and share some of those type of things. And I can do it. It's just that I also, I just have such a hatred for this world, so the beast system, and that's why I have such an obsession with it. But I'm also open to ideas and being creative, so I would love to do that. But thanks again, man, Carpe Diem. I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Been nice talking to you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody here tonight. I know we're all going to ramble. We're all going to throw a fit or not understand how to speak because we're talking KJ.
You're fine.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, man. No, thank you again, Carpe. It's been a pleasure, man. Take care, and thanks for listening and hanging out and being a part of the family here.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the weather.
All right. See you later. All right, y'all. Thanks again for your patience. Nice talking to you, Carpe. I'm going to throw a new background up for our next guest. And we'll do that. This is more cool. And I'll invite Olive onto the show. Hello, Olive. I guess you just have to unmute on your side. And I'll wait. So it's live shows, man. And a lot of people don't use, these things. They're not used to it. And it happens. Weird things happen. So you just got to roll with it, man. Sometimes the audio's weird on one and weird in a different way on the other. I hope my audio's okay. Am I coming in? Is there a buzzing whenever I'm talking? Just want to check real quick in live chat. Is it coming in clear? Is it too loud? Somebody earlier said it was too loud. Just double checking in live chat to make sure it's cool. Olive, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks.
You're welcome. How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. Sorry, I got my almost 2-year-old sleeping in the
Oh, that's
room,
okay.
so I'm trying to be quiet.
No problem.
I'm a huge fan, and my sister has been listening to you for so long. And
thank
she
her.
got me listening. She just called me. She said, "You're on." I've been trying to get some dishes done and stuff, but yeah, anyways, I'm great. It's great. I'm so excited to be talking to you. Like, this is just so surreal.
Thanks. You too. It's nice talking to you. Please thank your sister for me also. That's really cool.
Oh, I will. Hopefully you'll get to talk to her later.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Her name's Dawn.
Okay, cool. I'll be looking for. Oh, she is here. Cool. I'll get to talk to her.
Yeah.
Nice. So how's it going? What do you got on your mind? What's happening in your life now? How you hanging in with this crazy 2024?
Oh man, I am just loving life. I'm so blessed. I am able to be at home every day with my baby and not really worry about too much of what's going on in the political sphere. I am very excited for what's to come, I'll tell you that, but I'm just trying to stay focused on Jesus and
there you go.
Just trying to live for him and shine his light wherever I go.
Oh yeah, that's it. And your baby, that's going to be such a trip. I've heard some dreams from children where they see heaven, and a lot of times different children say that they see even babies up there. Still as babies though, which is weird. So I don't know how that's going to work, but But no matter what, we know we have much better coming for us. I've mentioned in the past some of the toughest conversations I have in real life with people. It's people who have families, because when I start getting into my stuff, I can just immediately see them wilt. And this has happened with people in my family and just people I've known. And so over the years, I've learned to just kind of shut my mouth about it. So it's nice to hear a believer that has a child, and you're not scared and terrified, or you're not holding on to this world like Trump's going to save us in 4 more years, right? Good.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, no one will save us but Jesus. I don't think we can put our hopes in any real, human like that. And I honestly think, if we want to get into that, I mean, I believe the whole world is a stage, right? So like whatever is gonna happen is gonna happen. And my mama, gosh, she'll kill me because she's like, you should have voted, and you're so,
Oh
you
gosh.
better be happy that we won,
Yeah. Yeah.
saying like, if you voted, like, I'm so grateful for everyone and what they believe, but right, but I don't know.
No, I'm totally with you on that, because my dad is like an ongoing joke with him. So did you go vote? And he knows I'm going to say no, but it's not even a funny joke, because he kind of thinks it's not cool that I don't vote. But then when we do that, then I'm forced to have to start getting into my stuff. Okay, Dad, this world is dead. Here's the deal. And you see, I can't do that. Sometimes I kind of slip, and I will, and then it'll stop it. But it's like I'm always having to hold this back from shaking them and saying, guys, it's the end of the world. You realize? Like, do you not see what's happening? But so, you're right, but we love them. We can't, go ahead. You know what I
I
mean?
know. I'm just so grateful for my sister, because it's me and her like at our family functions, and at least we like can have each other, and we'll look at each
Yeah.
other, and we'll want to say something, but we're like, oh, we probably shouldn't.
Yeah, that's good. Y'all can constantly eye roll at each other during these get-togethers. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, not, yeah, it's but on my mom's side, we get into it, and kind of she'll listen to all my quote unquote conspiracies, and she'll be like, well, it could be,
Well, that's good.
anything's possible. These
hmm
days you don't know. And so that's
She's trying.
nice.
Yeah,
But
she's trying. That's good.
like she knows, I think she knows we didn't go to the moon.
Oh, that's good. That's a start. Yeah, that's funny.
Oh,
They just came up with that movie. Did you see that movie that came out with Channing Tatum about them faking the moon landing?
no, I
I don't think anybody did, but it came out maybe 3 months ago or so. There was a movie with that guy, Channing Tatum, and gosh, I don't know. It was a famous actress. They're big people. It's a big Hollywood movie, but it's about how they faked the moon landing. So, or was
yeah.
it, or was it them actually going to the moon? I can't remember now off the top of my head. But the point is, just more of that crap they put out there, and that's one way to get in with people. But I've seen that before throughout the years. I'd meet people, and they would ask what I do, and a friend would tell them he does conspiracy theories or something like that, and that's happened a few times in the past. And then that person will be like, "Oh yeah, I know conspiracies. You believe in Bigfoot." You know what I mean? It's one of these people, and it happens all the time. And it's like, they're talking about Bigfoot, or Area 51. It's like, dude, that stuff is so basic. I don't tell them that, but it's like, that's about as basic as it gets. You want to know some real stuff? Let's get into it, But
Right.
then usually with those people, when you do start really getting into stuff, man, you freak them out. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really realizing that lately. I've kind of gotten into like the dating world, like finally downloaded a dating app, and
Oh boy, be
um
careful.
I know, yeah. So like they downloaded a couple Christian ones, so hopefully to like weed out some of
Yeah.
but yeah, so it is crazy getting out there, and I kind of have to, measure what can I say, what shouldn't I say, and like how like weird am I gonna let this person know that I am, or will they think this is weird, because like these days people are waking up, so
Yeah.
but I really can't. There's a certain level I can get up to and know, okay, this is okay, but I don't want to be talking about flat Earth the first 3 days,
Yeah, and you know what is crazy? It's crazy. And that's where I guess it's part my generation, but also just who I am. But I've never ever had a dating app. I've never used one. I don't know how to use them. I mean, I get the basic idea of swiping and all that, but yeah, I've never done it. And at the same time, I don't judge people for doing it. I mean, people, everyone's got their own life. You do what you do, and whatever. So I never look down on. I've known people who've met through those things, and they're stayed couples for years. So I know it's possible.
The only reason why I've downloaded them now, because I've been so against it, and but I just kind of got to a point where I think I might be ready. So I'm like, I'll see what it's like, and I've downloaded it and I haven't even looked at it in probably 3 weeks or so. It's just it's very overwhelming.
Oh, I'm sure. But you know what the very best thing, and I was on a live show a while back, and I was talking, because I never got married, I don't have children, but if I had it all to do over again as a teenager, if I had this mind now, I would have just prayed to the Lord and said, I'll be patient and just please find me my bride for this life, please find me my mate, and I don't want anything else. So maybe you can even do something like that. Just say, Father, just please don't, I don't want to, I know there's a lot of creeps, weirdos, freaks, terrors out there. Like, please help me find, just somebody, a companion for now, I mean, whatever, however you want to word it. But give it to him. Let him get involved, of course. I'm sure you already did.
Well, I definitely do. I pray for him to send me a good man every night. But I definitely would rather it happen organically, I don't, and I have put it in his hands, I'm not going to go searching for it. And I found that has depleted my energy every time I've tried to do that.
Oh, I'm sure.
It, happening organically, which, these days my life is like, the grocery store, the park, and then home. And just being mom full time, which is so awesome, and like I'm just so grateful for my life. And that's what I think he's like, just focus on raising your baby right now.
There you go.
The right time for you to meet that man, I will send him to you. And I think
there
that's
you
what
go.
He's really tried to tell me lately. So.
Oh, you nailed it.
Yeah.
No, you nailed it. Yeah, no, I was feeling that the whole time. You're saying I do this, I for the baby. I was like, man, that's perfect. Like, you got a good life right now. So. But yeah, you're right. Put it in his hands and then let him decide. It's like throughout the years, I'd done that from time to time, wondering, why is it I just don't care? Why is it da-da-da? And then I'd pray and, Lord, please help me find someone if you want me to be married. No, never happened, but now looking back on my life, there's certainly no bitterness. I'm happy this way personally, but I'm just a different sort. But I'm really happy being this way, especially just knowing we're in the end times. Like if we had another 30 years left, then, I would pray right now. I'd be like, Lord, help me find a bride for this life, a partner, something like that, most likely, but yeah, anyway,
so
go ahead.
You've totally given up on that? No?
Oh yeah, I really have. It's like, I know, it's like, but I am so just done with all this system here. I know we're leaving soon. I just don't feel that personally that there's time to develop anything. It's even like, if I thought there was time, I'd be creating music. I have a bunch of instruments over here, so I do play stuff, but I'd be,
wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to make music, and I may even, when I do, I'll put stuff out, but, I would be, oh yeah, thanks man, I love it, but I'm not, there.
I forgot about that, to be honest. That is, so what instruments do you play? I'm sorry to go off on a tangent.
No, I'm not great at them, but I have a keyboard and I got a guitar and
Nice.
and a recording mixer too, so I've got a whole setup in there, and I've been playing around, but like I said, man, there's even a part of me is like I say, if we had more time, I would put a lot more time into it. I'd also be working on trying to find a way to fund a movie. I'm a writer and I went to film school, so I'd try to figure out a way to film a movie, and I've got an idea, and I don't know, man. And then I'd be thinking of, let's meet a girl and let's do, but no, man, I just, it's not a part of me, honestly. Like I'm so out of this world now, and I know we're leaving soon and it's imminent, and I just don't have anything in me where I want to build anything else here. I'm more saying goodbye. Now that's just me. I'm being completely honest with you. And
Okay,
and yeah, that's it.
I if we got together, we could work on some music and like hang out. And I feel like you got some music in you. I feel like you got it.
Oh,
Even if
thanks.
we only have a short time left, like, write a song about that.
Hey, we'll,
How
we'll
to,
pray. We'll pray about it, man. We'll pray about it. Who knows? Seriously, crazier things could happen. But
so let
no,
me ask you,
yeah.
what is your you're like so definitive, like this is the end, we don't have much time left. What makes you, like, obviously, right, we're in the end times, but you're saying like you think is like soon.
Yeah, I've been watching for years, and also there's I have supernatural things happen in my life. I've mentioned on some of the shows in the past too, that just keep showing me it's time. For the last 4 or 5 months, since 2012, I was seeing 111. I still see it all the time. It's him, it's the Lord. And now the last 4 or 5 months, it's been 9/11, and he knows I've been tracking the next 9/11, and that's when things pop off, right? See, so there's
Can
a
I
lot of.
tell you?
Yeah, please.
I'm into numbers too. Like, I've always 222's always been my number, and then it's developed in the past like 5 years to 2244, like 2442. But the past like 2 years, the 9 has come into it and been 92, and like 2 9s. But every time I see like 22, 2442 all the time, and I'm like, I know that's God. I know that's God. But then
Yeah.
9-2 has come into it too. When you say 9/11, and my mind goes to completely 1 + 1 is 2. That's another 9-2. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that is interesting. He does communicate with us, and I'd always just pray about it and ask what he wants to, what the meaning is, what he's trying to show you, and things like that. But I will say though too, like going back, I mean, like I said, man, I'm open to friendships and things like that. I don't know, but see, man, he's got me very secluded, man. I'm so isolated in a way, and and I like it. It's like I've got this work to do, man. That's it. Like what I do, these shows and videos is just my whole life. It's like, but like I said, just being honest with you, about where I'm at with all this, and I'm even more focused on just what comes next, like heaven and meeting all of y'all and just all the adventures and cool stuff, and coming back with the Lord in the second coming, things like, I think of all this kind of stuff, man. But that's really where my headspace is, But yeah.
Have you read the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, not all of it, but throughout the years I've thumbed through a bunch of it, I'd say, but I haven't read it cover to cover. No.
I've recently been like listening to it, and when it talks about like the layers of heaven, it talks about the layers of heaven, basically like 7 different layers, and I had never heard that, and that has been something that I recently been thinking of. And then I saw something today that was talking about rainbows and how it has 7 colors. So like maybe each layer of heaven has a different color.
Hey, that could be. You know what? I mean, like I said, if you're ever interested in things like that, and it's just me personally, I'm not, some people aren't into dreams and visions, but I always really seek out the dreams from children of heaven, not necessarily the rapture. A lot of them have those too, but really their heaven experiences. And my goodness, it's like, it's beyond our imagination, and they get to see so much, and every one of them's different, and it just feels like it. Yeah, I mean, the possibilities are just never ending. We're dealing with the creator of everything, man. It's like, it's going to be awesome, beyond awesome. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't know about that, but I like that. It's interesting. And Book of Enoch's always something in my spare time throughout the years. I'll go back and look through things and, whatever here and there. And I've even included some of the stuff in the videos throughout the years. But yeah, and Enoch was raptured too. That's pretty cool. Enoch went up to heaven with him. It's so cool, man. But yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think they removed it from the Bible? Or do you think was it ever in the Bible?
I think, honestly, my whole feeling about all that, and because people have throughout the years, especially people who don't want to believe, are like, well, the Bible was written by men and it's changed throughout the years. But my whole thing is that the Bible that we have is the exact one that our Creator wants us to have, with books in and books out. Like, this is what He wants us to focus on. Number one, and no matter who wrote it and where it was written, it came out perfect. So, that's my kind of look on that. It's Book of Enoch and all the other stuff. What is it, Book of Mary, and there's a bunch of them you can go
Yeah.
through.
There's
But
a
they're,
book of Adam and Eve.
yeah, and it's cool to explore stuff. But my thing is always make sure the Bible's your anchor, because some of these things can, be a little deceptive. Some can sweep us away into other things that could be bad. But just always keep in mind that the Word is the anchor, and always return to that. Is kind of my thing.
Right. Right. I do wonder if like anything outside of the Bible, if that is that searching for knowledge, because they ate, like Adam and Eve ate of the tree of knowledge,
Yeah,
or
well, that could be
right.
part of it.
Yeah, I do. And then I think, well, what are we even supposed to know? Because, they talk about the fallen angels coming down and sharing all this, knowledge that man never had. But I guess that was all part of God's plan.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what Luciferians believe. That's why they love Lucifer, because they believe Lucifer's the one that really brought the light. He brought knowledge, knowledge to people, and that he's the hero. I mean, they've got it flipped backwards. You know what I mean? And the devil has them all deceived.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, where am I thinking about this? Sorry, go ahead. I'm kind of going off on a
Oh, no, I'm
thought
sorry.
here.
I keep going off on tangents.
No, it's okay. I'm used to it. It's my reality.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's. I mean, the Bible's perfect, and of course we know there's a lot more layers to it. My friend Jonathan Kleck, have to bring up him. He's definitely unlocked a lot of really amazing things there. So, for those who don't know, you should check him out. It's been a friend of mine for many years, and I sought him out myself many years ago because of the things he was putting out there. And yeah, if you want to see the Bible unlocked in a whole different way, check Jonathan Kleck out. And
Jonathan
Kleck.
Okay.
And a lot of his discoveries are reasons I have kind of the mindset I do now, to be honest. But on everything. So yeah, please do. But anything else you got? Oh yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, please do, and just pray about it. Keep an open mind. Pray about it, because he's unlike anything we've ever seen. I'll just tell you that. Anything else you got for us, Olive?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to take up too much time. I know there's too many people that want to talk. But I'm just so grateful for you having this show, this platform for everyone, and letting me come on and share my little bit.
You're so welcome. And it's been a pleasure meeting you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, been a pleasure meeting you too.
Good chatting with you. Blessings for your little beautiful baby and your
Yeah,
life.
thank you.
You're so welcome. And again, it's been nice. And have a great weekend. Okay. Hopefully we'll see you at KJ's What Happened tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. You have a great weekend too.
Thanks. Take care, Olive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bye bye. All right. Wonderful call. Love to talk to you. So nice to talk to, like I said, a parent in these days that's open to what's happening, open to these days, gets what's going on, and isn't completely freaking out or anything. I am going to change the background up for Miss Carrie Canary, who's coming up next. I'll do this. It's not even much of a change. That's kind of cool. All right, we'll do that. Hi, Olive. Welcome to the show. I'll give you a moment. She has to unmute her mic. Let me see. Hold on one second.
Oh, do you have me again?
Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Olive. My bad.
That's okay.
All right, I'll let you go, and I'll see you next time. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, bye bye. It's my mistake. Sorry, Carrie Canary. There you are.
Am I here really?
Yeah, you are here. Really nice to talk to you.
Well, hi, KJ.
Hey, it's good to talk to you. You've been a friend for a long time on here online.
I have, and I love everybody in this community.
Oh,
I
thank
want
you.
all to know that I pray for each of you individually by name. My family knows all about you. They'll call on Saturdays and say, "Oh, you're watching KJ, huh?"
Thank you.
So they know that I definitely am loyal to your show and your ministry.
Oh, thanks.
I need to talk about something, and I'm going to try not to cry.
Okay.
And I think you can relate a little bit. So I'm super, like, fiercely independent. I live by myself, handle my own world, and Glass has always been half full, positive human being. A sidebar, Tamara, you rock. She's so compassionate. She doesn't miss a beat. She always talks to all of us. She's just awesome.
Oh yeah, I've
Anyway,
been blessed by her, and I'm going to tell you too, as I've told some others, I may mute sometimes where you're talking just so you come in a little clearer. Okay, so go
okay,
ahead.
cool. Okay, so I've always been the glass is half full. I'm very empathetic to others. That's one of my purposes on this earth is to not judge others and to meet them where they are. And I love my fellow man, and we're all going through such hard times here on planet Earth. And I'm ready to go anytime, any day. I'm ready. So, about 3 weeks ago, I'd gotten sick like on a Friday night, super sick. Saturday morning, I wake up still really sick. And Sunday, my daughter calls and said, I think you need to go to the hospital. So, we go to the hospital, and they said, you've had a heart attack. And you didn't just have a little heart attack, you've had a bad heart attack.
Ooh.
So, they tell me that I'm not leaving the hospital without a pacemaker. And so, the conspiratorial part of me doesn't want a wire in my heart and the plethora of drugs that they've now put me on. And I am struggling with physical pain, emotional pain. I'm angry, and that's not who my spirit man is. So it's like, you've got the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other,
I
and the
do,
angel's
yeah.
going, be grateful you're not paralyzed. You can walk, talk, see, smell, think, and hear so many great things. And the devil's going, yeah, but weren't you ready to go ahead and die? You want to leave this place, don't you? So, it's just this back and forth thing, and then needing the assistance of other people. I told my daughter, I'm so sorry to be a burden. And she says, Mom, if you say that one more time, I'm going to lose my cool. You've done so much for all of us. You're such a legacy to us, just who you are and what you stand for. So that's the great takeaway, is that my family sees me, but I'm at a troubling spot right now.
Yeah, I understand, and I've had a couple heart attacks. I've mentioned that. You probably are aware of that.
I
And
am. Did you have to get a pacemaker or no?
no, they put a bunch of stents in. I think I got 4 stents in now, so it's all been
Oh,
stents.
gosh.
Oh
You got a
yeah,
lot of them.
oh yeah, it was bad. Yeah, it was bad. But and shortly after the first one, I started crying really easy about things. And so for a while I was thinking it was the heart attack, something caused something. But then as time went on, I realized every time I was crying, I was talking to the Lord or thinking about Him or whatever, and I was like, oh, that's what that is. But it did seem to trigger, at least for me, like after that. I don't know if you're having
Yeah, it's been
anything like that.
crazy. It's like I go to work and it's like nobody would know. They wouldn't be the wiser because I'm upbeat and I'm positive no matter what. But I come home and I just, pull the covers over my head and I cry for a while. And I say, Lord, less of me, more of you,
There you go.
lean
Yeah.
not on my own understanding. Proverbs 3:5, if anything stands out in the Bible for me, it's that scripture, because I don't understand why they poison foods. I don't understand half the crap that we're going through in this fallen world here. You know, I'm
Yeah.
ready to leave. I mean, but I look forward to meeting you guys. If we don't have a meet up on earth, it'll be glorious in heaven, because
Oh
there's
well,
a
yeah.
wonderful community here, and I'm grateful that you're in the middle of it all.
Oh yeah, man. We got family forever here. It's amazing, and it'll just be better. I'll be feeling a lot better about meeting up with everybody because our minds will be different. That's most important. Be out of these flesh suits, and yeah, we have a lot to look forward to. And yeah, don't let it get you down. And it's okay to cry, and it's okay to be moved. And I know a lot of us are feeling that way. I like to think a lot of us are. I don't know if I'm one of the standouts, but I do cry like pretty much every day. Or I'll feel it come on and I'll just stop it, because sometimes I'm out in public and it'll be something. So, but he's at work, man. He's at work right now, heavy, and his children. And as long as we pay attention, again, we turn more to him, we get more of him. We get closer to him, he gets closer to us. And I love it, but it's also really overwhelming a lot of the time too. It's something you just gotta personally, you just gotta keep keep careful of, I guess, because you don't want to be breaking out crying all the time either, because you're going to look like a nutcase, to people. But go ahead. Are you there? Carrie, I think I lost you. Maybe. You're not coming in. Carrie.
Still there?
Yeah, there you go. I got you.
Hey. Well, I was thinking maybe that was our sign-off time. I really mostly just wanted to thank you, and I wanted to share because I feel you guys are a community as well as a family. I look forward to every Saturday and Monday. I'm sneaky rebel at work, listening to you. I couldn't really
Thank
comment much. I'll look every now and again, say hello to Tamara and a couple others. But
Yeah.
I pray for everybody. Every name that I pass, I stop and I pray for each of you because we're all going through something.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Those prayers are, that's what we need these days, and really appreciate it, of course, and appreciate you being a friend and family member here for so long, and for sneaking around and listening to my show. Thank
That's
you,
right,
Carrie.
little sneaky girl, sneaky girl.
You're awesome, man. I appreciate you. And anything else you want to leave us with?
No, but thanks for listening, and God bless you. God bless everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Lord
Hey,
willing.
you're so welcome. Take care, okay? Thanks.
Okay, you too. All
Okay,
right,
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, y'all. Here's the lineup. Dawn, Kora Love, Brad, Angie, Lynn, Tree, Third World Assassin, and Justin. Justin, you lost your place, so I'm going to bring you in because you were in here earlier, okay? So I'm going to bring Justin in next, and then I'll go over to Dawn after that, okay? So thank you very much. And let's get a new background up here. How about this for Justin? Just kidding. Or maybe this. That's a little more pleasant. It's pretty cool. Not that one. Okay. Mr. Justin Bundy. So nice to talk to you, man. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You sounding good.
All right. Good. Well, hello, everyone.
Hey, man. Nice to finally meet you, man. Thanks for being such a great friend on here.
Hey, I've been following you for probably 10 to 12, 15 years now. And I found out probably 2, 3 years after I started listening to you that you actually live here in Oklahoma, like I do.
Yeah. Have you been here your whole life?
Yeah. Actually, I have. Born and raised here. I moved away years ago for probably a year and a half, 2 years, and then Oklahoma drew me back.
Yeah, I left around 21 for the Coast Guard, and then I came back, as y'all know, about, I guess, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, gosh, has it been that long? About 6, 7 years now, I guess I've been back from Costa Rica. Oh, my goodness, time flies. But, yeah, and when I came back, I had to leave, of course, because they charged me $30,000 and gave me 2 months to pay. So I came home, and I had, 30 staples in my back and then 20-something in the front on my clavicle area. It was nuts. So I had to, since I'm a veteran, I was able to go to the VA. So that's why I just came back to Oklahoma, went to the VA for a year, stayed with mom and dad for almost a year. It was crazy. And then finally just got this place and haven't moved. So, but yeah, it's good. It's also, I'm not trying to, again, pat myself on the back, but the way I see it is it's kind of like a whole thing of laying your life down for the ones you love, because I'm a traveling man, I never wanted to come back, no offense to Oklahoma, but I just didn't. I'd been out there, I'd seen a lot, and, lived in Hollywood for a while and all that, so I just wanted to travel. I wanted to go back to Peru, or maybe Brazil, and just live out there. Now, it was very selfish, though. That's the thing, man. It's like, then I have a whole family here. I got a mom and dad who loves me so much, and I'd been gone most of my adult life, so that's why I stayed here. And again, not trying to pat myself in the back too hard, but that's what I just always maintain in my mind is when I start drifting and I could go travel here, it's like, no, man, it's like it's the end of the world. Your family needs you, go ahead.
No, I think that's one of the main things that's really kept me here is, my family from here. So.
Yeah, there's just great people here in Oklahoma, man. I mean, right? It's the Bible Belt, and just truly, truly great people here. Lots of patriots, too. A lot of patriots in Oklahoma. Right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's a very, very good place to raise a family, I've always felt. I've been all over the country. I used to do traveling wheat harvest when I was younger.
Oh, you did? Wow, man, that's cool. I have a lot of relatives in Cherokee. I don't know if you've ever been to Cherokee. Yeah, little town. But I had some relatives that worked in that industry out there. How'd you like that?
I actually did it. Started in between my junior and senior year in high school. And
Oh, darn.
I learned how to drive a truck, operate a combine. I would haul the combines between jobs, and then when we'd get to the jobs, I would run the combines. And yeah, we traveled all the way from Arizona all the way up to the border of Canada, up in Montana.
That's cool, man. I love that. I love driving and seeing new places, and I like road trips, right? I love road trips too.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I've always been love travel.
Do you ever go out to Tahlequah?
Actually, that's where my son's mother is from, and she's there. They're all registered Native American over there, and they're on the dog list.
There you go, man. That's the one thing I was never able to do. I was adopted, but when they gave me to my parents, they said, we have a little Indian baby for you. So they brought me out. I'm a quarter Cherokee, they said, and but I don't really look that Indian, I don't think. But what really sucks is I couldn't find my tribal number. I got an attorney before I went to college when I was getting out of the military because I wanted to get my tribal number so I could get free college, right? It was like, and you get a lot of benefits with that. And they found the mother, and she wouldn't tell us who the father was. I didn't get to meet her or talk to her, but they found the mother, and she wouldn't tell us. But what we did find out a long time, at least this is the story I was told when I was real little coming up about her, is that she was 16 years old in Oklahoma City, and she went to a concert and actually was with one. I'm not even kidding. This is what I was told my whole life, and was with one of the people in the band. I don't know if it was the lead singer, could be the drummer, maybe it was a tambourine man, but was with one of those people. Seriously, yeah. And then had me and didn't want to keep me because of that, and she still won't tell us who he is. So.
Right. Still won't tell you who the name of the guy is.
Right, and I like that though, because I love mystery. I've always loved mystery. I like living in mystery. Yeah, and it makes me even more feel not a total part of this system. It's like I don't really have roots here. So I never really wanted to plant any in a way. You know what I mean? When I tell people I've always felt like I'm just passing through, I'm not kidding, and never thought I'd live this long either. I always felt I'd die early. And not in a sad way. I just never saw it.
I always felt that way myself too.
Yeah.
So I'm like surprised. I'm almost 50, and I'm like, wow, I'm almost 50 years old.
We made it.
I never thought I'd be that long. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's that's how it's been, and it's.
I put myself through a lot whenever I was younger too. So some of the things that I did, I never thought that I would live to see this day.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because here in Oklahoma, you don't have to share of any of this if it had anything to do with you. But like I said, I was getting in a lot of trouble before I went to the military and out of high school, and lived on my own. I moved out as soon as I was 18, and for a little while there was a guy I worked with. I worked at a hospital in the when I was younger in the dietary area. And I would help them take the plates of food to people, and stuff like that. Right, worked in the kitchen, and there's a guy that worked there with me, and a real funny dude, and I liked him. He's funny and seemed like a cool dude to hang out with. He was dating one of the girls there at the hospital, and turned out he was into meth. So yeah. And the next thing I know, I went ahead and tried some. I was young and dumb. And yeah, man, I went down that path for probably about 4 months or so. But honestly, like that was one of the contributing factors to me going to the military, because I started feeling so guilty, and I started, I was like, kept wanting to go back to it, and I don't think I was ever full on addicted, but it was in me. I could feel it, You
could feel that, if you didn't do something about it, you were going to be there real quick. So yeah, I could definitely understand that. I mean, I've seen that, experienced it. There's people that I've seen 10 years after I get out of school, and it's like, what happened to you? And then you find out they were, on meth, and they got hooked on meth.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, there was even even a period of so I left the hospital after a while, and I was working at a telemarketing place for a while there. This is all stuff I did before I went to the military and out of high school. And even there was a guy that worked there that was a family man, super cool. We always got along good. Funny dude. He's like, man, you're cool. Let's go have some beers together sometime. I was like, all right, man, let's do it. So one night after work, we went and had beers, but it wasn't really beers. It wasn't what I was expecting. We went and got some beer at a store. Yeah. Oh, it was bad. Yeah, we went to the south side there, Oklahoma City, and
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, he was into crack cocaine. I never tell this story, but I did it that night too. It's like, and then I quit that job probably within a week after that because I felt so guilty of
oh man, gotta get away from that. Yeah.
So I'm telling you a lot, but it's okay. We all have a past, and we all do dumb stuff, and I've always been adventurous in sometimes reckless ways, but yeah, so there's plenty of that stuff in Oklahoma, unfortunately.
No, one of the main reasons why I wanted to call you and actually get in and talk to you is that I've been following you for years, and I know that you're into this, watching the end coming, and I just had questions about your feelings in Revelation about the trumpets and the bowls. Like the progression, how do you think it's going to fall?
Man, honestly, I couldn't give you an honest answer on that because I haven't considered that. That's something I'd have to look into, think about. I'm really not sure, I just don't know on that level, man. But appreciate the question, and it's something I'll look into later. But yeah, man, thank you. Sorry about that. What do you think? Is it something you're just not sure of?
I don't know. I think the way that I read it and the way that I've read it and understood it, I think it's kind of like, to me, it's like the trumpets signify the bowls. It's like a trumpet, then a bowl, a trumpet, then a bowl, instead of all the trumpets and all the bowls.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I don't know. I just get like, what I get? I get weird stuff and glimpses of things and symbols and pattern recognition. And so I know that it's all upon us, you know what I mean? But one thing I've been bad about is being able to really break down the Bible, like I don't have that in me. I'm not good at that, is really kind of, like I'm just, that's why
I'm just kind of looking at what's going on now, you know what I mean? And trying to see how things are going to unfold and fall into place, because I know it's a progression of things.
Oh yeah. I think, I believe, somebody else was mentioning earlier, that as soon as, the rapture happens, like shortly after, you can consider the tribulation. Some think it happens immediately. I just think it happens sometime after. I'm not sure when. And then that would be a good mile marker there to kind of see how things are going to lay out through Revelation, what it's going to look like here on earth. But thank the Lord, we won't be here. But I wonder, we'll be able to watch maybe from heaven.
I hope we're gone. No, I hope we're gone. I hope it's not a mid-trib rapture and we don't have to suffer through.
Nah, there ain't none of that. No, man. It's all in the Word, man.
I know.
You know that.
We're not going to be around. Oh yeah, it says we're not going to be around. I know that. But it's just one of those I'm trying to look for signs to get ready for, and it's like, I know they talk about when you see the building of the third temple, that's going to be a major sign, but I don't know if we're going to be around to see it.
I don't know. They're working on it, but then there's also the whole idea that the temple is really us. There's a whole different direction on there.
Yeah.
But no, they're certainly doing it. They got the red calves ready, and
I know. And they got them from Texas. That's what's crazy.
And then that the Lord has His hand on Israel. The Bible tells us, you bless Israel, you're blessed. Curse Israel, you're cursed. And then Trump, we know, is really close with Israel. So I've been thinking and praying and wondering, maybe that's going to be like, maybe the Lord is going to help Israel with Trump a little bit through the tribulation. I'm not sure, But anyway, but I sit around thinking about this stuff all the time.
This whole Trump thing, I think it's kind of kicking off a few signs, but it's kind of hard to discern right now.
Yeah, it is. It's the last election in America, I believe, and it's the Lord is. I just think the Lord's going to use him. And again, I know all the devilish stuff about him, all the symbols. I've seen all that stuff. I know it, man, and I know he's not clean, But hey, the Lord. Look at some of the people the Lord used in the Bible that weren't necessarily clean. The Lord's going to use who He wants, and he could definitely use Trump. So then, some may think that he's the Antichrist and all this. And I don't see it, guys. I've believed it's Obama for a decade now myself. But go ahead.
I've been a firm believer in that too. I've seen it like pretty early, actually. When he became president, I started seeing things that gave me signs that I think he's probably the one.
Yeah, same thing. And even if you can even tell people, just go look at an image or a meme or an image online of all the presidential portraits. You can find some that'll have all of them on there. And the only one that stands out is Obama. And my friend Jonathan, of course, did a great breakdown on, all the symbolism behind Obama in that garden. He's the serpent in the garden. There's a serpent there. There's T-Rexes, reptilian. There's all that, man. But go ahead.
But no, I think he's been the ringleader of a lot of all of this big push and the whole big Antichrist movement, basically, that's been going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's run the government, of course, behind Biden the whole time. So all this stuff, people blaming whatever that thing is we call Biden, whichever one it is, because they sent out a different Biden for a speech, saying congratulations to Trump.
Have you seen how many different Bidens they've shown?
Oh yeah, I have, and like this one was like on it. He was
with the wrinkles behind his neck and everything. It's just ridiculous.
It really is. But it's nice to see this part of that clown show end. I mean, again, not being a big political guy, but I woke up Wednesday morning and I didn't know who won, and I was kind of interested, of course, so I turned it on, and when I saw it was Trump, I did breathe a little sigh of relief, although, yeah.
I wasn't like jumping for joy or anything, but it just felt like it was the lesser of the two evils to me.
Absolutely, and it's great to see the other side completely falling apart and going crazy, and I am enjoying that.
Yeah, I have. Oh man, I've been laughing so hard.
Yeah, I am enjoying it. It's nice to see, and
the meltdowns have been epic.
Oh yeah, beautiful meltdowns, and it's so there. I'm going to take some of the good stuff and the wins from this, and even with Elon Musk and stuff, it's like what he's done to Twitter X is just brilliant, and I'm super grateful.
Yeah, always keep your guard up, always keep your shield up, but
But we take the wins when we get them.
Yeah, it is a win. Yeah, I agree.
And even with like I said, I pray for those guys. I don't like him wearing the devil stuff. I don't like the New World Order jackets.
There's been a lot of things I've seen that I haven't liked, but there's been a lot of things I've heard that I like. So
yeah, well, he's interesting. Yeah, exactly. He does a lot right also, and like I said, who knows? The Lord can do what he wants. I'd like to think the Lord might make a move on him. Who knows? And he could be a helper for people during the tribulation. Who knows exactly what it's going to look like? We don't know for sure. We get ideas.
Nobody really knows.
But I know Islam's going to be all over the place. That'll be a big one.
Oh man, this is going to be bad. Yeah.
Yeah, the head choppers are coming.
Oh yeah. That's what I'm worried about, is all these ones that have come into the country and we don't even know where they're at.
Yeah, you just have to see what happens. I mean, they all, there's a plan for all that stuff, and we'll see. If it comes on my doorstep, it's going to be blood and bullets. I am an Oklahoman after all. And
I fully agree with that.
Yeah, I don't want it. I always say that. I don't want it.
No, I don't want it to, but it'll happen if it has to.
Oh yeah, and that's got to do it. What else you got for us, Justin? Anything else tonight?
Nothing, brother. I'm just happy to get on here and be able to talk to you and finally get to meet you.
Man, you too, man. You've been so cool here online with us, and just thanks for being a family member here, and being
all my whales.
Yeah, there you go. Shout out to the whales.
Yeah, love all you guys, Camera. Love you, sister, very much. Glad to talk to you.
Thanks, Justin. Man, thanks, Justin Bundy. You're awesome, man. Pleasure to meet a fellow Okie that's so cool. And have a great weekend. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, take care. Thanks. Good seeing you, Justin. Thank you, man. Nice to meet you finally. Let's throw up a new background here. This one's pretty cool. It's like cinematic. And I'm going to bring on Miss Dawn. Welcome to the show, Dawn. Are you there?
Hey, KJ.
Hi, nice to talk to you. How are you?
You too.
You
I
got
was
such a
so nervous to come on. I was like exiting out a
Oh,
couple
don't.
times.
That's all right. I'm glad you stayed, and it's nice to meet your cool sister too.
Yeah, she kind of.
Oh, sorry, Dawn. I lost you for a second there.
Oh, she gave me courage to come on here, her going first. So,
Oh, good, good. Well, I'm glad y'all have each other in this crazy world to look out after each other when you're around some of the family. When we got to play pretend world, it's nice to have somebody in your corner, isn't it?
oh, yeah. And we talk all day on the phone, like throughout the day, and just kind of talk about what's going on. And it's a blessing for sure.
Good, good. Well, who was the first one to wake up between the two of you? Sorry, Dawn. Every now and then it cuts out. I can't hear you right now. I'll give it a moment, though.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. Yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh no. Okay. So yeah, I was 22, which was back in 2012. And you were the first person I followed on YouTube.
Oh, thank you. No way, man. What an honor. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I've been following all this time. So
No way. You remember the old, man. You've seen the whole progression and how it's all changed throughout the years.
yeah. Oh, it's wild. Yeah.
Then. Man, cool. Thanks.
I used to like fall asleep to your videos because they're kind of like the music in the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, just really wild stuff. That's kind of what led me to Christ. Seeing what evil is in the world, and they worship Satan. So
Yes.
I
Good. I'm glad
thought,
that worked.
yeah, I was like, well, Jesus has to be real, and then ever since I got born again at 26, I've been having supernatural experiences as well, and just really mind-blowing
What are
stuff.
some of them? Please feel free to share. And like I told the others, I may mute you when you're talking. Just sometimes some people have a buzz, I guess, over there, and others don't. It's weird in the audio. But anyway, so if I go
Oh,
quiet,
is the audio okay right now?
I think it's great. But some people in the chat, sometimes it's not just you, it's every caller. They say there's a buzz, and so it's weird. But sometimes when I mute, it just makes the other person come in more clear for some reason. So anyway, it's weird. I'm just letting you know that if I go quiet and you're talking, I'm listening. I'm just trying to be mute for now. Okay, that's all. I don't want it to be weird. All right? And Tamara says the audio is good. So cool. But you got quiet again, so I think I lost you again temporarily. Are you still there? I'll wait. It happens. Sometimes there's weird little technical issues during the shows, but unfortunately we can't hear you right now. There you go.
Okay.
There.
Let me move places in my house.
Okay. And then
Just
you're gonna tell us some supernatural experiences.
I do want to ask you a
Yeah,
question though.
of
Um,
course.
so you brought up the black goo on your show that you just
Yeah.
did on the video. Kim Kardashian was standing on the black goo. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I've put it in some videos before, but they discovered it in the early 2000s. And like I said, there's a couple short little news clips and documentaries I put together, and I put in some videos. But excuse me, it's a fairly new discovery. I can't remember exactly where it was discovered, but they found it, like I said, just in the early 2000s. The goo, and I can't remember the term they put on it either. They put a scientific term on it and all this as well. But well, now we know it as graphene oxide. I mean, they're using it. They got some of that stuff in the shots. And even with that, it's crazy. I've shown this before also because, I'm more into kind of the symbols of it all. But there's a TV series called Severance, which it's a really well done show, I will say that. But it's got the symbols in it. I did it in a video. There's a Freemason in there, and a Freemason ring they try to hide, but I found it, and all this other stuff. But the opening sequence of that show shows a guy getting sucked up into a vial filled with black goo, and then squirted out, and the black goo goes over all of humanity and just completely takes them over. It's pretty crazy, man. So that's all the kind of stuff I'm always kind of picking up on. So that's when I know that this is not good. This is something evil. And then I start noticing it in all the videos. There's a lot of music videos that they use black goo, like Billie Eilish and Lady Gaga's had black goo in a bunch of her videos. So
Yeah, have you seen Lucy, the movie Lucy?
oh, another great example. Yep, black goo in that one too. Yeah, so the
Yeah,
black, yeah, it's all over the place.
it just like that intrigues me that at the very end she was able to access 100% of her brain, and then she turns into this black goo.
Oh yeah, right, exactly. And then they even have. It was in a movie called Phantoms from the '90s, so it was even before it was discovered. There's a lot of movies and shows out there with black goo, and it's always basically associated with something very evil, right?
Right. I was listening to a testimony recently, and this girl, she was raised in a satanic family, and they worship Satan, and like actually worshiping Satan, not just like themselves.
Right.
And she was describing that basically how we feel the Holy Spirit, people who feel Satan, it's kind of like the same thing. She says it feels like black goo.
Oh
And
wow.
yeah, it was like just kind of mind blowing to hear that, because I've been trying to figure out the black goo myself. So
Man, I wish I could tell you which video to go watch of mine that has all the information. I've done this so many years. I just have a hard time recalling things. I go through so much stuff, but I would just look up, where did black goo come from or something like that, or where was black goo discovered. Maybe you'll find something that way, or just try any kind of trick you can. But there's actual news stories out there, and even a couple short documentaries. And darn it, man, there's another guy. He's a scientist. I've put him on Uncensored. KJ's What Happened. Showed him multiple times. He's been in my videos, and he talks a lot about black goo also, and he goes into the whole history of it and everything. Can't remember his name. Maybe somebody in chat knows who I'm talking about, but he's a tall, thin guy, long brown hair. I've shown lots of clips of his throughout the years, and he's like a professor and goes deep on the black goo and explains it. So I don't know if that helps you now, but
yeah,
but
I just think
it's out there.
interesting. When I heard you mention it, I was like, it's just one of those things that I theorize about. I'll see it and then think about it.
Of course.
You
Yeah.
see it everywhere.
It's so interesting to think about. It's just another one of those weird anomalies right in time for the end of days that we just keep seeing over and over, in our media, right? But go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, one thing, it's hard to remember all the things that have happened. I recently have been wanting to write them down. So, I don't forget. But
Yeah.
One of the things that has happened, I kind of felt, I didn't know I was a lukewarm Christian, but
Sorry, I lost you on but I'm with you up to that. So you didn't know you was a lukewarm Christian, but
right, like I thought
go.
I thought I was fine. I was drinking wine every night, and I just decided one day to fast. I was um I was doing it for autophagy reasons, to
Yeah.
rejuvenate my cells and stuff. And I didn't really even know anything about fasting and praying in the Bible, because I wasn't really reading the Bible. And so, anyways, I decided to do the fast, a 3-day fast. And I'm like, might as well pray while I'm at it. And so I started the fast, and it just felt like, it's hard to explain and put into words what happened, but I basically felt like I was buzzing the whole time. Like the Holy Spirit was with me. It almost just felt like God was telling me, like, yes, this is what I want, and I haven't drank wine since then. Ever since the fast, I've done multiple other fasts and prayed, and my prayers have been answered like the next day.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's so wild. Like, I wasn't talking to my mom. There was something going on there, and she's not a Christian. And did a fast. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do a fast and then specifically pray for my mom. And the next day, she reached out to me and she said, hey, I think it's about time I reach out to my girls and talk to you guys.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was so mind-blowing because that
You
was
did.
like,
I'm sorry. It was a 24-hour fast.
it was just, that one was just a 24-hour fast.
Wow, that's so
yeah.
cool. Keep going though, because I intermittently fast. It's how I live. I've only had one meal today. And I won't eat till like 2 o'clock or so, and by that time, after I'm done, I'm not even hungry in the evening, and I go to bed early. So
Wow, good for
yeah,
you.
thanks. So now you got me thinking. I need to just go ahead and say, okay, let's do a day, a
Yes.
full 24 hours.
Yeah, I did the last fast. I'm pregnant now.
Oh,
So
congratulations.
thank you. The last fast I did was a 7-day fast. I decided to just go all in, do a 7-day fast. And they all feel different. I thought
Wow.
it was gonna feel like the first time I did it, like I was kind of like buzzing, like I felt the Holy Spirit the whole time, and I was like, it was just a wild experience. So I was going into the 7-day fast thinking it would kind of feel like that, but it didn't. And I was just praying for God to purify my heart. If there's anything that I need to work on, just help me see that. Well,
Yeah.
it's really wild because you be careful when you pray that because like a couple of days after that, there was, I'm not going to say specifically what it was, but there was something that was being done in the darkness that I wasn't even really aware that I was doing. That was, kind of bad, and it got brought to light, and I was just blown away. I was like, okay, God. So basically, ever since I started fasting, I've had this motivation. I've been kind of on fire to like read the Bible, get to know God more. And there's been so many things that have come to me that I like understanding Christianity, understanding Christ. Like I didn't know, for some reason before, I didn't know that like life is in the blood. I didn't know, like understand how Christ died for our sins. I knew that, but I didn't like critically think about that. And
Yeah, that'll make you cry if you think too much about it.
yeah, and like thinking about people now doing sacrifices and like
Gross.
Satanists. Yeah, I know, but it's like they do that almost mocking like the sacrifice.
Right. Man, I'm going to do a 24-hour. I want to start one. I don't know when. Maybe in the next week. I want to just go ahead and do it because I'm already halfway there, more than halfway there. So, and I'm excited, and I will. And you've got, like you said, you do it in the right way. You do it for Him. I'm going to do this for you and help purify me and show me things that, because I need that. I think I really need a tune-up is what it is, because I know I've got some anger things I'm dealing with sometimes. So
Wow.
not too bad, but a little. But yeah, I'm with that. Thank you. Oh, real quick, sorry. Thank you, Bud Beasy. The name I was looking for the black goo research, please check him out, man. This guy's great.
Okay.
Harold Kautz Vela, and I'll spell it HAROLD or ALD KAUTZVELLA, and prepare to have your mind blown on black goo. He's gone deep on it. All right.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Bud.
Thank
Go
you
ahead,
so
though.
much.
You're welcome. I didn't mean to cut you off, but go ahead.
No, that's okay.
So the fasting and experiences, what's one of the most interesting experiences, supernatural experiences you've had, you think?
I mean, I don't know how you are with yours, but it's like the experience is so intense, but if you like tell somebody, sometimes it's not even, it doesn't even sound.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. Trust me. Because I've told the people, I've mentioned some of mine, and I've had some crazy ones, man. And yeah, they are. I had a 3-day demonic attack experience at the lake property. I don't know if you've ever heard that story or not, but
No, I haven't.
It's a
but
long one. I'll make it. Yeah, it's a long one. I'll make it real short. I mean, I drove out there, and the day I pulled up, my truck completely broke down. I had all these issues with it. I couldn't even move it. Had to get it towed, so I had to tow it to some dealership, and it was still under warranty, which was cool. So I was able to get everything fixed. But so truck breaks down first day. There's a whole much that happened. The second day I woke up, the internet goes out, and I was supposed to do a live show that day, from the cabin. So internet goes out, so I have to call and get an internet company to come, and that didn't come till the next day. And then in that afternoon, I went to this is the craziest one. And again, I know you say, so you tell some people these things, and they're going to think you're lying or you're crazy, but I have no reason to lie. So then I took the golf cart. It's one of those kind of places, and I drove it down this long road, and I get to this little gas station, and I was just going to grab a snack or something, and they had fried food, which I try to stay away from, but they had corn dogs, and I hadn't had a corn dog in years, so I was like, I'll take 2 corn dogs. So I grabbed 2 corn dogs. I came home. When I got home, I opened it up to grab one of the corn dogs, and I watched the lady put 2 in there, and I was watching closely everything. I get home, and I open the corn dogs, and there's only 1 in there. So after all these other things that had happened, there were other things that happened that evening. I can't remember exactly what, but other just things going wrong, And then the last day, the third night I was there, I was in one part of the cabin, and on the far end there's a bedroom with the door closed, and I suddenly hear people talking in there. So I look at Chubbs, and he's looking at me, and we both realize something's off. So I walk all the way down there. I open the door, and my TV in that bedroom had turned on, and the volume was up like full blast.
wow.
So immediately I turned it off, and I talked to them. I said, I know what you are. I know you're here. In Jesus' name, you're not welcome here. In Jesus' name, you leave. Never come back. The whole thing, and calmly and casually, because I understood after 3 days of all this weird stuff, and even walking down that hallway, I was still a little bit upset that a demon stole my corn dog. Like, I know that sounds nuts, but I'm like, a demon stole my freaking corn dog, folks. So I'm just telling you, but anyway, so that's just a quick one. But please, you go ahead.
Oh,
I've had
wow.
some.
Yeah, I mean, with demonic stuff, I've definitely had some wild things happen. When I was like early 20s, I started having these sleep paralysis episodes, and it was every single night. And can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they were every single night. I didn't know what that was. I didn't know like what sleep paralysis was. It just felt demonic to me. I had never heard anyone talking about it, but I just could tell like from the experiences I was having, it was demonic. And one of them, I woke up, and in my closet I saw this like glowing girl and demon, and she was pointing at me and laughing, and there was like a staircase that had been opened up on my floor, and it was like all glowing, but she was just pointing at me and laughing. And this was like, I was so tired because I would never sleep, because I was like, what is going on with me? I'm having these things. I was trying to tell people, they weren't taking it serious. My mom wasn't taking it serious. I was like, I'm having these sleep paralysis episodes. I would see these dark figures in my kitchen. I didn't know anything about that back then. I hear people talk about it now. Like doors slamming open. And I was like 21, so I was young, living in my 1-bedroom apartment by myself. And all of this was happening, and I don't know exactly why it started happening. I think it might have been, I was kind of getting into like the new age stuff, and
There you go. You got an attachment, probably.
yeah, I had gone to this like festival, and I got this hand with an eye, which I know what that is now. We all kind of know, but
Yeah.
back then I wasn't.
Hama.
Oh, I guess it had like this prayer and this, the eye on it with the hand, and I hung it above my door.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so that's
Oh,
when it
yeah.
started happening, and
Oh, my gosh. Can I say something quickly? I'm sorry, Dawn, to cut you off, but you got me
Sure.
thinking of something real quick. When I had an apartment when I left home at 18, and a friend of mine was dating a girl that was a witch. and
Wow.
we thought it was just adorable. We didn't think it was anything scary or dangerous, but it turns out she's seriously into the stuff. And I moved into a new apartment. I had to move out. I moved into my first apartment out of high school with my best friend from high school. Now I could write a book about what happened between me and him. I say best friend. I guess my closest friend. I don't know. I was, but anyway, but he really went weird and turned into like Single White Female. If you've ever seen that movie, where he became obsessed with me, and I'm not even joking. Like, he started dressing like me, and
Oh wow.
yeah, we'd be at a party and I'd hear him telling a story, and he'd be telling somebody a story from his life that was my story. It's like he got,
Whoa. Are you
oh yeah,
serious?
oh my
What?
gosh, yeah. And this is just a little bit. I mean, he was a preacher's son too, but this is just a little bit. But he just went real weird on me, and oh my gosh, here's one. Well, now we're talking. I don't want to keep us too long because we got to get moving. But
Right, right.
but I one night, one of my buddies came to our apartment to pick me up. We were going to go watch a movie in another city. It was an art movie called Naked Lunch. It's an old novel, and it's a real crazy movie. It's art house type film. And my buddy was into those, so am I. So we drove out 30 minutes to get to the movie theater. We watched the movie, and when we're leaving, he goes, "Dude, look, is that Mike?" The guy's name is Mike. I was like, "Yeah." So Mike, when we left the apartment, was sitting around watching TV, smoking cigarettes, whatever. And I guess he got up and drove all the way to the movie theater, because we told him me and him were just gonna go. And Mike always wanted to be with me, But he drove all the way to the movie theater and sat a few rows behind us during the movie, and then ran after the movie was over to his car, drove back home. And we got back there, and he was sitting in the same spot like he'd never left. So that's when I
Wow.
knew I needed to move out. Yeah. So it got weird. But when I
That's
moved, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say that's just wild. I've had the same, like almost the same thing happen to me. But
Really? Another
yeah,
stalker?
well, it was a female friend, and she came. She was being like me, and she dressed like me. She came to my work. She got me fired, for a day,
Oh
and
my
I had
gosh.
yeah, because she had snuck in through the employee entrance. I was working at this baseball stadium, but she had snuck in through the employee entrance, and they thought I had let her in because she said she was me. And
Oh,
she would always act like me. So that's just wild to me.
it is. It is. That's weird. You had that too. Well, it's like they want to become you and then they want to destroy you. Honestly, like there's a weird.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a demonic thing, but it's like they want to become you, then they need to destroy you so that they can be you. It's so strange, man. But yeah. But so I moved out. I'll tell you. Then I moved into the new place. My buddy had his witch come over, hung something over my door. Also, it was like a little doll.
Wow.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a blessing. And I went through some of the most severe depression I've ever had in my life for like a month there.
Oh.
And I don't know how I figured it out, but I got rid of that freaking thing. I was like, something is wrong here. And anyway, but yeah, but go ahead. I know what you mean with
Well,
that.
do you still struggle with depression or no?
Oh, no, not at all. No, I definitely don't ever really. No, I really am at peace. I only struggle
That's great.
with, yeah, like I get a little angry sometimes and a little bit discouraged. A bit. I get discouraged a lot, but other than that, man, it's like, no, I'm good. I think I'm free of all that. I've been free from a long time from that personally. How about you?
Well, that's amazing. I'm glad that is how that is for you. But I'm sorry you get discouraged. I can understand that. The world is, it can be like that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but I do kind of struggle with depression. It's wild though. If I eat right, like my hormones, if I
Yeah.
eat right, that's another thing God gave me was a dream about food. When I got saved, and this was like before keto and carnivore. And I didn't know about any of that, but it was about keto. It was a dream to like eat keto, and so I actually started eating keto, and it I didn't have a normal cycle before this, and the doctors told me I couldn't have children, and I started eating keto, and had a regular cycle after that, and healed my body, healed my depression, healed my anxiety. But I'm really sensitive to like everything, and especially food. So if
Good. Then this looks like the Lord led you to that. And keto's great. I did it for a year myself. I thought it was really great.
yeah, I remember listening to you a while ago, and I was just wanting to tell you about it, but I'm glad you tried it.
Oh yeah, yeah. After the heart attack, I did raw foods for a year first, and I shed.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, it was amazing. Like I shed weight so much though that I got sick because I just wasn't getting enough protein. So I went vegetarian for, not vegetarian. I went keto for a year. Then after keto, I went vegetarian. I mean, year at a time. These things just changing lifestyle, and now I just eat what I want, but I don't eat much. I'm not hungry. I'll have a meal, like I said, in the afternoon. Maybe have some fruit or some nuts or something at night. Some snacky stuff, and that's it.
Right.
It's like
Right.
I feel good that way.
Well, KJ, I feel like we could talk forever.
Sure. I know we could, Dawn, and you're awesome. And like I said, there's so many stories I'd like to hear you tell also, but it's always that way on these shows with me. Y'all are so amazing, and I appreciate the time we have. So you've been a blessing, and thanks for sharing your stories with us, and just thanks for talking too. It's really nice meeting you.
Yeah, you too, and you're a blessing for sure, and God bless everybody.
Thanks, say so much, and you have a great weekend. Say hi to your sister for us again too.
I will.
All
All
right.
right. Bye.
Bye. Take care. Thanks again, Dawn. All right, y'all. So here's what I want to do as far as the lineup. We got Kora, Angie, Lynn, Tree, Third World Assassin, King, and Olive. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and not post the link anymore tonight, just because this is already going to probably take us close to midnight or so. Well, I don't know. We'll see. But this is going to take us a while. And then, of course, I did my video all day, so it's been a long day. And I've got my live show tomorrow at 2 p.m. on Rumble. So this will probably be the best stopping point for me right here. Sometimes I got to do that. So sorry if you weren't able to come in or make it in tonight, but I'll be doing this again here real soon. And as always, I hope you'll be able to make it in. Cool. And then, good. All right, so let's change up the background. Again, thanks again, y'all, for being here. All of you who've made it in, thank you so much. I appreciate your patience also. Next up, I got a name I know. It's Kora Love. Are you there, Kora? Every time I bring somebody in, it makes that screen do that. It's weird. But Kora, you probably... There you are. Hey!
Do you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me put
Okay.
side on mute. That's my problem.
No, you're good.
So maybe this one is on mute too. Now I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't? Oh, you just muted yourself. It's
Wait,
okay.
I put
There you
mute
go.
on mute. Okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
No, I fixed it. Don't worry.
Oh, good. Good. Hey, it's nice to talk to you too. Thanks for being...
I'm repeating myself.
No, you're okay.
No,
Thank you.
it's nice to talk to you too, and everybody on here. We'll give you all hugs and kisses.
Well, I really appreciate you. Thanks for being such a great friend and family member here in the community for so long, and just being so awesome. But go ahead. How you doing tonight? I'm going to mute too because it helps on your speaker, it sounds like. So. Oops. Are you there?
I'm so excited to be here talking.
Oh, there you are.
I lived in Oklahoma for 6 years. Yeah, I'm here. You know, hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in good. I'm just muting every now and then when you start talking so you can come in maybe a little clearer. There's a little bit of a kind of a background on your audio. That's all, okay? But please, go ahead.
It's probably because I have my work computer next to my lap, my personal one.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I'm not sure. Whatever you think. Whatever you think it is, as long as we can communicate. I can hear you okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I just want to talk to you. How are you? It's good to talk to you. It's good to finally meet you.
I'm good to talk to you, and it is good to finally meet you two virtually. One day we're gonna meet in real life because I have a brother over there in Norman as well.
Oh, no way. That's great. Yeah, it's a cool town. It's, for the most part, it's the most liberal city in Oklahoma. But go ahead.
I really remember watching your shows from the beginning. I think in 2016, because that's the same year my mom passed.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for watching since then.
And I had left when my mom passed away. I had left. What was it? It was in Collinsville, Oklahoma, to Jacksonville, Arkansas, to be with my family who was still alive.
Oh, I'm sure that was a move you really needed to make. I'm sure you needed that community
And
around
so
you.
my brothers,
Darn, Kalora, I'm sorry, man. Sometimes we lose you on your
yeah.
audio.
So
Go
my
ahead.
brother, he's still in Norman.
Oh, he is? Cool. That's cool. Go ahead. I think I'm
No,
missing
it's
something.
because it's slow. When I'm talking, it's like hear me later.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's like sometimes it comes in a
And
little
so I'm
kind
trying.
of.
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. It's hard to. The audio's coming in just a little crazy, and I know that that's. I know that's not fun. Like I said, it happens on these shows because it's a different format for us, for people, and we're not used to it sometimes. But go ahead and try again. I just wanted to see if I can hear. But so far, what I've caught is your brother lives in Norman, and you left Oklahoma to be with family in Arkansas after I believe your mother passed, and that's where I've got you. So go ahead.
Yeah, and when my mom passed, I was so sad because my dad, he's not been a very good person for me in my life. He left us, my mom, who is a harsh patient. He left her for another lady, and then him and her have like two, three other kids. And this woman, she don't like me. But now today is like God is fixing things, and I'm staying in one of their houses because my marriage fell apart. Anyway, I'm so happy to speak to you, and I was watching through you throughout the whole time, and it kind of gives me hope for the future. And I'm so tired of this world too. One day we're gonna be done with all this sin, and we're gonna be in the heaven where we're gonna be happy again.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I'm so done with this flesh suit. I just want to be in spirit form and have an amazing eternity with our Heavenly Father and all of you guys. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait.
Yeah, they asked me if I don't want to buy a house, and I'm like, why would we buy a house? There's no reason. Why are we gonna stay here?
Yeah, see, I'm the same way. It's the same thing as talking to one of our guests earlier. It's like I don't see that there's time to put a lot of energy into something new here, and to start creating something new like that. Although I'm still playing with the music, and who knows, like I said, I may come up with a song, and if I do, you guys will be the ones to hear it, if I ever come up with something. But I don't know, man. Like I said, if I knew we had more time, I would be planning things out differently in this world. But for now, it's been a process of letting go of it, saying goodbye in our hearts and our spirit, and even our mind, and just kind of letting go of a lot of these things, and just being prepared to meet our Father, man. We're about to be in front of our Father, and got a wedding feast to look forward to, and man, we're gonna get to be with Jesus. I just can't wait. All right. Kalora, I am so sorry. Your audio is still coming in almost like, it's like just comes in like it's underwater. Go ahead. There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry. So I would think maybe I will come off this time, and I was try to fix, maybe come back.
I would love that, just because I do want to be able to clearly hear you, and I appreciate that. Well, I'll do it again, I promise, soon, every few weeks, But man, honestly, so nice to just get a chance to talk to you anyway. You've been so loving and kind here online for so long, and a friend here, so thank you so much. I look forward to you coming back, and we'll have a better audio, and we can actually have a good conversation and hear each other, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost.
De todos modos, feliz noche. Te amo toda la gente.
Thank you. Are you still there? Sorry, Kalora. We're losing you a little bit, but hey, love you, my sister in Christ. Yeah, good night. Nice kind of meeting you, but we'll do it again soon, okay? Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry, Kalora. That happens sometimes on the show. As we know, it gets a little crazy, and we're talking to people all over the place, and everyone has a different setup and everything else. So sometimes it just happens like that. But we'll get it right next time. All right. So next up, Angie in Tasmania. Are you really in Tasmania? Is the question.
Yeah.
Hi, Angie. How are you? Hi.
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Oh yeah. So far so good. How's it going?
Oh, I've just had a brilliant conversation in the chat with Third World Assassin.
Oh, cool.
We're talking about we ride horses. We we are farmers. And I've been, farming for years.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, and then we got talking about chickens. Oh my God, talk about chickens. They are the best pets ever.
Are they really? That's really neat. I like unconventional pets.
Yeah.
So tell us.
Yeah. Oh, chickens. Bark, 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 bark. Everybody used to call me the chicken lady, which is fine. But before that, I was called the horse whisperer because I've been training horses my whole life.
Oh man, you were something else. I love it. No, you're fascinating to me. I love farm life. I love animals. I love horses. I mean, what's the intelligence like with those horses, right? I mean, it's just got to feel like otherworldly. Am I right?
Look, I've got to tell you straight out, like when I'm teaching people with horses, I will say, like the horse's brain is the size of a walnut, but their heart is the size of a frickin' pumpkin. So you've got to talk to their heart. Talk to their heart. Don't talk to their brain. Talk to their heart.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
And I've always been absolutely successful with horses. And, I'm not going to go into that, but I love chickens. I love chickens. Chickens.
I mean, can you domesticate them? Can they become like real friends and pets?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I used to get up every morning, and Mrs. Black, that was her name. She used to lay an egg every morning in the planter outside my back doorstep.
That's cute.
And it's like every morning I'd go, and I was like, oh, okay, there's my morning omelette. Thank you, Mrs. Black.
I love that. That's so cool. Yeah.
They're the best pets for kids as well, because it's not just you feed them and they love you, but they actually lay you an egg and you can eat it, and that's like the best protein on the planet. Yeah.
Is it a working farm now? Like, do you have a crop or anything, or?
Look, I'm in Tasmania, and I'll tell you the truth. I've got a couple of horses here, but this place is overrun with wallabies and all sorts of night creatures. So
oh wow!
Yeah, and snakes. Every snake that is in Tasmania is a lethal snake. Like if it.
Oh really? Wow, that's scary.
Yeah. So don't go walking through the woods in this summer, because if you get bitten by a snake, you will die. a horrible, horrible
Wow. Gosh, that just sends a chill. I just never liked snakes, and I mean, not for the obvious. Obviously, we don't like a serpent, but I just don't like him, man. Never been cool with him. I had one somehow got into my home because I mentioned before my home's on stilts. It's like 25 feet up in the air, 30 feet up in the air, and so I guess they coil around a log or whatever. But yeah, Chubbs found him. I had a little bitty one too. That's why I wanted to kill him because the little ones are more powerful with their venom. And I don't know my snakes in Oklahoma. I don't know what's good and what's not. So, but Chubbs pulled him out, was playing with him like nothing. He was great. I didn't even see how it got in. I have no idea, but killed it quick. Either way, that's nothing compared to what you're dealing with. That's really cool though that. The wallabies, though, are they bad? I mean, they look so cute. Seems like they'd be fun.
Yeah, they look really cute, but realistically, they are out of control. They are in abundance. So, I mean, when you drive down the road, there's just like wallabies dead all over the road every morning.
Oh wow, that's horrible. Okay, so yeah, it's way overrun. It sounds.
It is actually they are a scourge. It's like rats. They're like rats.
Oh, that's sad.
I'll tell you something. My neighbor down the road, he had a license and he had a bonfire and fireworks and everything, and I heard the noise and I thought, what's that? And I went outside and I heard 2,000 wallabies and paddy melons and whatever marsupials running through the bush. It was shocking. It was shocking to me to think that there was that many in my area, and then you've got like greenies that are saying, we've got to protect these wallabies. They've got no idea. Like they are, like if you want to grow grass, like if you want to grow grass down here, like if you're running a beef farm, right? Your biggest enemy down here are the wallabies. So, at some stage, people have got to get real. There are species that are getting out of control, like mice, rats, all the rest of it in Australia. If you've ever seen any kind of visuals, video, of there's a couple of ones that I've seen. They're like lifting up pieces of iron, and there's just like 1,000 rats that run out.
Yeah, I haven't had that displeasure, but I imagine, yeah.
So this is happening in the world right now. There's an imbalance that's happening.
Oh yeah. Oh, certainly in all kinds of ways, and the greenies ruin everything anyway. We already know that for sure.
Yeah, and it's like there's all sorts of people that are doing like studies, but they're actually not on the ground. They're not boots on the ground like I am. I'm like a farmer and I'm seeing all of this stuff going down. And I think this is worldwide, It's not just me. It's like all of these studies that are going down right now are at some kind of level that they're just like, oh yeah, we'll do a drone report or something,
Oh yeah, well it's all turning into slowly it'll be turning into a one world order, so we've already seen all that starting to develop, and they're creating it now right before our eyes. So everything's changing, laws are changing, rules are changing. all of it quickly. And I have to wonder, though, since you're out in such an interesting area, have you ever seen any, what people say, skinwalkers, or any supernatural experiences out there?
No, I do want to, like I definitely want to see a Tasmanian tiger,
Cool.
like
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, I get out every now and again and I look at the stars and I think, okay, what's going on up there? But no, I can't actually tell you that I've,
I think, yeah. Seen anything? That's okay. I think that, because I'm always wanting to see stuff too, and I think that those of us that want to see it, I guess we don't get to. Maybe that's how it works. I don't know.
Well, I think, I look at everything that everybody's reporting on, and I'm like, ooh, okay, that sounds interesting. And every now and again I get up in the middle of the night, but then I get bored and I'm just like tired and cold and I go back to bed,
Oh yeah, I know. Are your children still out there? Or are you living on your own on the farm?
My kids, bless them. My daughter's 30 and my son is 28. They're in New Zealand. And they are totally out of the system. They're living on yachts.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And,
oh, wow, I love that. Have you ever seen that TV show called Below Deck, where they're working on yachts?
Yeah.
Man,
yeah.
That's one of my favorite guilty pleasures, because I was in the Coast Guard and I learned to love boats, and I love the bosun work and all that. And then, of course, all the cheesy drama. I can't help it. But, I have to admit, I really like it. If I was getting out of the Coast Guard and didn't want to go to film school, I would have, and I knew about that, I would have gone and tried to do that, just chasing yachts,
But last time I talked to you, I said to you, have you watched that series Alone?
Oh, no, I haven't yet. No. But I will now. I have to look into it.
Yes, you do. You definitely have to look into it, because my daughter came over actually a couple of months ago, and that's all we did was watch Alone. And you know what? We were so hungry when we watched it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love watching another show called Naked and Afraid. You ever watch that?
Sorry, say that again.
There's another television show. It's one I watch. I've watched probably all the episodes. It's called Naked and Afraid. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Oh, I think you'd probably like that, because it's kind of the same idea. It's people, usually it's a man and a woman. They take them out to some isolated location like the Colombian forest or something. They drop them off. They have to take off all their clothes, and they get to bring one item with them, and they have to survive for like 3 weeks or 2 months or however long it is.
Oh, you would never get me out there taking off all my clothes.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go just because I don't know if I could make it that long, but I love watching it because, man, it's really clever to see how these people survive, how they find water, how they kill animals with their bare hands. It's amazing.
Okay. Well,
yeah, right in time for tribulation. Some people are going to have to live like that.
Exactly. It's like, oh, here we go. But anyway, lovely to talk to you. Okay.
You too. Always, Angie. I love you too, my friend.
And God bless you.
Thank you, Angie. Hey, God bless you too. And it's always a pleasure. You're just a character, and you're amazing, and I love it. It's nice talking to you. So have a good one, okay?
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
I'll try to keep it a secret. But you take care out there, okay? And thank you. It's nice talking to you. Have a good one. All right. Bye-bye. Good talking to you again, Angie. Always a pleasure, my friend. What a character. And I mean that in the best way, because I'm a character. I like characters. Not everyone's a character. There's a lot of non-player characters in this world. But, yeah. And next up, though, I'm going to find a nice background for Lynn. And do this. This is a good one. And Lynn Kazarski, welcome to the show, man. How are you?
Hey, Jay. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
I can. It may come in a little choppy. We'll see. But go ahead, man. First off, it's just nice to meet you. Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, I'm honored to talk with you, man. This is about 10 years in the making. I'd say over a decade I've been listening to you, man. So I'm really happy.
That's so crazy. That's an honor, man. Thanks. That really is. Yeah, thank you.
You're a big inspiration. Matter of fact, you're such an inspiration that when you put out your video and I saw your face, and I'm kind of like a little bit of a manly man. I actually had tears in my eyes.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
No
some other people said that, and that really touched me, man. It's like, the thing is, I've been doing this so long, and you get used to kind of focusing too much sometimes on the negative comments and the haters, but that whole video and the whole comment section was beautiful, and I mean, just moving. Every comment was just amazing. Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
Man, yeah, it's beautiful.
So what's up, bro? It's finally good to be here. It's so long overdue.
It's great to have you here, man. Well, we're meeting at the end. You know, we're all kind of just waiting on our Father, man, and.
Amen.
But that's okay. I'm still glad we get a chance to meet at this time, and it's exciting. It's gosh, you know, I didn't know that I was watching for the actual end times in the beginning when I started this. You know, the first year or two, I was just finding weird stuff and so-called conspiracies. But yeah, it all sure changed and kicked into gear after a while, and so I've been waiting. I just feel like forever, and I feel like I'm hanging on by the side of a cliff sometimes, and
it's an intense ride. It has its ups and downs for sure, man.
Man, doesn't it though? It really is peaks and valleys, and but hey, that's okay. We'll never have to experience anything like this again. We're going to a place where there's no more tears and pain and bills and Biden.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there. I'll be right behind you, man, or before you. You know.
Yeah. Hey, it'll be great to meet you up there and all of y'all, man. I always say that. But so, how about you, man? How's everything going with your walk in this life? And are people around you? Do they know what time it is, or?
Yeah, and that's interesting you mentioned that, because I have a big frustration. We have so much in common. First of all, I have a musician background.
Oh, cool.
And, yeah, so I would love to collaborate with you one day, maybe jam. I did on a professional level for quite a few years.
Oh, that's very cool.
Yeah, right now I restore classic cars, and I'm blessed to have that. I feel like lately I've been under some spiritual attack, maybe some demonic suppression because of my walk. And I'm so open about loving the Lord and try to be a fisher of men. And I think sometimes that... you know, the enemy doesn't want me to succeed.
Yeah.
And I feel that way a lot, you know.
Well, how's it coming? What kind of attacks?
1 minute, you know, I feel like I'm on top of the world, and the next minute it just seems like doom and gloom, and it's just this roller coaster ride. I'm just like, there's no, you know, like even keel, I should say.
Oh gosh, I was just thinking even keel when you said that. Hey, Lynn, man, I'm glad you shared that. I know people are praying for you right now, and gosh,
I could use it. Believe me, I could use it, because they're hitting me pretty hard from all directions.
Ah, man, gosh, I could tell. I don't even want to reveal a whole lot about in my real life, but man, I'm getting my ass kicked for 3 months now, and so let me tell you, I'm right there with you.
I feel your pain. That's why I called you tonight. There's something drew me. The Holy Spirit drew me to call you.
Oh man, I'm glad you did. Well, we're brothers in arms because we're going through the same stuff, and you're right, man. If you're getting attacked, I always try to look at the bright side of it, like, you know, that it's a good thing and all that, but sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it won't stop.
It doesn't, right? But it means we're over the target. So I mean, obviously we're that there's something behind that, right?
There you go, man. That's the best attitude to have, and like I said, I just go through. But man, sometimes I get angry, and I'll even just tell the Lord. It's just like I've said before, like I'll even be cursing and say I'm sorry. I'm not cursing at him, but like I effing hate this place. I effing hate my life right now. I effing hate all these things that keep coming. You know, please help. You know what I mean? And I get snappy.
But listen, when we have this brotherhood and we're brothers in the Christ, it can be very uplifting, and I think in the end we're the ones who will win, and we already won. We won the battle. We just have to ride it out, man.
Hey, you're so right, man. That's a beautiful way to look at it, and And I agree. And I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea, because I always make it. I'm always here, and I'll keep delivering, and I keep producing, and I'll be okay. I've been through it. And like I said, it's like you already know the warfare we go through, and even things you don't even want to talk about. It's like there's just some crazy stuff, man.
It's so crazy, bro, because listen, we're in a spiritual battle, and people don't see it. And I have so much to talk with you about. I have like 12 years of things I want to talk to you about.
Well, go ahead and find whatever you want to go on, man. Go for it.
All right, so let's start here. So it's no surprise to me you're friends with Jonathan Kleck, first and foremost.
Oh, really? That's cool. So you didn't know until...
I listened to Jonathan Kleck before his channel was even taken down. He's on his friend's channel now, right? So
yeah, he's on a secondary Kleck channel.
He's on the download for sure. But again, he's over to Target, so that doesn't surprise me. Like, think about it. Richie from Boston's gone, and they mess with the call. They mess with all our brothers in Christ and sisters in Christ. Anyone who's over the Target, they don't want this getting out,
Oh, no, man, not at all. And I'll tell you, as far as like pain and misery goes, Jonathan is a man of many sorrows. And again, just like me, though, he's fine. He's making it. He's doing it. But man, he gets hit. Oh man, in so many directions. I could tell you.
He does. I know he does. But his testimony is amazing. When he fell from the parachute story, that's the best. I mean, I wish I had a story like that.
Me too, man. When me and him were talking, I talked to him on the phone before he went and did one of those the parachute jump he did over his ex, he had on the ground, and he didn't know if he was. Yeah, he wasn't sure if he was even going to come back. Man, I was crying on the phone with him. It's like, yeah, I went and found him probably around 2013 or 14, right after I'd been online for a few years, and I saw his early stuff too, man. And that's where I prayed about it, and I was led to find him, and I met him, and been over to his house multiple times, a few times throughout the years, I'll say. And
he's a super cool dude, man.
He's amazing. I will. And that's the thing that
in the beginning I thought he was a little out there, but then
he is in a great way.
I stopped listening to him because it was like so out there. But then at some point it started making a lot of sense, and I'm like, you know what, this guy is on something, man.
Exactly. And it's funny because even when I talk to him, he knows that I'm not over here trying to preach what Jonathan preaches, because that's Jonathan's stuff, but he has really helped mold a lot of my thinking, and obviously a lot of the things I do mirror, kind of his things too. So yeah, but it's subtle, and like I said, I'm not here to tell the world the things he has to tell the world. That's what he's doing, but I do it in the way I can, but still maintain myself. You know what I mean? There's a process, but
totally, man. I'm right there with you. I feel what you're throwing down.
Yeah, I just don't want to, be a copycat or whatever. But no, yeah, you're right. He's an incredible dude. People don't even know, like, even in real life. I mean, the guy was like going for the X Games for sky surfing, man. I mean, he's got such a crazy ass story, all, but yeah. And again,
it's so out there that it's almost like crazy. But it's actually 100% true.
Yep. No, 100%. No lying. That's right.
There's no way that you can't make that stuff up.
No, gosh, I could tell you. Even when I'm around him. I mean, when we first met, we just stood there and like just staring at each other's eyes, talking to me. He was looking at me like really intensely, because I know we were just trying to read each other. You know what I mean? Like, he does that too.
Yeah,
it was heavy.
I would love to meet him one day. Just like I'd love to meet you. We should all meet up sometime and do some kind of like barbecue or something.
I know, man. He did the night under the stars. I wasn't able to go, but I was wanting to. But something got in the way that weekend.
Something crazy happened that night. Something crazy happened spiritually. So, I remember him telling something
a lot
really
did.
bizarre. Yeah,
the eye showed up in the sky. I mean, anyway, it's a lot. But I don't want to just talk about Jonathan. So what else you got, Lynn?
All right, so we have so much in common. We both dabbled in drugs. We both have like parents that are Christians they don't see what we see. I don't understand how I've been through the experiences in this world that I've been through, kicked in the teeth, knocked down, probably close to the gates of death. Wasn't a believer at one point, right? And then now our parents don't see what's going on around us. It must be so frustrating for you, because I have the same problem. They don't have
Yeah. No,
they
man.
do not have the discernment. You try to talk to them, and they don't get it, man. They don't see it. How do we see it? are lost souls, like,
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It blows my mind.
No, I do, man. It's very frustrating, and I even feel bad sometimes because it's sometimes even feels like a little bit painful when I have to go visit over there. But it shouldn't. And then they love me, man. They're crazy about me, So
You have to honor your mother and father. That's what God gave you. That's what I always tell myself.
That's it, buddy. That's exactly what I say. I honor my mother and father. And, I do like you probably have to do. I play pretend world when I go over there, and I have to keep my mouth shut on things, even though it'll still slip out. If they make me watch something dumb, like the nightly news, sometimes I kind of say something, but...
I have to turn off CNN, Mom. Sorry.
Yeah, they got on Fox finally, I guess, a few years ago, but Fox isn't really much better than any of the rest anymore, and... but they feel like they're being informed now. They have a new news
Fox
show,
and 6, right? I mean, come on,
right?
You know what time it is.
Yeah, it's all a part of the system, and
it's
but yeah, it's
the whole world the stage.
Yeah, it's frustrating though, man. It is. It really is. But again, I just pray about it, and I try to make sure you never get any bitterness in your heart towards them. That's the big one. Don't ever just understand that we're all on different levels of understanding, and sadly, they're brainwashed by religion. Fully brainwashed by religion.
Well, and the television. So when I woke up about 7, 8 years ago, I got off Facebook. I stopped watching television. I started walking my walk and my path to Christ. And I'm to the point now, dude, where I don't even put up a Christmas tree, man.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and I have 5 kids, and it caused a huge rift.
It's funny. I'm right there with you. Go ahead.
Do you really think Jesus was born in the winter solstice? I mean, come on.
Oh no, of course not. It's probably 9/11. I think.
I agree. 9/11. Yeah. That was
I think that was Satan's big middle finger to him, but that's just But what else you got, man?
I could probably go on with you all night, but
we'll jump some subjects here just so we can get a few things in.
Well, the funny thing is that Dawn called earlier, and she didn't want to come on, and her testimony was awesome. I'm so glad that she spoke.
Gosh, me too, man. That happens a lot. I've had a lot of people call, say, that's my first time, I wasn't sure, and then they come off with this amazing testimony or story. Yeah, I'm really blessed, man. They're all great people, aren't they? These shows are really, for me, they're cool because I get to see how many awesome people are watching and listening.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Amen. Yeah, it's so ironic because my little sister's name is Dawn, and then my fiance's mother's name was Dawn. And I'm like, wow, I don't know. It's just funny how sometimes things.
Yeah, things connect. They do. Yeah, all kinds of man. Yeah, I just thought of something random, but yeah, man, you're right. They do. Well, I'll get a lot of these things that happen a lot to me. Earlier today, I was driving, and in my mind, I saw the name Nancy. I don't know why. I was just thinking Nancy. It just popped in my head.
Wow,
and then
that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why. But then right after that on the radio, I was listening to the news, they mentioned a lady named Nancy. It was somebody I never heard of. It was weird. Then I looked down at some paperwork I had laying next to me, and on the paperwork was the name Nancy. You see, and I don't know anyone named Nancy, but see, things like that happen a whole lot to me, and when they do, I feel like it's almost like the Lord showing me I am on my track, like I'm on the right road. Things are connecting. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, and that was funny because I was thinking Nancy earlier too today because I saw I was just surfing through the TikToks, the little YouTube shorts or whatever, and over in England, this guy came out. One of the guys that was locked up, Tommy somebody. Does that ring a bell? I don't remember his last name. He went to jail. He was some truther guy.
Tommy Robinson.
There you go. And he's probably paid opposition, right? You know what I mean? Half truths. Anyway,
there's a good chance of it. Yeah, for sure. I don't really follow him, but yeah, he may be one of the Freemason actors out there.
Yeah, you got it. He's an actor. So yeah, I was thinking they showed a bunch of faces. Hillary Clinton. He's everyone cheers. This big crowd. This is going on in England, and then it was, I guess, maybe the day after Trump got elected or selected, we should say, right?
Yeah.
I mean, The Simpsons told us that 13 years ago.
Yeah.
But and they showed Nancy Pelosi's face. I actually made a comment, and I said, How does she go to get her Haagen-Dazs in San Francisco? How does she feel about walking around all the human feces on the sidewalk?
Exactly.
I mean, come on, man.
That was one of
This
the
is
better
crazy.
videos. That was one of the better videos I saw this week. Is Nancy Pelosi crying after hearing Trump won? It was nice to see. I probably shouldn't enjoy stuff like that so much, but
No, yeah,
she's a wretch.
Yeah,
She's truly a wretched person, though.
You know what's funny? You ever see like these people in power sometimes, and I don't know if some of the stuff's AI generated or what, but like you see like a news reporter, like the latest one I saw, which was the craziest one, where the lady like closes her eye and she's flicking her eye, and like the fly comes out and lands in her mouth. Dude, you ever see that one?
I did, man. That's a classic. I'm
crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure I showed it on a KJ's What Happened one time, but yeah, y'all, like he said, if it was a news lady, I believe, just talking, and then you literally see a fly manifest out of the corner of her eye, and it goes into her mouth.
It's like mind blowing. Like she's mind blowing, dude. Like a lizard. Like it's like a reptilians, right?
Yeah, did you ever see that? Did you ever see the famous old clip of the newsman? He was outside, a big black fella, big tall guy, outside reporting, and a fly flew by, and his tongue jumped out and slapped at it.
I saw that. That must reminds me of the guy that's on Good Morning American when he froze, Roker guy, and he was just like frozen.
Oh yeah.
That's so
they've
weird.
They've had a lot of those freezing things. Yeah, Eminem did it. Beyonce's done it. There's a bunch of them. I'm not sure. Maybe that's part of the MK Ultra stuff. You know, when I see things like that, I wonder. You know.
Some trigger word went off. Like someone was like squirrel, and they were like,
oh yeah. Roker said They said Holy Ghost, and that's what triggered him, which was weird.
Wow.
Did you know that?
Yeah. That is batshit crazy. I don't even have words.
Yeah. There's so much of it, and I'm here for all of it. You know, that's what I love. I love finding all the weird stuff and fringy stuff, and just as these days go on and the world gets crazier, there's just so much to pick from. So I'm never going to run out of content.
Yeah, and everything's just coming to light, man, and that's why we're all here tonight. We're all together because we see these things and people around us. So the CIA created the word conspiracy theorists. So people who are open-minded and free thinkers, we don't have the conversation with people, or if you do, they look at you like you have 10 heads.
Oh yeah, exactly. It was a well done programming from those guys, and what can you do? I mean, we're actually the critical thinkers in this world, is what they call us, conspiracy theorists. But we're the ones who are really critically thinking and picking all this stuff apart. You know.
Oh, I have so much to say to you. I'm so happy to talk with you, man. I'm so
you too, man.
You have no idea, man, how this is amazing.
It's a pleasure.
I'm a little nervous, but
you're okay, man. You're doing great.
So, yeah, thanks. So, speaking of, I was going to talk about I think because our parents are they were raised. You know, there's like 17 patents on the television for mind control. Because you watch it like that Beta State or whatever. And,
yep, Alpha State. You bet.
Alpha State. You know what I meant. And so I just think their programming can't be broken. They're just they've been so raised on the television and so brainwashed through the media that they're walking around with blinders on, man. They just
you know
what I mean? That's the
it's the boomers, man. It's the boomers. Unfortunately, are heavily programmed, and they lived their whole life during this fourth age, but it's the end of this age, you know. So this is all they know, and it's tough, man. It is. It's like my grandma, my mom's mom. And I wish she was still with us to this day, because I wasn't reading my Bible when I was a teenager, when she was still here with us. But man, yeah, right. But man, she was just
being up this earth, right?
Yeah, she was so dedicated, and she read the Word all the time, every day. And you know, I would, if she was still around, I'd love to go over there and do that with her now. But you know, my mom doesn't, and my dad doesn't at all. Like he was.
Don't see it at all. Like they don't get it at all.
No, there's none of it. And even when I start talking positively, like about Jesus or whatever, like I can see my dad almost cringe. Like, you know, friends I've had that are atheists or that aren't into God would be like, ugh, dude, you know, like, and that bothers me. So I pray for them both. I pray for mom and dad all the time, and just what can I do, man? All I can do is pray for them, you know. And like I've tried to talk to them, but they just won't have it. And even the other day, I should have said this. I meant to. My dad called and asked if we were talking, and he said if I was, because I was in a bad mood. With like I said, behind the scenes, the last few months have been nuts. But He's like, "You need anything?" I was like, "No, I'm okay, man. Thanks." But what I meant to say when I hung up was I should have said, "I need you to pray for me and see what happens." So I'm going to do that next
Well,
time and
listen,
see.
KJ, you have so many people praying for you. You probably don't even realize it.
Man, thank you. But I guess mainly, and I do, and it's
You are a
I
picture of
can't.
home. When you get to the gates of heaven, KJ, God's going to go, "You did well, son. Welcome in. Come on in." That's what's going to happen. You know that. I know that.
Lynn, I sure hope so, man. And what's funny is it's like it's hard for me to even believe. I know it's all coming and all that, but like I said, man, I don't give myself credit for much anything, and I think he made me that way. Just like I said, it's a good thing. It works out, because I don't have ego involved here. I just want to help, and I really want to pick things apart, and he gave me the head to do it. But man, thank you for that. Yeah, I look forward to it. I just want to get there and be with him.
You should be proud of yourself, man, because I know you're doing God's work, man, and it may be a little unorthodox. Maybe we could this could even be considered a ministry, maybe a little bit. Listen, because
Thanks.
I don't believe in structured religion. I believe people need to find God on their own path, in their own time, in their own way. It can't be shoved down your throat. Like my mom growing up was like, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," and I was like the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm like, "I'm melting. Don't talk about Jesus." And now here I am, and I see way more than she sees. And I don't. Why are we all together here talking about this?
Well, the other thing with that one, Lynn, the thing I also don't want to say I worry about, but I'm concerned about is like the Bible talks about some of these people that have a form of godliness, but they, give no power to it, right? So that's what I wonder, is that the religious people we know? Is that my mom and dad? Is, that they are religious, but they
Are they Catholic?
No, man, we're Church of Christ. I was raised in Church of Christ, and what's crazy is that the denomination I was raised in, they believe that we're the only ones that go to heaven is Church of Christ. So even as a little kid, I felt weird talking to kids from other churches. So I was like, "Ugh, they're not going to make it. Why am I going to waste my time with this one?"
Yeah, that's similar to the Baptists. Very similar mindset. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what it is. It's just very religious, and it's a very quiet church. They don't like people putting their hands up or anything. They'll tell you to not do that. And
the Baptists are the same way. Like if you're not a Baptist, they just look down on you like, "Oh, you're not a real Christian."
There you go. That's totally what it is. So anyway, yeah. So unfortunately, and I've talked to their minister Mark about Bohemian Grove and tried to talk to him about some of this stuff, and he's not having it. And yeah, he's just typical boring kind of little. I hate to say that though, man. There's some really great people there, but but they're just a lot of lost sheep.
It's the same thing in the Catholicism. It's like, they're all worshiping Mary and this and doing all this weird stuff. So you walk into a Catholic church, man. You know who that? There's always a statue in the front, a little boy, and a lot of people think that's Jesus. Guess what, man? That's not Jesus. That's Tasmus. Okay? That's how infiltrated it is.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely just. Well, you already know with Jonathan and his stuff on the Vatican and all that, how absolutely disgusting that religion is. Sorry, folks. And if you're a Catholic and you're listening, man, snap out of it. Find Christ. Run from that pagan religion. Run. Flee.
Well, look what happened. I mean, they're Pharisees. Constantine in the 1546 or whatever it was, he just mixed paganism with Christianity, and that's what you got. That's
exactly it. Yeah, I put a little bit of that in the video today. They're into Dagon and all these, false deities.
The fish head hat should tell you everything you need to know right there.
Yep, the meter hat, you bet. Yeah.
That's a dead giveaway. Let me ask you a quick question about when you did your work in Hollywood and stuff.
Sure, of course.
Because I traveled. I'm not going to mention any names, but I was a singer of a semi-famous rock band at one point in my life. That's actually
no way. That's great.
Right. Yeah, that's what drove me to the Lord, because I saw the evil. Well, really, 9/11 did. And I was like, but that's another story. I'll call you another night for that one.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your music stories for sure. But go ahead.
But when you were out there, did you see the weird stuff going on, what these people are doing behind the scenes?
Someone else asked me that.
Yeah, because if you look at like it goes back to even like the Brat Pack and stuff, like Sammy Davis Jr. is like, "Oh, I'm a Satan worshiper." Like what?
Yeah, the only kind of satanic thing I saw, I mean, I had a couple producers trying to get me into looking into being a Freemason. That was one weird thing. But then and I never did it. But and then one weird thing is
you don't want to be a Luciferian?
right, of course not, right? But I had a buddy because we were all filmmakers, and his name's Roger. He's a director, and we went over to the house that Sharon Tate was killed in at the Manson murders. Yeah, so there's this really wealthy producer, gay man living there, and real character, but just he was a little strange. But we went in there and we filmed a whole bunch of stuff, and he told us some stories, and we filmed the stories. But what was weird is, as we were leaving, somebody came and knocked on the guy's door, and they opened the door, and there's a bunch of witches. It was like 4 people, 3 women and 1 man. He looked, like he was probably a gay man, and they were all dressed in black and had the hats, like straight up. And one of the ladies was carrying a crystal ball. They all had other little ornaments in their hands, and they were coming in, and the guy asked us if we wanted to stay, and I was like, no thanks. I think we got to go, right, Roger? And Roger was ready to go too, but that was about the closest I saw. Yeah, that's the closest I seen, and I didn't crawl up very tall. I was worked in production, but I did have an agent, and I did meet a lot of industry people like CBS, NBC. I had meetings, with a lot of these companies, and trying to sell scripts, movies. I had a TV show called Agent that I wrote years ago, and just about a secret agent, but I had a whole bunch of stuff in there. It was different than anything. I mean, he was friends with Sasquatches, man. Like Sasquatches, it was crazy. Sasquatches were these really wise men, and they were actually, you find out that it was a tribe that was cursed by another tribe years ago to be beasts and immortal. So they're all super wise. They live in caves, but the caves are lined with books. So if you bring them knowledge, they'll help you with whatever you want. His whole thing, man, it was like a really crazy ass show. But I got to shop it to a bunch of networks. I never sold it, but anyway, yeah.
That's crazy. That's almost like bringing the Robin Williams, The Rock, and Happy Feet.
Oh, I never saw Happy Feet. Is that about a good, nice?
Yeah, if you brought him a pebble, he would he'd give you an answer to your question.
Oh, cool. Okay. See, well, there you go, man. So maybe they sold my idea. I don't know.
No,
but
the whole reason
just kidding.
Right on. No, the whole reason I was asking is because it's just like, I feel like when you look at anyone famous, man, they just sold their souls, man. They're just gone, man. There's no.
Oh yeah, it's over, and they even show evidence with the Black Eye Club. That's where they dart out the good eye, if you will. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, the hand over the eye, the one-eyed shut. It's just everywhere. Every actor, every famous person sold their. You can't sell your soul technically, but they were fooled to think that they did, right? Technically, I guess you can't because it's not yours to sell. But
yeah,
I don't know. Man. Listen, they all have some kind of weird death in the family, whether it's like a cousin or an uncle or a parent. There's some kind of weird the blood ritual behind them. Every single one of them. It's crazy.
But see, the thing is, and the reason that it does work is because part of them selling their soul is having to get rid of the Lord. They have to turn their back on him. They have to say, I no longer believe in all of that. They have to do a whole thing there. It's part of their ritual. So that's why it really sticks, because they've blasphemed the Holy Spirit. They're done with the Lord. They say they don't want it, and they made their choice.
Mm-hmm. A lot of them know the Bible better than most Christians, really. If you think about it, doing a black.
Oh yeah, sure. I've known even in religious groups, even like people at my parents' church can quote me scripture all day, but I try to tell them about what's happening in the world, and they're clueless. So yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, right on, man. This is so awesome. So I have so many things I want to talk to you about, but I guess you have other people, so I can.
Yeah, we'll do it, Lynn. Do it. We'll do it again, or awesome. I'd love to talk to you more, man. It's been a real pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great, man. I'm so happy to finally meet you. I'm so happy to finally see you. Keep up God's work. He's shining His light down on you. We are all praying for you. We are all here as a community, and. We all have the blood of Christ in our hearts,
I love that, man, and I love you, my brother in Christ. It's a pleasure. We'll do it again. You better come back next time.
You bet I will, man. I'll take you up on that invitation.
All right, man. Have a great weekend, okay? Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow at the show.
Right on, brother. Have a blessed weekend.
You too. Bye-bye. I'm not sure if you knew what show I was talking about, but if you don't know, y'all, I got a KJ's What Happened. I'm going to put the link in chat real quick here. I got a KJ's What Happened tomorrow over on Rumble. I'm still doing the show. And still have a great group there, man. Even though it's not on YouTube, we usually on the show we pull over 1,000 on average, which is good. Since my site's been down, I've lost a few, probably 100 or so, but that's okay. Anyway, enough about me. Let's go ahead and jump over here and let's switch the scene. So great talking to all y'all tonight, man. Just everybody has been great. I appreciate you. I'm not just saying that. Even though a couple of them we had some trouble with audio, hopefully we'll get that fixed and get y'all up and running next time. Cool? All right, let's try this one. That's pretty cool. Hi, Tree. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hi. You coming in good and clear. Nice.
Oh, great. Wonderful. Let me first say that tonight's people have been wonderful.
Thank you.
Conversations have been great and really encouraging. And it's nice to be around, conversating with a bunch of people who believe in the Lord.
Yeah, isn't it nice?
Yes, yes. So I have a few stories that I wanted to share with you.
Love to hear them.
And a couple of dreams.
Oh, great.
Not too much of your time. It's getting a little late.
You're okay.
So,
please.
Before I woke up, I was living in a house in Columbus, Ohio. And when I first moved in, I could tell that there was something off. And when I would get up in the middle of the night, I would always feel like something was following me down the hallway. Just odd feelings all the time. And one night, my son, who was 8 at the time, and this was back in 2001, right before 9/11. And we were sitting on the couch and we heard a growl noise come from the hallway.
Yikes.
Yes. And we both looked at each other and my son had this fear in his face. He said, "Mom, what was that?" And it was just so bewildering. We just sat there and looked at each other and never brought it up again. It was like the end of the conversation.
Yeah.
I had some really weird things happen. I was in the garage one time and organizing some things, and I heard a knock on the door, and I opened the door and there was no one there.
Ooh, I gotta ask too, was this always happening in this house, or everything was cool at first and then eventually it started?
Eventually it started. Yeah. It was cool at first, other than the weird feelings,
yeah.
I always felt like something was following me.
Weird. I wonder if there was like a triggering event. I wonder if, you bought something at a yard sale and brought it home, or, I don't know, who knows the different portals we can open to bring these things into the house, but that's all I was wondering. Or, like you said, maybe it was there the whole time and just dormant at first, just watching, waiting.
I think it was there before I moved in.
Yeah, wow, that's creepy. Well, did you ever, officially get rid of it, or were you just not in that headspace back then?
I did. I've always been a believer, but I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, like what words to say.
Yeah, but I just felt like I should read the Bible. And so I started walking up and down the hallway and was reading Psalms.
Good stuff.
Like Psalms 23, Psalms 91.
That's like acid in their face. That's so great.
Well, apparently it was, because there was no more activity in the home, but I could hear creaks in the attic after that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it cleared up the problem. I called the landlord because we were renting the home, and there was like a spider mite infestation in one of the bedrooms.
Yikes.
And the exterminator came out a couple of times, and it never cleared up the spider mite problem until the reading of the scriptures.
Wow. Okay, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. I don't know, this is just what I do sometimes, and I've seen dreams from people talking about when we're coming back with Christ for the second coming, and slaying demons, and we're in armor, and I've seen some cool stuff, and it makes my imagination race. And there's times I've even just right in my home here just spoken out to these things and said, I seriously cannot wait to get my hands around you filthy little freaking demons. Squeeze your little necks, and I'll just tease and say stuff like that. And maybe I'm crazy, but it's like I enjoy it because these things have been our tormentors the whole time we've been here, and I just can't wait to just slice and dice, baby. Anyway.
Well, I believe that they want to do that to us, so
oh yeah,
it's natural for us to want to do it back.
Yeah, and I don't even know, again, if that's the way it's going to play out or whatever, but it's just something. I have a big imagination, and hopefully we do, it's going to be interesting. But go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. So years later, my son, then 8 years old at the time, tells me that he would lie in bed and see these two shadows on the wall.
Oh, boy.
So, and he never said anything until he was much older. So,
well, I'm glad. That's probably was most kids. I saw Shadow or Hat Man when I was little, and so again, another reason to really despise these things because they screw with us at our most vulnerable. They're always messing with children, right? So many children have had to deal with these things and see them. It's gross.
Yeah, I felt so bad for him. It was terrible.
Yeah.
So years later, 2014, when I woke up, one of my neighbors showed me a Bohemian Grove video with Alex Jones, and that was my first waking up moment.
Tree, did you know that was me too? I don't know if you ever heard my story, but that same thing. That's what woke me up and got me on this path. I was in Los Angeles still when I saw that. And I prayed right after watching the whole thing. I was like, Lord, I want to know all of this. Teach me.
Yes. I had a similar conversation myself. But it was not long after that I found the scariest movie ever videos and started watching them and others and started, really waking up to what's going on in the world.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I was able to help in any way with the videos, and always, man, that's always been my heart. So thank you. I'm glad it helped. Go ahead.
So in having that conversation with him, he was telling me about what he was experiencing in his house. And he lived about 2 doors down across the street. And when you would leave his house, you would have to come down the driveway and then go past the house. Well, one night I was coming back from his house and I saw a probably 15-foot shadow.
Whoa.
It came off of his porch and came around to the side of the porch and then just disappeared right in front of my eyes.
That's freaky.
It was very freaky. I was standing in the road like, wow, I can't believe that just happened.
Did you tell him?
Yes.
Okay.
He said it was probably the same one that was throwing things off of his countertop and his stuff.
Wow. Okay, so wait. So then you had it at your house and he also had it at his house too?
The first time was in 2001.
Oh, okay.
A different house.
I gotcha.
And no, the house that I was living in then was fine.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of things in that area, which I don't live far from right now, where there's things that, there's shadows being seen in the woods. So there's just kind of this whole area back there that's
a weird energy.
Yeah. I don't know what people are doing back there.
Yeah, man. Who knows? And, people do go out and do stupid satanic ceremonies out in the woods and, they bring things in and, yeah, you got to be careful. You never know what portals have been opened, in your area, if you will, and what's coming in.
That's crazy.
It really is crazy to think, but, it's so good to know, even though we didn't realize that when we first started learning about the real spiritual warfare, but it definitely answers a lot of questions and helps us to stay armored up and engaged,
Yeah. So when you first woke up, did you have to take a moment to take it all in?
Kind of. I mean, what it was is that, so I never did social media. I never even really looked at YouTube or anything. This is when I was out in Los Angeles. Yeah, I wasn't into any of that stuff, man. And then I stayed at my cousin's place. He's a musician. He was living out in Chinatown, and I had to stay there. I think I was moving. I was in the process of moving, so I stayed with him for a little while. But he had his computer open and YouTube on, and I just started fooling around with it one time, and that's where I found Bohemian Grove. And as soon as I watched it, I earnestly was like, Lord, I want to know all this stuff, weird, crazy, reptilian, this, show me everything, please, because I started going down some rabbit holes, and no, man, I've said it before in the past, but the Lord seriously gave me an obsession with this. It was such an obsession that it totally changed the trajectory of my life. I moved to Hollywood because I was raised on horror films and science fiction. My dad liked all that, and I liked it, and it was my dream to be like the next John Carpenter / David Lynch type, character. But no, man, when that hit, it changed everything, and it even I was already saved. I've been saved since I was 11 years old, but it just kicked my walk into gear. It made me start taking the Lord a lot more seriously, and He just placed an obsession on me to where, I had to part from a best friend, out there. I left the industry. I went to Texas and became a bounty hunter of all things for about 2.5 years. And, yeah, I just went, that was kind of my way of coping with it, honestly, was going to something really dangerous and just saying, you know what, screw this world, man. And, I'm just going to go do this. And I already had that in me. I'd had a private detective license years ago also. So, yeah, but that was kind of my nihilistic in the beginning, kind of, let's just go bounty hunting, and that's around the time that I started making videos. I just made the scariest movie ever made, the first one, and then it was in Austin where I started uploading videos slowly but surely. That's when it started, but that was my process, Tree.
That's pretty amazing how you think you're going to go down this one path and then something drastically changes your life and you start,
big time.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it was just such a drastic change, and yeah, I lost a lot, and that's what happens with this, though. You lose a lot, you lose friends, you lose this, that, whatever, man. But I'm fine because I've sold out to this. I've been sold out to this for so long, and this is all I want to do in this life, So I'm good.
So let me just say that my mother's name was Dawn.
Oh, no way. Nice.
I've been hearing that name come up, and she's passed away though back in '94.
Okay.
I grew up in Miami, Florida, and I grew up a little fast, and I ended up pregnant at 17, and I know that you're adopted, and I gave a daughter up for adoption.
Oh, I'm glad you did that, honestly, man. I wish more people would do it, but it's such a process, isn't it?
It was, and it took quite a bit of healing time, to move past having to do that.
Yeah.
And
thank you, though. Thank you for doing it.
Sure.
Go ahead. I'm a big fan of adoption, but go ahead.
Well, apparently in my family we are too, because there was 4 children adopted out.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Not by me, just one for me.
Yeah. No, hey, that's okay. I love it. It's the best option, and they've made it even more difficult over the years to do it. So yeah, it's and of course, but then they got the what pill you can just go buy, and it's $700 and you can get rid of this thing, and yeah. But go ahead.
I never thought about that type of option.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm definitely pro-life. But I met up with her back in 2020, and she lives in Columbus, where I used to live.
Wow.
And she's a nurse practitioner, and she did really well in life, and she's doing really well. We've had like Christmas and Thanksgiving and birthdays and everything, and so. Did
she find you, or did you find her?
Well, we found each other on Ancestry.com.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. And what was it like when you first, that had to have been so intense when you first saw her.
Yes. Yeah. Really surreal.
I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Wow. Well, I'm so glad you were able to be with her and have a relationship, and she's is she grateful? Like, does she end up having a nice family?
Yes, yes. She was adopted by Bobby Rahal.
Oh, that name sounds familiar. Who is that?
IndyCar.
Okay, wow, that's huge. Okay, wow, she did fine.
Yes, yes, she did really good.
Man, I'm so glad they adopted her too. That's so cool. I guess I love it. I mean, me and my sister were both adopted. She found her natural born mother years ago, and which there's a whole crazy story there because her mom had been a witch. Her name was Fairy. All right, and she had been a witch before. My sister had 2 other sisters and a brother on that side, I think, and my sister always had psychic dreams and stuff when we were younger, and so did all of her sisters that she didn't know. She found out. So they all had this weird ability, psychic ability, and I wonder if it came from the witchcraft sometimes. I don't know, because the whole story with my sister's a whole other thing. But yeah, it's been interesting trying to figure that out. But we're not, we don't really, I see them, like twice a year, Christmas and Thanksgiving. It's one of those kind of things. I don't keep in touch. We don't talk. We've never been close. I'm not trying to be offensive towards her. I love my sister. She's family, but never, ever, ever, ever been close, ever. We just never had that big sister I could look up to, or it's just never like that. It was always been just, I always feel like it was her usually starting fights because I'm not a fighter like that. But she's just kind of got that personality. She's really tough. She, kind of a cowgirl. She, in high school, she used to beat chicks up. It's like, I'm not even kidding. Like, she's a tough chick, man, and she used to drive one of those monster mutter trucks with those huge tires on them, but she's real pretty and always had boyfriends. That's the other thing. She wasn't like a manly looking or anything. She's a very, very pretty girl. Always, boys liked her and all that, but just a tough country chick. What can you do?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
It reminds me of my sister. The one that was adopted. I met her a year ago, again through Ancestry.com. And she's a truck driver, and she's a country girl, and she's
there you go.
tough.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. There's a whole subsection of people like that. Women specifically, man. There's a lot of these tough country women, man. It's like they just ain't going to take your crap, and they can be just pretty as could be too, and you wouldn't even know it.
Yeah. Beautiful girl.
That's it. Well, excuse me, Tree, do you have anything else for us?
Well, I had a dream the other night where, and this is kind of an odd dream, but I'm just going to throw it out there.
Go for it. You got the right audience.
It was about Donald Trump, of all things. They kept trying to cut his head off.
Interesting.
Yes, it was. It was
because I've been thinking like that's another one is that, because I'm wondering how things are going to play out. But yeah, I mean, maybe they do kill him. Maybe that's going to happen. I don't know. But I've wondered about that. It's interesting you had that dream because I don't think they're done trying.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, Go ahead.
I thought they were gonna try to kill him to begin with before all the stuff.
Yeah. We'll see. I pray for him. Like I pray for him. I pray for Elon. I know that I've done videos on Elon that to be careful with him and not to trust him. But lately I've just been thinking, hold out hope for these people, pray for them, and hope that the Lord can really make a change in their lives and they could really be helpful and leaders trying to fight the Antichrist system, during the tribulation. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. And I, along with everyone else, I have been praying for you as well.
Thank you.
It's so important in these times.
It is. And I really, really appreciate that, Tree. Thank you so much. And I pray for y'all as well in bulk, but thank you for praying for me and all that. And thanks also just for sharing your stories. I'm not trying to cut you off, but is there anything else you want to share?
No, I'm good. I'll call another time because I do have a ton of stories to tell.
Oh, good. Well, then I want you to, Tree. I want to. You better come back. I'll do another show in a few weeks, and it's just been a blessing. Much love to you, my sister in Christ. I appreciate you.
All right, you as well. And you have a good night.
Hey, you too. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thanks, Tree. What a pleasure. All of y'all have been a pleasure. I'm going to jump over here and let's try. This is a different one. This is nice. It's kind of comfy. 4, Third World Assassin. Thanks for your patience.
Hello.
Hey.
I think your echo cancellation needs to be turned on or something.
Is that
or
what it
off,
is?
Maybe. Yeah, I use StreamYard too. It's hard to say. I mean, it could be your volume or your computer itself. But I mean, I can't.
Here, I'm gonna. First, I want to try. No, I'm sorry. First, I'm actually want to try something. Let me see.
We can do tech stuff real quick and fix your mic.
I just pressed echo cancellation. Did that help?
Yeah, that actually sounds a lot better.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
No way. Okay. Well, thanks,
I am here to help you, KJ.
You know what? It's crazy, man. Because a while back, my StreamYard wasn't working, and I had all those things filled out. When I took everything off, the volume worked again. So I just assumed not to click any of that stuff. So thanks, man. That's been a problem this whole time, but there we go.
All right. Well, you're welcome. Don't thank me yet, because I'm about to bust out some information that is detrimental to the conspiracy of what you call the Luciferian or the Antichrist system.
Yeah.
The Masons. You got to understand that there is a conspiracy that goes very deep and ancient. And at one point, Freemasonry was pro-Christianity during the 1400s. But, I mean, long story short, there's an ancient brotherhood from Babylon, which, keep in mind, Nimrod is the same symbol as Osiris, the same symbol as the Philosopher's Stone, the same symbol as... it's all a symbol of Sirius.
He's the first Freemason, right? The first Freemason? Oh, go
that's
ahead.
what Mackey says. But so this great work, quote unquote, which is also in witchcraft, the creative work. I'm going to read a quick paragraph just to vaguely describe something. So this creative work is accomplished when, quote, a lodge of Masons becomes unified and is enabled to work together as one functioning, coherent body. The Masons learn by participating in such a ritual to work, say, and think the same thing simultaneously. So that's from Dark Side of Freemasonry, which I posted on Twitter. But so I want to talk about layman's terms, because I'm sure a lot of your viewers have never familiarized themselves with this ideology. But so in the third degree, and Alice Bailey and Foster Bailey, Benjamin Krem, a bunch of other high muckety mucks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So their religion is it has to do with this thing called an equilibrium, which Albert Pike talks about at the end of his book, and that this equilibrium, quote unquote, because remember, these are all atheists. They don't believe in anything except they believe in nature. And if you go to page 102 of Morals and Dogma, you'll find that Pike says, quote, Satan is a force, the personification of atheism or idolatry or nature. Well, that's what Blavatsky says, but they're both quoting Eliphas Levi, and that so these two nature symbols that they worship, which I wouldn't even really call it worship, but so the one is Lucifer, quote unquote, which is the serious consciousness, which according to them is the first
dog
step.
star.
Yeah, it's why in the Bible it's called dogs of Astaroth, and that because Astaroth or Astarte is the dog star, Isis is Astaroth.
Oh,
the
yeah.
symbol, the lodge is a symbol of Sirius, and that the lodge is also a symbol of Isis or Sirius B. The doctrine is a symbol of Osiris, which is Sirius A, and also the initiate is a symbol of Osiris as well. And so, because Osiris is, quote, reborn through Isis as himself, just like Nimrod, and that this is a symbol of initiation, and that they believe that when they receive this initiation, they may not understand it or anything, but their light, quote unquote, is Lucifer, aka the symbol of the, quote, serious consciousness. And so this third degree, they're given a, quote, consciousness evolution, end quote, and that Sorry, I say quote so because Cooper always
No,
says
no,
it.
you're good.
But anyways, so their consciousness evolution, that's the first step of a quote rhythm. That's the term I'm using, their terms, because these people, we must understand our enemies. And because these people want to destroy all religions in all countries, they are all of our enemies. And that because their goal is to replace religion with the belief that man is God, which they call the apotheosis of man, which is one of the parts or elements of the great work, quote unquote. And it's the same thing as the great work of Crowley, which he states is the apotheosis of man. It's the same thing as the Aeon of the Conquering Child Horus, where, see, this equilibrium is Lucifer, quote unquote, which is thought or their God, and then their negation of God is the Satan, aka the personification of idolatry, aka Pan. And see, because these star stories and stuff, that this is the personification of idolatry. And as Pike and Blavatsky and fucking sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
You're okay. No, you're fine.
And Eliphas Levi state that the initiates, quote, represent this force. So they represent this force. And that it has to do with them believing that the Sirius consciousness is somehow channeled through Saturn. But anyways, that's a huge... I did...
Yeah.
Well, I posted the chapter 3 of Dark Side of Freemasonry on Twitter. But like, which you all have to read it, because if you want to understand... Because that's the first rule of war. And keep in mind, this Illuminati is a military priesthood, quote unquote. Their goal is to destroy Christianity and replace it with secular humanism. And that
well, did you ever read the externalization of the hierarchy?
Yeah, that's part of the hierarchy, is this whole Christ consciousness where the masses are induced into believing that they're channeling the Christ consciousness. And keep in mind, the Christ consciousness is just a different word for the Sirius consciousness, and the same symbol as the emerald tablets and the philosopher's stone and all this.
Oh, those are some interesting rabbit holes, though. There's also the 10-point agenda Alice Bailey put out there for destroying Christianity. But go ahead, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, Alice Bailey, her and Crowley, they were both they're both blabbermouths, in that they blabbered what their secret plan was: to destroy all the religions, to topple all nations. It's the same plan as the Illuminati plan. The Illuminati plan, Weishaupt was a Jesuit who was, the goal of the Jesuits was to create an order which was called Illuminati, and that was, which, keep in mind, the Alumbrados existed before the Jesuits, but this order seen the power of Freemasonry, so it took it over, mostly in Europe at first, because the founding fathers, everybody likes to demonize them, but the fact of the matter is that Thomas Jefferson's Bible, quote unquote, was simply a book full of Jesus quotes. So if somebody finds something wrong with that and wants to call Thomas Jefferson a Satanist, they are wrong, because...
Yeah, I'm with you on all that, too. That's a whole other thing, but go ahead.
Yeah. So the founding fathers wanted individual rights, and that the goals of communism, socialism, etc., those are for group rights. And so this all has to do with this equilibrium that Pike's talking about, where we're seeing it right now, where people are being led by their emotions. They're, quote, getting their goat. And that and that these people are what's amazing to me is that stupid Disney TV show Agatha. They showed the whole way the coven works.
Did they really?
The lodge. Yeah, and that the witch, the head witch, uses the other initiates for her goals, or the goals of the coven, and then they all end up wasting their lives for the leader of the coven, which is, and it's all for the, quote, greater good. Remember, because these are all.
I have to watch this now. Now I have to, because I watched some of that Wanda show, and even in that, I showed in a video I did, they had some Bible code stuff in that series, and a lot of symbolism, of course. But go ahead, though.
Well, at a very vague spoiler alert, the initiate of the main witch at the end finds out that he's, quote, God, basically, and that they always teach the same gnosis of this third degree, and that their goal of teaching the masses this gnosis, because you can go to any hippie festival or, well, more techno stuff, but any techno festival or any popular thing, and that you go up to somebody with a flower of life tattoo and you ask them, are you a god? And they'll say yes. And then you ask them, are we all one? And they'll say yes. And this whole serious consciousness, that's the whole scheme of it. They've already spread the New Age religion, which bears the symbol of Osiris, the flower of life, which, man is God through this. They've converted all these. They've converted so many people that claim to be Christians into this, quote, Christ consciousness, and the people don't realize it's the same thing as the Luciferian philosophy. And so this is the goal of witchcraft, is to convince the masses that the masses are God, and that through this they believe they will, quote, manifest the hierarchy, or the materialization of the hierarchy on Earth.
Oh man, yeah, it's the age-old Luciferian lie. But go ahead.
Well, we don't know if it's real or not, because we have to remember that they use symbols for words, and that it could just mean, it could be another symbol of Atlantis, which Hall speaks about, and that Atlantis was a symbol of their world socialism that they used to have, that sunk to the sea, quote unquote. And Cooper denotes William Cooper. I forgot to say I'm a student of William Cooper, who I'm sure you're familiar with. But
oh yeah, huge fan, of course.
Yeah, that's used to be all I uploaded until I started realizing that everybody else wasn't listening to the Cooper, and they all, because I always tell people to listen to Cooper, and it's like they don't want to, and so I just started doing the live streams and stuff. And I've been on Jamie's channel twice, Jamie Hanshaw, and I was just on there last week. But
no way, cool. You know what I can? I mean, you're obviously very, very well educated in all of this, so I figured you had been putting some content out. I'll have to find you and follow you on here, man. But what's it like with Jamie? How's she? But don't let me stop you, man. You continue.
Oh yeah. Well, she's good. I've known her for like 15 years. We've been, pen pals.
Okay, nice.
But she's she really wants to hit the grindstone. I think I really touched base with her on this subject, because it's like this whole their goal. I mean, I could take it to a biblical term if you wanted. For example, in the book of John, chapter 10, verse 34, Jesus says, "Ye are gods?" ?
Well, there's a question. There's a whole thing on that. Do you know Jonathan Kleck, by the way?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, that's all right. But go ahead and continue. Yeah, that line is really, there's a lot there. It's very interesting. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, in the book of Revelations, chapter 2, verse 9, it says it's talking about blasphemy and Jewish people, but then it says they are not, but they are the synagogue of Satan. And that's where we reference page 102 of Albert Pike's book, where he says Satan is the personification of idolatry or atheism. And, the initiates represent this force. Because I had a 32nd degree come on my show and think he could be Froggy, and I didn't.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Did you notice that Alex Jones put a 32nd degree Mason on his show?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. It's a new reporter, and it's a few months ago I noticed, and he admitted on one of the shows as a 32nd degree Mason. I'm like, Alex, what are you doing? But anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like the goal of these Illuminists, because that's what Freemasonry is now. It's Illuminati. It's don't be fooled.
Yeah.
It's and it is the synagogue of Satan per se. They believe their lodge is Sirius, and that they are channeling the consciousness of Sirius. That's why they call it the Great White Lodge on Sirius. It's just a reference to their home coven, which is...
That's great. It's great information. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because they are, quote, widows' sons born from Isis, which Isis, remember, is Sirius A, and that Isis is a symbol of the church or the tabernacle. So they're reborn from a new mother, and then the doctrine is their, quote, father. And so the doctrine Osiris, because Osiris is the symbol of the doctrine, their doctrine, and that. So that's why the Horus and Osiris are one, is that because the initiate is because their code word for quote the word end quote is the doctrine, or the initiate understanding that he has the consciousness evolution of the serious consciousness, and that this rhythm, it's spoken of by Alice Bailey and Foster Bailey as being a 3-part thing. I'm not quite sure exactly what the other 2 parts are. I know that it happens in the 7th degree or the Royal Arch degree of the York Rite, and then the other part is in the Templar Rite or the 32nd degree. And that I've sorry, you had a question.
No, I was just going to say something. It's I actually, and this is an experience you probably would have really liked with your world of knowledge. That I was in Belize, and I actually met a 32nd degree Freemason because he was my cab driver, and he had a huge amulet around his neck, had the Mason, symbol, square and compass, and um, this is just being honest. I've told you all this in the past, but marijuana. And when I was out in Costa Rica, I'd find it through cab drivers, and I traveled all through Central America, and everywhere I went, you would go through the cab driver, man, to find what you needed. So I asked him about a little weed, and he said he could hook me up. So I ended up spending the entire day with this guy, and he even took me to the Freemason Lodge, took me inside. I got to see everything. It was pretty cool, and we just talked all day, man. Not as deep as the information you got going.
Oh yeah,
but
well they
go
they
ahead.
are to heal. They are to heal, conceal, and never reveal the secrets of Freemasonry.
Of course, yeah. I'm the one that I'm outside the lodge, so he won't say much. But he did talk a lot about the God man.
Oh yeah. Well, I did. That's what they. That's because their goal is to make other people believe it, and that this is why they've created so many religions. Mormonism is an offshoot of the Illuminati, which is simply you're gonna get your own planet and be a god.
That's right.
And then a Mormon who J.J. Vance, who came on my show, he's a retired Department of Defense military guy, but he said he was in Mormonism, and they even busted out the serious stuff, and and it's not there. It all has a commonality where the initiates of the cult believe they are channeling Sirius, the head of the cult, but at the same time, the head of their cult is quote God, even though they're gods. It's funny how there was an episode of it was either Millennium or The Lone Gunman, and it was about Scientology, and they're like, oh, the secret of Scientology is that L. Ron Hubbard is God.
You know what? That's so cool that you mentioned Millennia, by the way. That was such a fantastic show. And, the best episode I thought I ever saw of that show, it was pretty simple. It was 4 demons hanging out in a bar, drinking beers and telling each other stories about the best soul they ever stole. It was great, but go ahead.
Yeah, I remember. That was a pretty good episode. But so the Illuminists, they create these words that are, like consciousness. And that because they don't want you to believe in spirit. They don't want you to believe that you're a spirit, And I don't even like to use the word soul because of how soul denotes the sun. But anyways,
spell ing. I gotcha.
Yeah, so the words they use, because all these occultists, they'll always have some quasi-scientific explanation of what their words and meanings are, and they are all atheists. They don't believe this whole channeling of Sirius, of their consciousness. To them, it's not some kind of it's like a psychological thing. Imagine if you were a shrink, and you are not a shrink but a hypnotist, and you're like, okay, I want you to close your eyes, and right now we're building a box inside of your body, and that this box is going to hold a light. And the terms they use, it's so parallel with hypnosis, because this, according to what I think it was Ancient Satanism in France, a book, and then another book. Damn it, Cooper goes over a bunch of books, but these books, they basically bring it back to like ancient India and ancient Persia, and that part of the Rosicrucian stuff, which has the same man as God philosophy, comes from India, and then the other section of the Hashashim's version of the initiate, which was combined with that, comes from excuse me, ancient Persia.
But I just want to add one thing real quick though, but they do always show though that they're, even though they may not, some of them say they don't believe, they do show that mesh of Satanism and science, because look at Metropolis 1933, right? But that was a perfect example of them again meshing that Satanism with science, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the pentacle is a symbol of Sirius when you boil it down to the high muckety mucks and what their opinions are.
I'm going to go deeper on Sirius. I did a video a while back and showed a bunch of symbolism and talked about it, but I'm going to go deeper. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, it's like this whole consciousness versus pan, which is just a symbol of nature, or like emotions and sex drive, because that's how they get everybody with this whole, because they'll teach, that's why the Scientologists do that thing where they're like, they'll
I went into the Scientologist and did that. I had that test. I didn't go in. I had the test sent to me by a girl I met in California, in Los Angeles, and I almost went in and did that, what you're about to talk about, the reading or whatever, but it just kind of freaked me out.
There's a test where they try to make you mad on purpose.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and they hook you up to that. You put your hands on the two things, the reader machine, and then they say mean things to you, and they want you to not make the thing move. You can't get mad, otherwise the monitor will move. But it's the same ideology in a way as Mason. I mean, they're all these different. That's why Albert Mackey and what's his name, the encyclopedia writers, they call it the Masonic Encyclopedia and Kindred Sciences, because witchcraft, the 3 degrees of witchcraft are parallel with Masonry, where you show your left breast and a dagger or a compass, and the whole compass thing, take a compass and draw a circle, and what do you got? A circle with a dot in the center, which is the ancient symbol of Shemesh, and which is also the symbol of the Illuminati. And which,
oh man, I just showed that on a portrait of Pope John VI from many years ago. They have a bunch of the symbols, and that's one of them. Go ahead, though.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like the so to them, the square is a symbol of the material plane, and the compass is a symbol of the spiritual plane. Because the compass draws the circle, and Da Vinci's man with the circle and the square, he's standing in both. But the thing about it all is, it's like they may talk about spiritual stuff, but the highest ones, because I've talked to them, they don't believe in anything. They believe in money, and that they believe in man, and that, because they're all secular humanists. And Cooper, it's crazy how Cooper nails it to the wall. I mean, he had a grudge out because he could see through their BS, and that the true power of the order, and this is, and all the Freemasons will deny it, even though they'll preach their Masonry makes man perfect BS.
God, man.
Yeah. Well, see, the true power of the order is simply to how to control people. And that's why I read that book, or that quote, how the Masons think as one, and they do their, and that because I'm looking for this other quote by Ellis Bailey, but they this is a cult, and that the blueprint of the cult is in very many different groups. So Bailey states this cooperation with the Lodge on High, which that's talking about Sirius and the hive mind, will blend the minds of many into one directed purpose, and will help empower the candidates for initiation to meet the tests of that initiation. Behind, then he states, Foster Bailey, page 98 of Mystical Masonry, I think it is. Mm-hmm. I took screenshots with my phone, so Behind the magical work of the rituals must be the influence of the established rhythm. The materializing upon the earth of the mystical vision must be brought about by the wise working of this law of rhythm and of ritual. But Alice Bailey spills the beans. Here it is, the quote I'm looking for. It's from Alice Bailey's book, Discipleship in the New Age, 1944. It says 1:65, which I think, I'm not sure what. But anyway, so this is Alice Bailey, quote, "Then a clear thought form can be constructed with definiteness, and it can be positively directed, working on mental levels with your group brothers, so that your thought form is part of their thought form, and you can therefore unitedly produce a living embodied form which can be directed as I may determine." So they're using the coven for whatever they want.
It sounds like a tulpa, even, if you know what a tulpa is.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, that's really interesting, man.
But when you watch that Agatha show, you'll see it. You won't see it till the 9th episode, but it all comes together in the 9th episode, and it's like, it's just like, Jesus, how can they're sitting there spoon feeding this shit to fucking the youth.
Fine. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to
you're
swear.
Fine. No, don't even worry about it. Yeah, no, man. Hey, that's how I feel almost all these things I watch, and I usually make videos about them too. But it really is incredible, especially that they're putting that level of knowledge out there, that occult knowledge, in some dumbass Disney show. And yeah, people are eating it up. These kids don't even know that they're being indoctrinated into the new golden age.
Well, the best way I can describe it is it's kind of like how the Aztecs turned a number which wasn't a number into a number, which was the number 0. And so think of it like Magic the card game. I don't know if you've ever played Magic the card game.
Man, I played all through the military. Yeah, I loved it. I still own. I even own one of the Power 9 cards. But go ahead.
Oh wow, impressive. We'll have to play sometime. I'm technically in the same state. But,
yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I run a Oath of Druid deck, but I
haven't played in years, but I still have old decks that are put together that like annihilated everybody. So yeah, I would love to. We'll have to figure it out.
Oh wow.
Yeah, hey man, I used to go play tournaments. I went to one of the big Magic the Gathering tournaments at a hotel. Man, like I didn't place, but got my ass kicked. But yeah, I mean, I used to win at a lot of the comic shops. I'd go into the back and play Magic tournaments. I mean, I was for a while ace, and not to brag, but yeah, I played like hardcore. But go ahead, man.
Well, I'll definitely look forward. But so they made a concept recently in Magic where they changed something that wasn't a color into a color. And I use the metaphor of the suits in tarot, where the Fool is the hidden suit. The Fool is the symbol of the uninitiated. So metaphorically, look at colorless mana in Magic, the card game, as a symbol of the uninitiated. So what the card game has done is they've made colorless into a color by forcing you to pay colorless mana to cast a spell in the game. Keep in mind, this is a metaphor of simply where the initiates, the witchcraft coven has taken the uninitiated and they've made them a factor into. I mean, technically they've initiated the masses, but they've made them into something that is part of their plan, that is unknowingly part of their plan, basically. And so this equilibrium, that's why those last 4 pages of Morals and Dogma are so important, because Albert Pike's spilling the beans and nobody even quotes it. It's like the Jay Dyer dude gloats so hard that he's read Morals and Dogma, but he doesn't understand what the hell he even read. And that
it's funny, but Jay, huh? Yeah.
Well, he blocked me on Twitter, which pisses me off, because the only reason he could have possibly blocked me is because I said it was either A, that he was arguing about getting into heaven or something, and I was like, well, Jesus says that all I gotta do is believe in him. And keep in mind, I'm not a Christian. I just know the Bible and stuff, and I do believe in God and stuff, and I do study Jesus and stuff. But
I'm gonna pray for you to find Jesus, but go ahead.
well, so the other reason where he may have blocked me is because I said, well, the Illuminati wants to destroy all the religions and the Constitution, and that's why we need the Constitution to protect the individual right to practice our religion.
Oh yeah, and hey, actually, Third World Assassin. I hate to be rude. I didn't even catch the time, but we have definitely gone on for a while, man. Again, not to be rude.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little time to wrap up though, real quick.
Well, now that you know, I have a vast amount of things to tell you.
And you do, man. We'll have to talk again for real.
Well, you can either come on my show or I can come on your show again, or maybe both of us could come on Jamie's show.
Yeah, hey man, we'll talk. I mean, hit me up on ozbornekj@gmail, and maybe we can figure it out. Okay, but
just inbox me on Twitter because I'm really bad with emails.
Okay, no worries, man. We can do that. But yeah, hey man, like I said, you're incredible. I could definitely tell we could talk forever. And I feel bad cutting you off, but
no, you're good.
My last two people here, man.
Well, yeah, I got to start my own podcast. I still got to jump in the shower, so I just really wanted to. I've never talking to you, and I've heard your voice for 16 years or so.
Well, I'm glad you called, man. It's a real pleasure, and I love to hear you're fighting the good fight out there too. So keep it going, okay?
Yeah. All right. Well, take it easy. I definitely enjoyed talking to you.
Man, you too.
Oh yeah. I'm Third World Assassin on Twitter and YouTube, so just hit me up on either of those, and we'll definitely set something up. And I'll tell Jamie that you might come on to her show with us. So,
cool, man. Yeah, let me know, and I'll let you know.
Hell yeah, and, badass.
Yeah, you're awesome, man. Hang in there. I'm still going to pray for you to find Jesus. Not that I'm not being a religious jerk on you. I just care about you, man. That's all, okay? But anyway, you have a good night. Thank you, man.
Oh yeah, well, definitely we should play cards too. All right,
yeah.
Peace.
Oh yeah. Take care. Some people may be grumbling about the magic. I haven't played in years, but I did in the military. I really got into it and even became friends with a guy that had a comic book shop, and that's really what got me into it out there. So, and I played for years. That's what I was saying, man. I was like seriously going and playing tournaments. I'm over here like magic bragging, but I mean, man, like, and you'd win cards, other cards. But anyway, I enjoy subcultures, and that was a fun subculture, and I really enjoyed that call. Great talking to him. But King Frugal, man, and all of my last two, I'm so sorry. Thank you for your wonderful patience, you guys. And I'm going to go ahead and bring on King Frugal right now. So thanks again, man, for hanging in there. He may be asleep. I don't know. That happens sometimes. Okay, good.
Nah, I actually went to sleep a couple of times and woke up. I was like, I'm still in line. That's crazy. Hey,
thank you, man. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I appreciate you calling in. How you doing?
Nah, you're good. I'm doing well. I'm doing wonderful, actually. You may not remember because I've been watching you since probably 2016. So it's been a little minute since I've been watching you. And just like one of the other girls or ladies that was just on, she said I used to just go to sleep to you. I used to do the same thing. Like your voice was like soothing, and I'll just go to that while you're talking about certain things, and really like you'll talk about the dangers and evils that are being shown to us, but at the same time you'll rest assured, like at the end of every video, that God has a plan and he's making a way while you're still transversing the earth. So that's what I always taken away from your video. So I'm always inspired.
Man, that's precious. I don't want to sound cheesy, but thank you. Go ahead.
Like, absolutely, because I feel like there needs to be more, like, just even that sense of even what I've gotten through, like what I've heard throughout this live stream, like you give off a energy of like peace within self, and that just gives off that sense of everything's going to be all right, even if things are crazy of how it is now. Like there needs to be that type of demeanor where God has it figured out. So you shouldn't be so, oh, what's going on? What's happening? Have that awareness, but also be calm and knowing that it's
Yeah.
already completed, So
Man, thank you. I'm glad you see that, because sometimes on my shows I mention Stu Peters. I share some of his clips on the Uncensored show on Monday, but I call him Stewing Stew. He's just always like, he comes off super angry, and he's very intelligent, and he has all the great knowledge on what's going on in the world, but he's just so damn angry, and he's even seething sometimes, it looks like. And that's
right.
not good for us. We want the
Yeah.
truth, and even AJ, Alex Jones, pounding the desk and screaming. I get some of the,
Mm.
but yeah, I'm with you, man. That's why I consciously, plus it's just my nature, but I always wanted to be different than all that, and just be able to find truth and share it, and not have to scream and yell and get your blood pressure up. Like, let's go the reverse, because, like we know this. I know it's going to be okay. We know it's going to be okay. We're with the Lord, man. We got nothing but glory ahead of us, but we got a freaking battle to battle here. Unfortunately, we still have to fight it. We walk out our walk. We occupy while we wait. And but yeah, man, thank you, man. I it's my heart, man. I care about people, and especially the lost. Like, we're all we're family. That's great, but man, I do. That's why I don't get mad at the Lord when it's like, let's get out of here. It's because every day that goes by, just think of how many new souls he gets. So,
Man.
he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. And I was gonna mention that beforehand too. I actually talked to you once before. I think that was 2018. You were doing a
Oh
show just
wow.
like this, and I just had got on, and you just had told me back there. You was like, "Yeah, man, you seem you have like a good light, man. Like, just keep it going, and just let it, let it just keep growing." So I've always kind of taken that with me, and
I feel it from you. Great, man. Thank you. Go
yeah,
ahead.
like, and of course, and like I said, it's been a journey, because I think I was a car washer during that time, but during this thing, then I've went from that to a detailer, and then I was working at Amazon. Then I actually got a chance to start driving trucks all of a sudden, like
Oh,
nothing
did you?
that I
Cool.
yeah, it's like nothing I even had on my plan. And this whole like year, like this is just over a year. Then this whole like truck driving process has started. I've got my CDL. I've actually been able to be a trainer. So now I'm a trainer, and I just
Man,
got
good for you.
certified to defensive course driving. So I'm a defensive course driving trainer as well. So I've been going through a lot of like changes this whole year, and I've just felt so blessed. And
I'm proud of you, man.
thanks. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that just in general that I really wanted to keep in mind. And I always even have that fact, just like even like I've heard you and a couple other people say, like, you're ready to go, I'm ready for the next life and everything. I'm ready, but I know at the same time that, like, even where I'm at, like, I'm 27, and I feel like this is my uh opportunity to be the best me I can be. Like,
Man.
never be bitter about where I've come from. I always stick to being focused on being better about where I can be for my future. So it's always just, and it's a delicate situation, just where even like I've seen a lot of people in my generation, like, it's disheartening to see, but I feel that urge even more to be a better example, because
Yeah.
that influence is so strong out there, and people gravitate towards the negative so easily. So when you break that mold, it really kind of uh it really shifts the atmosphere in a lot of places. And I've seen a lot of, like I said, I'm technically a teacher now, so I've gotten like people telling me like, oh man, like, you just give off this essence, you have everything good, it's a good day. And it's just like,
Love it.
where I come from, like, you need that. So I just really try to do that. And also, even with the, like I said, my I get a lot of stuff from my mom and my grandma and everything like that. And I just kind of keep in mind that spirit of just, knowing that everything's worked out, but you have to put the work in at the same time and be honest with yourself. Because if you're not honest with yourself, who can you tell the truth to?
Yeah, man, and I really like that, and I also really appreciate when you're saying that you're working on being the best you, because that's something I always say to myself and to the Lord is just I want to be my best version, Father, for you. So that's a fantastic element to add to anyone's walk. It's just saying that. Just help me be the best me, Lord, while I'm here, so I can help others. Because when I'm injured or I'm hurt, this or that, or I'm struggling or whatever, you can't be the best for everybody else. So help me to just always find a way to be that, so I can be that blessing for others. So I love it, man. You got your head together.
Hey, and you said that deal. It's so crazy to hear that. It's like you said I sung this stuff the last time. That's why I'm just like, man, it kind of feels like full circle a lot of stuff. I'm glad to continue doing that, because it's like I've always been so I want the best when you see the worst, so it's so important. And also you made my week when I saw your face. I was
No
like,
way.
what? KJ finally showed his face. Oh my God. Like, I was so shook. Like, I was like, what? But it made, like, now, I think you had like certain old like B footage when you had excuse me if I'm not wrong, Chubbs on there and
Oh
everything
yeah,
like that. Like,
Chubbs.
so everything's full circle with that. And I was just like, wow. Like, it just now I feel more connected, even though it's still virtual. I was like, okay, this is
Good, man. I like to hear that, because you know what? I almost didn't. I was actually just going to make it and kind of put it up on Subscribestar for the people that support the videos and shows. But then, honestly, my spirit, I heard him just say, just load it up, because I could either choose, unlisted or public, and he said go public. I was like, I did it, and just like it. It just happened real quick, and it's been such a blessing, man. I love it. I love hearing from all of y'all. I'm glad it was nice for people to see me, and it's, I forget that I've been doing this for so many years, and so many of y'all have followed me for so long, and you heard my voice and you get to know who I am, but then to see me would be a trip. So that's where it's like, okay, I get it. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. King Frugal.
Oh, my name is John. I just put King Frugal on there to be
okay,
like, hey,
John.
I'm a king with frugality. But yes, I appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
Well, just one more thing. I didn't want to take up too much time, because I know it's going on.
Fine.
It's been here 5 hours.
But you waited, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, of course. Thank you. But just like I was saying before, like you've really given, like, I'm not too inversed in the community, because I kind of dip in and out, because like I said, I'm a firm believer in God, and that He has things that works out. And I've also known that, like you said, like there's ways that you can be connected to God and you don't even really even read your Bible at the end of the day. At certain days, like, you don't fully know or understand the meaning of a verse, but it's like, in a lot of ways, like, He talks to you.
Yes.
And not even through, like, just a still small voice. He could be talking to you through somebody. Like, He uses somebody to speak to you and let you know, like, hey, you're doing the right thing. Or you have like a dream and you see the dream in real life, and it's not even something like specific. It's just a random moment in your life. And I take that as God saying, like, hey, you're going in the right direction. Just keep being persistent. So I always take into account too, even with my even my age, and how I see a lot of people, like I see a lot of Arrested Development, honestly, in my generation.
Big time. Oh yeah, unfortunately. Go ahead.
No, yeah, you're fine.
No, you're right though. I see it too. It's sad. Well, it's the most programmed generation in history, because this world's ending soon, right? So
yeah,
if you look at it that way, it really, and Generation Z, how interesting that they actually have the last letter of the alphabet too. But go ahead.
Absolutely, like literally first generation Z. So I'm sitting here that's why I feel more motivated to even have that mindset, even when I know there's certain things that are trying to wrap up. I feel like this is the
Yeah, keep
curtain
going.
call to do like to be a change, even if that is something that hits to a climax. At least you were that
Yes.
pillar instead of that demolisher.
John,
So
I love it. Keep going with that because, again, I know that when we talk about the end, it's like sometimes people think, oh, crap, then what's the point of it? No, man, still be your best every day. Do your work, do your thing because we don't know, man. I mean,
yeah,
we don't know when. But yeah, I love it. And man, I love that you're trying to be a light for your generation, man. That's a great calling. So, and they need it.
thank you.
So, yeah.
And I'll just say this one before, like I just said, like at the beginning, you are a main influence of just being vigilant, but also having that sense of like tranquility about not just the world, but about who you are. So you
Thanks, man.
don't question what God has given you as far as your identity. You really helped me see through certain things, like you could be caught up because at some points I'll be like, all right, KJ, you seem a little paranoid, man. What's going on? But you'll always bring it back around and be like, but hey, just remember, God always has us. He's getting us to where we need to be. You just stay in his steps. And I've always like that would reassure me with a lot of things. And I feel like that's
Good.
something that I've needed. So thank you for that.
John, you're welcome, man. Thank you for just being so awesome. And I mean, really, in what you're trying to achieve in your life and your walk, and just for your kindness, man. So thanks for the kind words. And it's a real pleasure talking to you again. I hope this isn't going to be the last time.
Oh yeah, no. If it happens, I'll definitely pop on, and yeah, I'll definitely add my 2 cents. And and it's real quick as far as the music,
Yeah.
I do make beats too. Please keep going with that because I usually have such a time trying to get back to it, but I still like buy my gadgets. I'm on my microphone right now. Like
Yeah.
music is something that really keeps that spirit like thriving. So I would love to hear anything that you make because I
Oh,
am
thanks, man.
invested. So
It's going to be indie crazy stuff, but yeah, man.
I'm
Thank
with
you.
it.
I
I
love it.
listen to French disco for a living, so I
Oh,
got
there
you.
you
I
go.
love it.
Oh, you already know then. All right.
Yeah,
John, man, thank you, man. I love you, my brother in Christ, man. You're an awesome dude. Thank you.
you too. You have a blessed day.
All right, you too, man. Good talking to you. We'll do it again soon. Thanks.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, bye bye. Thanks, John. Man, you guys are all awesome. Olive, I'm right here for you. I'm going to give you a new background and I'm jumping in and we're going right here. Olive, are you there?
KJ.
Olive. Oh, wow. Hey, thank you for you're my last caller. Thanks for hanging in so long.
KJ, that started at 12:44 at 4:44:40.
No way.
Just
Crazy.
saying. Just gotta say, I can't believe I'm still awake. I've been so excited ever since I talked to you earlier. I haven't stayed up this late in like years.
Aw. Well,
I
I'm glad
normally
you
go to
did.
bed at 7 o'clock.
Well, I hope you're doing all right. Thanks again for hanging in there.
Oh yeah, it's so amazing to hear all these people that have called and like have listened to you for so long, and how like the just the light you've been for all these people. It's just amazing.
Thank you.
It's just amazing, honestly. Like my sister's talked about you so much over the years, and I've listened to you like a handful of times. And but just to hear all the other people too, really, tonight, and how cool they are too, like all of their
I
stories
know.
and all the things that they have to say. I'm like, man, can we just all get together?
I know, right?
Wouldn't that be so cool?
Yeah, it would. But thank you.
um,
Yeah, I'm blessed, man. Everyone tonight's been great.
and I have so many things I want to pick your brain about, but
Sure.
I can imagine you're pretty tired.
No, I'm cool. Hey, you're my last one, so let's just go for it. You got the floor, and no, don't worry about me. I'm good.
Oh, okay. Oh man. Ooh. Well, what do you think about like like the resets in like the old world.
Oh, like Tartaria and all that.
Yeah.
And then what they did with world fairs. I don't know if people know that they used to do these world fairs,
Yes, yes,
years ago,
yes.
and they would show all the newest technology and like just beautiful buildings and all these amazing things. And then when the fair was over, they destroyed it all, like every time, right? This was kind of like, why are they doing this? And these were all
Right.
glimpses into like a future world, right? So, but yeah, I'm into some of it, but then what happens is I've noticed is a lot of people take it too far for me, where they say that we're living in the the 1,000-year reign of Christ or whatever, and all this stuff, and the proof is because of Tartaria and all this other. See, I can't do that. I'm just old school, straight to the Bible, straight to the Word, what it says. We literally are in Matthew 24 right now. We're moving towards Revelation. That's where I'm at timeline wise. But anyway, go ahead.
Gotcha. Cool. No, I just was curious about that because there's just so much evidence that, that obviously this world has been through so much, and, we're told one thing and none of us really know what it can be, but there's just so much that you look around. Like I'm constantly, like I love to take Elijah, that's my son, on the river walk around my town.
Nice.
And every time I'm, like just walking and wondering, whose footsteps could have been here too, and
Yeah.
what was happening here before. It's just, and you know what? There is this little pyramid in my town as well. I live here in Murphy, North Carolina, and
Oh,
there's a little
nice.
pyramid here on the street that I live on. It's like a mini pyramid, and it's very like,
What's the point?
What was
I
that for?
I wanted to quickly throw this at you too, just bringing us back to the proof of the way the world has been. But Elon Musk tweeted a pic on his X a while back. This is like over the last week, and it was of his gun and some other stuff like on his bedstand. But on the side, if you look at it, he has this ancient. It's like an ancient lightning rod or something, and you can see it all throughout history, man. It's this weird little device. It's got a handle, and then it's got two ends that kind of stick out like horns or something. But anyway,
Oh, yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, he's got one of those on his desk. It's weird. So he's probably signaling
Huh.
something about all that too. But go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Like I said before, the whole world is a stage. So everything we see is very meticulously prepared for our eyes. I think, it's not a mistake or like a coincidence that was there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what you're explaining I've seen in, like hieroglyphics.
Oh yeah, pictures, artifacts. Yeah, like the actual things. I mean, it's crazy, but you'll see. Go take a look sometime if you're interested. But yeah, and also North Carolina is a state I really love. I lived out there for 4 years, and yeah, I went to college, film school in Winston-Salem. There's a nice film school there.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and spent a lot of time in Asheville and Boone. That's why it's such a trip what happened out there.
Wow, yes, I know it. I mean, I'm literally below that. Asheville's about an hour and a half north of me, and I mean, I didn't experience any of the damage. It's just so just incredible to think what has happened to them and how close it is, and what they're still going through, and what is not being shown to the rest of the world.
Is there anything left in Asheville and Boone, or are they totally gone?
No, it's completely wiped out.
That's so weird, man. I need to look up pictures. I didn't realize that it's just all mud now, right? Pretty much.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I haven't actually been there, but from the pictures I've seen,
Yeah, that's sad.
Towns, yeah, it's just
I
completely
love those
wiped out,
towns.
and people's land that has been in their families for generations is now gone and being, grafted up by these corporations who wanted whatever's underneath, I guess.
Yeah, goodness
Right?
gracious. Yeah.
Do you
Well,
think?
crazy time. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to think about all that. It's like one disaster happens, then suddenly there's another one over here. That's what I notice every week. It's just been crazy, and That's why I'm just kind of on this, I guess, on this subject. I'm looking to see what happens over the next couple months before Trump gets inaugurated, and just to see if
Right.
there's more weather wars, more destruction. We'll see. I'm hoping, again, don't know, but we pray about these things, but hoping that a lot of this crap's going to end, in a few months.
Right. Well, I just like the weather modification. It's just so in our faces now. And, I mean, today I was just looking at something. It was like, this is an area of land that's like 250 miles, square miles, that's uninhabited, that's used for like weather modification or whatever.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're terrible with it, man, and they're just becoming more obvious, with their use of it. It's pretty crazy, but we don't worry about it. You pray against these things.
Oh
Make sure
yeah. I don't worry.
make sure our roof is painted blue, and we'll be okay.
Oh yeah. Gotta get that blue roof. For sure.
But go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I don't, it's all just, I definitely don't worry. My trust is in Jesus, and he brings the greatest peace you could ever have. So if anyone out there is worried about any of this, and I try to talk about it to bring enlightenment and truth to subjects, but some people take it and get scared, and I'm so sorry if that's what happens, but
Yeah.
just gotta pray and give it to God, and he'll take care of you.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like you could never run out of things to be afraid of otherwise. So don't even do it.
That's true. That is very true.
But you're doing okay in your life. So everything's cool. You're feeling good and doing all right. Family's cool.
Yeah, I was okay. Well, I just happened to tune back in earlier when you had someone on and you guys were talking about adoption, and I heard that you were adopted.
Yeah.
And they were telling their story, and so I just thought that was so cool. And I actually have an adoption story that I thought maybe I could share another time, because it's just so late, right? It's so late.
Well, it's up to you. Like I said, I really appreciate you hanging in so long.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to tell sometimes how long the show's going to go. I thought this would be a pretty short night, but that's why I cut it off when I do. And anyway, it all worked out. But don't worry about that. Anything else you want on your mind though before we call it a night? What do you got?
Probably not. We should call it a night.
That's okay. Well, we'll do it again, and I'll be looking for you. Make sure you try to jump in quick. I know that's hard to do, but because it starts at 7, but still, it's like I don't expect everyone to be here right on time. But I do hope we get another chance, and I appreciate you hanging so long. And it has been nice talking to you, though. Either way.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I didn't even expect to talk to you tonight, so I'll be telling everyone about it.
Well, thanks. It's been a pleasure, Olive, and sleep well, my friend, and I hope you have a great weekend. And if you're able, come over to Rumble tomorrow at 2 p.m. and check out the KJ's What Happened. But if not, that's okay. I think you're a busy lady, but if not, yeah, come say hi. And either way, lovely speaking with you, my friend. Have a great night, okay?
All right. It's been great speaking with you. Thank you for everything you do. And you have a wonderful, wonderful night and sweet dreams.
Thanks. You're so welcome too. And have a good night. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, Olive. Thank you so much. Wow. Where are we at on time? Almost 5 hours. Jeepers. See, I didn't realize. I don't know sometimes, but it's crazy, man. I've just been sitting here for all these hours, just soaking it in and enjoying it. So that's how we do. I'm made for these long shows. I can't help it. But it was worth it. Worth it tonight for sure, because I got to talk to some amazing people. I really appreciate y'all, man, so much. You have no idea. Thanks for all your kind words, and thanks for sharing your stories and experiences and just sharing your time with me, man. The fact that you share your time with me is really a big deal. So I appreciate y'all. Love you guys, man. Thank you. Everyone hanging out in chat, thank you so much. Hey, Drugged Biden, Great picture. Sojourner for Christ, saw you earlier. Good to see you, Christine. Gabby, Millie, Bud, Christina, John. Good to see you all, man. Tamara, thanks for holding it down tonight. Appreciate it. M. Doobie, Mickey Ray. Furf is here. Roberto. Sorry if I missed any names, just kind of casually passing through here. Southern Rib. Good to see everybody, y'all. Thanks again to everyone who joined tonight, man. I appreciate it. Very sorry if you weren't able to get on, but I'll do another one here in the next few weeks, and we'll do it again, man. And hope you can make it. Thanks, Gabby. And yeah, you know what? Let me say a prayer too real quick before we go. Heavenly Father, first and foremost, I got to thank you for all these amazing people I got to talk to tonight. Thank you so much for each and every one. It's always a blessing, and thanks for all those people hanging out with us. Thanks that we still have platforms to get on like this and meet up like this, and it just truly appreciate it. And thanks for protecting us in that way as well, making sure we still have places to meet up. And just thanks again, Lord, just for being with us in our lives in these days, helping us to navigate through these turbulent times with peace in our hearts and our minds through you. So thank you so much for that. Thanks again for these wonderful people I got to talk to tonight, these family, these friends. Thank you, Lord. And on that note, I love you, and in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, short and sweet. But yeah, y'all, thank you, man. Y'all are amazing. Y'all have a wonderful evening. It's midnight, but that's okay. We got time. Got time to sleep. Tomorrow, got KJ's What Happened over on Rumble. Under KJOZBORNE channel, by the way. It's not the scariest movie ever or anything. It's KJ Osborne, OZBORNE on Rumble. 2 p.m. Central Standard tomorrow. KJ's What Happened. We always have a great crowd. Please come check it out. A lot of stuff to share from this week. Once again, just thanks. Thanks, Tamara. Thanks again. Good to see you, John Mirth. You're always an encourager. Thank you. Michael A. Wilson, too. You're another one. Thanks, y'all. Good to see everybody. All right. Hey, much love to you. I appreciate you. And I'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thanks again, y'all. Have a good night.